All right, hola, hello everyone. We're back for the podcast thing. I suck at introducing and emceeing, whatever we want to say. A lot of stuff going on in Dokkan and Legends. I'm gonna do some no-item SBR attempts while we're doing it. I figure it's better than just like, just a picture, right? So whatever.
Yeah, no, that's good.
All right, we got a whole bunch of cool cats here. Wait, let me pull up my thing. All right, so we got me. We got the homie Garesh.
Yo.
Yes. Yeah. You feel free to say something.
I got you, Chris. Don't worry, I got you.
we got Nazarachi here, although you usually just jump in for Legends, right?
I'll hang around and lurk till it's my time to chime in.
We got
Ooh, Nas has got an easy voice. I could easily pick that up.
yeah, Toon Rami or Jinro, whichever one he decides on being.
That's good.
Yeah. We got of course, my counterpart Nolar.
Hey guys.
What's going on, everyone?
Okay.
I'm a bitch.
We got the boy Sunblade here as well. What's up?
Hello there.
Good morning, Sunblade here.
Wow, that was
Very good.
okay. Toon that was pretty good. Okay, that's another good one. All right, we got Talon as well.
I can't do Talon's voice. Go for it, Talon.
Okay,
All right,
cool,
fine.
Talon. All right, thanks.
Yo, what's up, guys? Talon back here, and today, see, I can't do his voice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't
the
worry.
today that
It's
was
awful.
actually not too bad.
Talon, give me that intro again. Oh no, what's up, everybody? Wait, what is it? What's up, everybody? Talon back here, and today.
Wow, that's like not my voice at all.
Yeah.
Well, you
The
could've said
today
something.
was pretty good, actually.
You could have said something. You wanted me to look like an ass, didn't you?
Yeah, I kind of did.
And then we got our boy Mass Ningen as well.
Yo.
Hello, everybody. Welcome
Dude,
to
stop.
Destroying.
Oh,
I'm done.
okay.
Wow, that was crazy good.
All right. No. I won't.
I actually,
Oh my
that was the
God.
first time I actually couldn't tell. So-
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So let's just jump in. Why don't we invite Tiger to this? Tiger has an open invitation.
Tiger's
That's
busy.
your answer. All right, Vegito, Buhan, y'all jump in. Go ahead.
These banners suck.
Yeah. Sounds like salt there. Sounds like salt garage.
Hmm.
Yeah. Banner. What is it? 9 featured units.
No, 10 featured. Okay, so realistically speaking, these banners are nuts.
Yeah.
4 LRs per banner, so it's 8 LRs total are featured across both. Right? Like 40% of the banners are LRs.
Hashtag JP Shaft for no cooler.
Yeah, global gang, rise up.
Okay, but it's literally JP Shaft every day, and it's not Global Shaft. Like that's what actually happens. People go, killing Khalifa's easy, eh? Relax, it's gonna come. All right, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't
damn
get
it.
why people are so like adamant about that.
It's
I don't
it's
get it.
only because they have a chance to complain, so we're gonna do it. It's like relax, dude. It's not that big of a deal. It's not. It's coming. I promise it's coming. It's coming.
They're not exactly game breaking. Like they're good.
Well,
but
okay. Well, let's
not
relax.
insane.
Khalifa is pretty insane. Relax, man.
Yeah.
But I think
go
these
ahead.
banners are actually just really, really dumb. Like if you have stones, you summon on these banners. That's the level we're at here.
Yeah.
100%.
I guess a good question is how does this compare to the Year 5 anniversary banners?
These are better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd say these are better. Yeah.
Alrighty then, guys. Go broke. Go
Global-
broke.
They went out on global. They went out of their way to put Majin Vegeta and Super Saiyan 3 Goku on here, and I was like,
Yeah,
these guys have like a
I was
2% chance
I
of
was
coming
expecting
back.
those guys to be back. They usually should have been.
I
back
thought
pretty good.
Gohan would show up before they did. Where's
So
Gohan?
did I. I mean, they
Yeah.
released in May.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How
I
long
thought,
ago was Gohan?
I thought the first time they would come back would have been on the Golden Week banners in November.
The thank you celebration. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you celebration.
Yeah, so Gohan still has yet to return.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they're gonna do, right? They're putting Bardock on this banner, and the next Dokkan Fest on Global should be Ultimate Gohan, and they're probably just gonna replace Bardock with future Gohan, right?
Which makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Well, enough of the banners. I think everyone knows that they're really good. What about the units
Well,
themselves?
real quick, I do want to say it does put Global in a very good spot because you guys basically know the exact like date of like all the Dokkan Fest LRs right now because the fusions are going to be like
That's true.
Christmas Day basically, right? Blue fusions, and then they're all pretty much there on these banners right now. So like if there's a specific Dokkan Fest LR you want with red coins or something like that, like you know when to get them. It's either now or Blue Fusions and Christmas time.
Yeah, except
Yeah.
Gohan and Goten.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
well, no, but they're on that banner too.
Were they for JP?
Yeah, Gohan and Goten were on
Yeah.
the Tanabata. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
that
yeah,
banner
I
was
do,
actually
'cause-
ridiculously stupid.
Yeah. I remember because I remember pulling 15 of them. All of them
Oh
Vegeta
yeah.
Blues.
Yeah, I got
Alright,
like
alright, Noir, who do you hate more, the furries or the bros?
no, it's
The furries. The furries can
it-
die in hell.
no, no, Lar. It's Gohan and Goten. I don't know about you, but I got like 8 Vegito Blue animations or something like that, and it was Gohan and Goten every single time.
I had 15 Vegeta Blue animations, and all 15 were Gohan and Gohan.
So why the hell would you even mention the Super Saiyan 4s then? Well,
Because they're the ones that haunted me during New Year's.
Yeah. Yeah, New Year's, he got haunted by LR Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta.
I pulled 20 LR Super Saiyan 4 Gokus before I pulled one Majin Vegeta. So
Wow.
talking PTSD effects here, that's the level I'm talking here.
So one thing that's interesting about the banners, from like a global perspective, which is obviously we're all like desperate to pull the unit, especially at least one copy. But
Yep.
one thing I was thinking about earlier was the fact that obviously last year Gohan and Cell came out for the download celebration, and then they didn't come back again until the anniversary, which obviously for JP is in February, but for global we had to wait like, was it like 10 months before they were available again?
Yeah.
So potentially that's going to happen again. If you don't pull Boo and Vegito, you're potentially going to have to wait like 10 months for them to come back.
I
on
would
global,
say
which
expect
is,
that to be the case again.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. It makes me just like really desperate to pull that first copy. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've right now they put a particular release cadence of, you got your anniversary units. So I'm going JP timeline, right? And then Golden Week, I'm not Golden, or is it Golden Week? What am I thinking of here? Oh, Tanabata. They're gonna come back. Whatever the anniversary units are, they're gonna come back. So for you guys, the anniversary was for global in July, which means they'll be back for November. Thank you celebration, which is basically Tanabata for you guys. So, there's a particular release cadence that they have, which is somewhat predictable. The only thing is this time is where they just dropped all the Dokkan Fest LRs. So, well, minus Go Bros, but like for a dual Dokkan Fest, they just dropped them all, and you're just like, okay, I have no predictability of what's coming up next. So, yeah, I mean, for you guys, for these 2 new units, yeah, it's gonna be about 10 months. But the next big dual Dokkan Fest and whatnot, yeah, I have no idea what else is gonna drop for you guys because they just literally dropped everything right now. So
The next one for JP should be New Year's, right?
yeah,
New Year's, yeah.
but the thing is, New Year's, it's always been a TUR, right?
I think that's time's up for that one. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm
agree.
thinking. I think it's gonna be LRs from
I
here on
agree.
out too.
Crap.
I think every dual Dokkan Fest from here on out is gonna be an LR. To be
Mhm.
honest.
Oh, that's sad news right there. That kills me in the heart right there.
I think like honestly, it doesn't really matter from the standpoint of like, oh, LRs are better than TURs because we see that like recently they just started making them equally as good as each other.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
But it's just like the aesthetic of the LR is just like what makes the money. So I think like they're just gonna put LRs instead of TURs now.
And extra
I mean, it's
animations, extra attacks, shit like that.
yeah, I was gonna say that's why you like them more is you get those 2 super attacks rather than just the one on top of all the other stuff they do. So
This will probably fuel more conversation for future discussions where, like, if we get to 100 LRs, is it time for another rarity? Isn't that, I mean, this seems like it's the fastest way to expedite that whole process. I don't like
Well, not unless they. The problem I have with that is at what point do you get so far away from like TURs that they just become irrelevant? Because if you introduce a new rarity, like they're gonna have to be like the power cube is gonna have to be insane in terms of like event difficulty as well.
yeah,
So like TUR is just gonna become irrelevant at that point, and that's just not good.
And they already completely unbalanced everything and haven't adjusted yet with the link level update.
that. Right.
oh yes,
I mean, to them, a new rarity is good because the issue that they ran into is they provided guaranteed SSRs, which is why it feels so much easier on the legendary banners to pull LRs. So if they jumped into new rarity, we're talking like legendary finish levels of 0.25%. That they could set up a whole other system where they can get away from using guaranteed SSRs. So we're gonna be back to the like Stone Ages of dead multis and whatnot, just so that they can artificially inflate the rarity of something. You know what I mean? So I personally don't want it, but and I don't think it's coming anytime soon. But you do make a good point, Toon, where at some point there might be, we might have that kind of discussion, but they need to ramp up to that point.
TLRs, yeah, sweet. Love it.
TLRs. No.
Personally, I don't think there's a new rarity coming anytime soon, but I mean, it is possible, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's always possible. It's just that if the new meta is going to be, dropping an LR every 2 weeks, then it's just going to further that conversation. And
Well, yeah, but they don't actually drop LRs every 2
no,
weeks.
I know. I'm just saying, like, if that's the way that they start going with it, then that whole discussion might, become more relevant, sadly, which I don't want.
Yep, he's something we can discuss at some point, but we're not there just yet. Okay, I guess we can still talk about Super Vegito and Boo Tanks or Buhan. Essays, which one do you guys like the most of the two?
Vegito.
Vegito.
I like Vegito's
Vegito.
12 key essay is the best one.
Is that the one where he's coming in with the punch? Is that the one?
That's 18 key. The
That's
Spirit
the
Sword
18
is the
key?
12 key.
Spirit
Yeah.
Sword is the
Okay, Spiritual
12 key.
12 key. That one's actually I like that one, but no, the 18 key by far. That one shot, I can't get over that one shot where he just zooms in for the punch.
Yeah.
That gives you like one for all feels. It's so epic. I love
Because
that.
that's from Kakarot, right? So.
Yeah, that's taken directly from Kakarot, like frame for frame,
Yep.
pretty much.
Yep.
I
so
quit
essays.
real quick. I quit Legends because there's just way too much to do. Like I'm like obsessive compulsive with like having all the units and having them maxed out and stuff like
Top
that.
tier.
And have fun getting all the Zenkai units grinded up. It's just I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Goresh knows that pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, we don't talk about it.
For
Alright,
the super attack animations, I pretty much like them all. Like they're all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all top tier. I mean,
I'm with Toon. I do like the 18 key on Super Vegito, but not by much over the 12. But it's just a little bit. Sunday,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. The 18 key absolutely blew my mind, but I love the other super tech animations as well. But if I have to decide, it would be the 18 key of Super Vegito.
You're gonna say Ningen something?
I was just gonna say, I think I think we were discussing it earlier, but I think the Boo when he's still Boo Tanks, I think his 12 key super is better than the 18 key. So it has that the fact it has that cool like where it zooms in, it has like the pinky red like glow.
While he's
yeah,
laughing, right?
So good. Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
so good.
that looks really good. Yeah.
But it's awesome that we all have different opinion that pretty much proves that Akatsuki.
Yeah,
did a
well, yeah.
good
I
job,
mean, they're all
so-
good. So yeah, they did a real good job.
Also, I love the fact that the counter animation for Vegito is no longer just a beam-based counter.
Yes.
He actually kicks you straight in the face. I like that
yeah,
touch.
that's so good.
All right, so we all talked about super attacks. What about the art themselves on the card?
Oh my god, Buhan.
Buhan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, it's Buhan.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
It looks so good.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think
When I first saw that, I thought it was either a Legends art or Buchigiri match. I thought it was one of those.
Even
Yes.
the Boo Tanks looks really good.
Yeah.
Boo Tanks
Well,
was really
that's the first one that's more eye-catching. Like that's the one that I saw first, and I was like, wait, is this even Dokkan?
I like the fact that because we saw the ones that got leaked and that got posted on Twitter, I think first were the transformed versions, and they definitely look less like normal Dokkan art. And I know a lot of people, like some people, were like completely freaking out about it, but like the actual starting art for like the Goku and Vegeta and the Boo Tanks, they look like you would expect Dokkan art. But yeah, the transformations look quite different, but they look really, really clean. And I think we talked about it last night, but I really love the fact that both of them, when they do their 18 key, they have that moment where the art perfectly syncs up, like when it
Yeah.
flashes up with the unit
Yes,
art.
yes,
like,
yes, yeah.
Looks so good.
Yeah, that might be the first time that they've has that happened like that before. I don't think I can remember another art that syncs up with the animation right before launching attacks.
I mean, they try to do it with a bunch of units, but none of them really
No. The-
flow well in terms of the animation.
Yeah,
The one that's always bothered me is Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta because it's mirrored. It's the wrong way round. Like when his
Yeah.
arm
Oh.
flashes up partway
Oh, yeah.
through, it's facing the other direction.
I never thought about that. That's always going to be in the back of my mind now.
Yeah. Alrighty, so we talked about the units, their art, their super attacks. What about like the actual kit themselves? I personally haven't played them yet because all I've been doing is summoning and porting. So for those of you guys who actually managed to play with them, what do you think? Like, how does it feel compared to what's put
So-
on the paper?
I want to get more time in with them, but so far to me, I mean, I think Vegito is clearly better. Like, a lot of people are going to point out, like, the link level update and how big of an impact that will have on Boo. But, I mean, from what I saw, I just, like, Vegito in Super Battle Road, like, he's just going to be better everywhere. Super Battle Road, Legendary Goku event, like, I don't really see what the case is for Buhan, honestly.
Okay.
The transformation conditions are the.
Yep,
the
that's
thing.
what I was gonna say.
Okay,
I was
yeah.
gonna bring that up.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can't get Vegito transformed, to be honest. Especially
So,
on the Majin Buu saga
I-
team with Gohan, Vegito, and so on. Yeah.
Me and Ningen were talking about this earlier, and he brought up a really good point, which was that if you are running that LR on the rotation with the third year Vegito, oftentimes what happens is that Vegito is going to transform, and then you're not going to be able to transform with the new one because you're going to heal.
Or vice versa. You transform with the new one and the other one.
Where
never
would this
Well,
happen? What event?
I'm like,
So if you start the rotation with you have to find that sweet spot between 50 and 77% HP, because if you start the turn below 50% HP, the 3-year Vegito will transform, but they transform at the start of the turn, so they give you the full heal.
Yeah, but
and
where?
now you don't
What
get the
what
active
event
skill
is that
of,
going to happen in?
Well, I mean,
Very
when I
few.
did it was the Legendary Goku event, because I did a run through, and by the time I got to the end, only one of the Vegetos had managed to transform out of the double leads.
Okay.
So it's a little bit annoying. Because there are certain modes where obviously it's not going to be difficult, but some, like the team is just so tanky, it's
Yeah.
going to be a little bit more difficult.
also, I would argue that the Boo is just like straight up just better for those longer events because of the fact that he can stack his defense infinitely.
That is true.
I just think we haven't had much time to really play with them, right? We've obviously seen them on paper. We've seen the initial rainbow showcases
Yeah,
that everyone posts on YouTube and everything. But, until we really see, no dupes into them. 1 dupe, 2 dupes, equipment, no equipment, Super Battle Road, Extreme Super Battle Road, and
Link
everything,
levels.
right?
Yeah.
I don't think we've had enough time to really.
What I want to
Like,
see
Yeah.
is exactly how much damage Goku and Vegeta will take in Super Battle Road. That's, I think, very
Yes.
interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because, they're going to be at 120k defense with the damage reduction. They're going to be taking double digits from normals at least. So,
Oh, yeah, they easily should be. I wouldn't be surprised.
dude, this last fight is so ridiculous. Oh my god. That's what a Dokkan attack did? All right.
Just win.
Yeah. This is- oh, this fight.
All right. Yeah, I know. I mean, the banners basically dropped last night. So we all haven't had time with it, but some of us may have had good first impressions or early impressions, I should say. So.
Well, I had a good early impression with Boo on using Extreme Super Battle against Super Int. No dupes into mine at the time when I did it, and I will admit I had the 50% support Super Boo on rotation,
Yeah, that rotation is disgusting.
but none of my links are leveled up on my Boo yet, except for like maybe one of them is a level 2, but that's about it.
Wait,
no
support
items.
Boo. Which one are you talking about?
The Super
The
Physical
Super Boo,
Super Boo.
the physical.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I had him on rotation, but I had no items activated or anything, no super hexagon through. Before getting attacked on my Boo, he was taking around 11k to 12k damage
Wow.
on normals, and then when I did my super attack, he was taking double-digit damage. So
impressive.
yeah,
And
it
he's
was
healing.
definitely.
And he's healing every turn too.
Well, this is the very first turn. Like the very first turn, where I went into the battle. So like full health, you know, it was just like I just got lucky on the rotations. It was the LR Boo, the super support Boo, and then the friend LR Boo. So
Nice.
Plus, yeah, that
Alright.
rotation, like the physical Boo heals on super as well. So even as you go through the event, like the two of them together is going to give you a ton of free healing. Pretty
oh
nice.
yeah, it's a ton. Yeah, it's a ton of free healing. So
The only downside with the Boo tanks and Buhan, they don't have infinite regeneration, right? I think that's what
Yeah,
we
that's
talked
dumb.
about. Yeah, they have the Majin, I have everything else, but they just don't have infinite regeneration. So, not much.
They should have replaced Metamorphosis with that. Honestly.
I agree, 100%. But
At least they're consistent, right? Because at first I saw that and it's like, oh, that sucks. But then it's like none of the Boo Piccolo, Boo Gotenks, or Boo Gohans have it. So I was like, all right, well, consistency is all I really care about. Like, just please give us that.
yeah, I mean that's a good point. All right, I guess we can move on to the side units. Yes, non-Dokkan Fest exclusives, but that came with the cards. So, Tien and Boo Piccolo. Again, I haven't played with them. I don't even remember what their kits are. So if anyone can kind of remind everyone here and chat what exactly the kit is for both of those.
I'll pull it up real quick. I translated them.
Okay. Then you guys go ahead, fire away what your thoughts are. Are they as good as you think they are, etc., etc.
I think Tien is literally like Dokkan Fest exclusive level.
Yeah, when I was using him, he was just like above 3 million every single attack. Well, he's giving.
Like he's the best Earthling category unit, just straight up.
Oh, it's not even a competition for that. Yeah.
So it'd be between him and what? Krillin?
Yeah, or
launch.
Detect Tien, right? Or launch.
I think he's easily better than Tech Tien, I think. The one thing is, I'll be curious to see what LR Hercule's going to look like. I think he could become number one.
All right, so real quickly, do you guys want me to go over what they do real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
at
right,
least for me, 'cause I don't
so
remember.
for Extreme AGL Super Boo Absorbed Piccolo, he's the absorbed power category, key +3, stats 120. Super attack is supreme damage, high chance to stun the enemy. Passive skill at the beginning of the turn, recover 15% HP, and you yourself get key +3, attack and defense up 150%. And then the absorbed power category allies get attack +30% and defense +50%. And you have a medium chance to dodge the enemy attack for Boo. Links are exactly the same as at the time the current into Super Boo Piccolo absorbed, to the T essentially. And then categories are Majin Power, Absorbed Power, Majin Buu Saga, Transformation Boost, Artificial Life Forms.
Okay. And what about Tien?
Tien is Earthling category, key +3, stats 120. Super attack is supreme damage, greatly lowers enemy attack and defense, which I believe the tech one does that too, right?
No, he only lowers
No, he just does attack.
He only does attack. Okay.
Wait, no,
passive
Tien
skill,
greatly
own-
lowers attack and defense on Super, yeah.
Okay.
50%?
Is that the TUR then?
Yeah.
The TUR.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that's probably what
Because
it is.
both
I
they
don't have
gave
them,
both
so I don't know.
Tien and Cell greatly lowering attack and defense, but like compared to the other 50% supports, it's not really that great because greatly lowering defense doesn't really do that much, pretty much anywhere.
Right.
So.
Okay. Anyway, passive skill for the new Tien, own key +3, attack and defense up 150%, and when you super attack, you get an additional 70% attack. Majin Buu Saga allies that are super types get attack +30% and defense +50%. When you attack an enemy, you have a high chance to stun them for the turn. The links are pretty much the same as the Tech Tien, except obviously he gets Fierce Battle instead of Rebirth, and he doesn't have Over and a Flash. And then categories were Earthlings, Majin Buu Saga, Worthy Rivals, and Saviors.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't used them, but it seems like Tien's really good, and it seems like Boo Piccolo's got a lot of utility to him. So
Yeah, I managed to get one copy of him, and I've been using him on the team, and I'm very impressed with him so far. Especially because like having all of those abilities means even at 55%, like he's still dodging super attacks and stuff like that. It's
Right.
really good.
And he's also boosting. I mean, the fact that absorption power and the Majin power categories, intertwine and everything.
Yeah.
Like you can just throw them all on the same team, and he's gonna be fine even with no dupes. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
and
one.
the fact that he's boosting because he only boosts the absorption power category,
Yes.
but 90% of that team is also from the Majin power category, which is basically just all the boos. And so, yeah, you can have some real fun there with all those boo cards.
we will get to the we're gonna go through the donos like after we're done with the Dokkan portion, but I just see overrated Jiren. How the hell can you think Jiren is overrated? I don't get. Overrated? What? 7 million turn 1. What? Overrated?
Caveman
What?
do damage.
What?
Me caveman, me hit hard. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Goresh that came up with that saying.
Yeah, he
I think-
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I saw that tweet.
But yeah, but I think I think what's really good with both of those units is they have interesting kits, but they're also support units for the new teams. So they're
Right, right.
like, it just
Yep.
makes you want to run them if you pull them. Whereas sometimes, like some of the, I'm trying to think of an example without picking out one who maybe somebody does really like, but just as an example, someone I pulled recently because I didn't get him off the other banner, the physical trunks that came with the 13 banner.
Oh wow, that was a long time.
Is
ago.
anyone really super excited about running him on their teams? But like both of these guys are actually really good for the teams, so it actually makes you want to run them if you pull them.
We had back-to-back Trunkses that are kind of like only okay. The tech Trunks and then the physical
Oh yeah,
one.
because the tech one as well. Yeah.
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 I'd personally put that Tech Trunks though over the movie BoJack Trunks. I mean, at least that Tech Trunks is really good if you're running with like the future Gohan and everything. You know,
That's
he
the
can
only
actually
problem
bring
is you
decent-
pretty much have to run him with the
Right,
feature
yeah,
Gohan
and
to
it's not to say
work
he's
even.
you know, he's like, oh my god, you have to have him, but you know, he's
Yeah.
at least, you know, I find him at least pretty decent. So
Yep. Alrighty. Okay, so we talked about pretty much all the new cards that were introduced in the celebration here. I mean, I guess we kind of talked about it, but officially, what are the big differences between the global and JP banners themselves?
Cooler.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
a
cooler-
pretty
Bardock.
much,
So so global has Cooler and AGL Bardock, while
Yep.
we have on JP
Go Tanks and Boo, right?
Yeah. I mean, does one sway you more? Say like global's better or JP's better? I don't know.
Global's
What do you guys
better.
think?
End of
Uh,
discussion.
Global
Yeah,
better.
of the
Yeah.
of the 4 units, I think Exchange Boo is like landslide worst of those 4.
Of the 4, yeah, okay. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Well.
Yeah,
Just
'cause
why in the
women's-
world did they bring back transforming Vegeta and transforming Goku? Like seriously,
I
come
know.
on.
You mean every
Like-
banner is not good enough for you, Talon? Every
I'm sorry.
single.
I'm sorry. I clearly need copy 50 right now. You know, I already rainbowed the TUR. I rainbowed the SSR. I'll rainbow the SSR for the 5th time now.
I actually do
Well-
think transforming Goku probably is my most pulled unit ever now. I think he probably is.
Don't
Like,
even
I wish there was a
all
way to
banner?
run the numbers on that.
Hey, I invite
Well-
someone out there to go ahead and check for me. Pretty 99% of my summons are recorded, so.
Wait. Drew, how many did you pull on the Blue Boys banner? The Goku.
Transforming Goku was on there? I don't know, 15.
Yeah.
I in the very last video, I put up a notepad. It was like 15, 16, 17, something like that.
Okay.
It was Krillin who I pulled like 25 copies of him or something.
Damn.
It was fun, real fun.
Yeah. Where are my notes here? I have it here. Let me give me a second.
Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention. The one thing I'm disappointed with is that they didn't give Vegeta a new sprite.
Yeah. Yep.
And if they
Oh,
didn't
I
give him a
did
new
notice
sprite,
that,
and if they didn't give him a new sprite, why didn't they use the physical one instead of the AGL one? The physical one's a
Yeah.
lot cooler. It's the arms crossed one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because doesn't Buhan has his arms crossed, right? In his sprite?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
updated
yeah,
that one.
yeah. Even the Boo Tanks has a new sprite. He has his arms up instead.
Oh yeah, he's doing his pose right before him, and it's the
Right.
Yeah, the Vegeta throwback, right?
Yeah,
is what
the
it is.
stance,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some questionable decisions that they make.
Why is Vegito STR?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Because Super STR really needed the help, okay?
Yeah, clearly.
Who
Okay,
had that
yeah,
right, by
sorry.
the way? Who guessed that? I guessed that. Who guessed that?
Guess what?
The STR Vegito.
Oh, I called STR. Yeah.
You call that?
Why
too?
the hell would
Yeah.
y'all call STR?
no,
That doesn't make
I
any
wouldn't
sense.
have.
Why?
Yeah. I didn't necessarily.
Wait. Someone in the chat just said, do you people really watch Sprite? What do you mean? You play the game, you see the Sprite
Yes,
every time
we-
you attack. What are you talking about?
That is, that
You know, I just don't look at the screen when I play the game. I don't know about you. But yeah, I mean, I didn't predict it per se, but I did say I really wanted Boo to be physical because Extreme Physical really needed like another sort of big unit, and obviously the fact that it goes hand in hand with the physical support Boo as well.
Yeah,
is,
I wanted him to be
chef kiss.
physical, but I was like, there's no way they're gonna make him physical because of the super. I was like, there's no way they're gonna do it, and then they actually did it.
Yeah, they did it. But yeah,
Some
I
guy in the
would not
chat.
have guessed SDR for Vegito. No way.
Some guy in the chat pointed it out. There's no Yosha in Vegito's
I
exit skill.
know.
I'm very disappointed.
brutal.
I kept
yeah.
thinking that I missed it, so I would replay the animation over and over, thinking that it was buried in there, but it really wasn't. After like 5 or 6 times of denial, I finally accepted that they don't have Yosha in there.
Well, the funny thing is, when I first watched it, when it came up on Twitter, I was looking at it on my computer and not on my phone, and it was muted because I was doing some video stuff. So the first time the animation came up, it was muted, and in that bit where he transforms and does the pose, I was literally sat there watching it, being like, "Yosha! This is the bit where he's gonna do it." And then I watched it with sound, and it was like, "Oh, what?
Yeah.
Why?"
Oh, disappointment.
And then I don't know about you guys, but I like the way that they do that in the dub. It's not Yosha, it's obviously, all right. But I like that, and they didn't do that either, so I was like doubly disappointed.
Well, I mean, that is basically a correct translation, right?
Yeah, it's literally what it means.
Yeah, it's a direct translation. Yeah,
Because I mean, the rest of the active skill, it sounds really good in both
Yeah,
versions.
I was
like
gonna say
dub
the-
too. Dub 2, yeah, I think Ningen, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah,
it
there's a lot
sounds
of-
really good in the dub.
There's a few active skills that for some I don't know, it's not necessarily like the quality of the voice acting or anything like that, but like sometimes they have like a weird just the way it sounds, I don't know, but like a lot of the English active skills, some of them just sound really weird, but
yeah,
like these two
the
both
Tech
sound
Broly
really
one
good.
sounds pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, that's really
I'm
weird,
trying to,
but-
I'm working on that. I'm working on it.
But yeah, like Kefla's one is a good example. If you listen to it, it's not her voice per se, but it sounds like it has this weird, like almost
got a
like
filter on
tinny
it.
effect on it. Yeah. Whereas, fortunately,
got-
these two, the dub ones, sound really good. So
Is it the Vegeta active skill where it sounds like the gain is on maximum and it's like grainy as hell? Is that the Super Saiyan 4
Super Saiyan
Vegeta
4?
active skill?
oh, plus I think the Super Saiyan 4 one sounds weird because he says the same word.
And then
like,
yeah, and
back
then
to
he
back.
also
It's
says
really
now
weird.
twice. Yeah.
Well, because they got the lines from like Dragon Ball GT Final Bout or something. Like it's so old and bad quality, man. Those were brutally bad.
I'll do it for free. I'm just
But yeah, it's
saying.
good to see those coming a long way. So
There we go,
Yeah.
cooler. Okay.
All right. Some other news that we got. Because of the new Vegito, they are in Pure Saiyans, which also means the third year LRs are now in Pure Saiyans. So, thoughts?
Finally.
About
More
time.
fodder,
yes.
more trees for Cooler to plant.
Yeah, I was actually doing the Dokkan event with my Wicked Bloodline team, trying to get a miracle happen with leveling up their links a little bit, but obviously nothing happened. But yeah, I noticed like Cooler could actually transform like early. I was like, okay, yeah, it's nice.
I mean, it should have been that way, at least to me. I guess the people who defended it now have nothing to defend anymore.
This is a step in the right direction.
no,
Now
I
all they have to do is
think
make
it's
the
a good update.
Gogeta a pure Saiyan.
That's how they.
no,
It's
no.
they fuse together, so it's not pure. Shut up.
They're purer, but they're still pure.
I mean, you
They
take
are
2
pure
cups of
Saiyan
water,
through and
take 2
through.
cups of
Anyone trying to
water,
argue that is.
take 2 cups of water, you pour it into a bucket. Guess what? You got a bucket of pure water.
I'm not gonna die on this hill because I can't remember the description, but I read a really good thing about the whole mixing two things together of like why, because I think that the ones where they start and they fuse, yes, they should be on there, but like I have always not been surprised that the fusions weren't on there, but
should be.
I can't remember.
You're
exactly.
in a losing
Really
fight
good,
this one, my
Yeah, I
friend.
was gonna
You're in a
say I
losing
can't
battle,
remember
man.
the really good argument I heard for it, and since I'm apparently the only one, I'm just gonna
just
I'm
take
just
the L,
gonna
dude.
back off.
Just take the L.
Take the L.
A huge problem is that Gotenks is on Hybrid Saiyan, so yeah, what's the point?
I mean, you got a point.
I've seen people argue that Vegeta should be on Hybrid Saiyans. That's how like crazy it gets.
What?
Yes, I saw that.
It's a hybrid Saiyan because it's a mix of two pure Saiyans, so it's a hybrid of the two pure Saiyans.
That's what people say.
So it's a hybrid in a sense.
All right.
Just put him on one of them, please.
As long as Goku doesn't super here, I think I got this one done. All right.
How many no item dubs is that for you on this stream?
Oh, this will be the first one. It gets pretty tough. Oh yes, there.
Okay,
we
I
go.
can just tell you right now, you're doing this wrong. You want physical second form Frieza because now that I
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
strongest clan in space has defense, his passive is
Yep.
active turn 1.
I didn't notice that until you tweeted that.
It's actually ridiculous.
Wait, what event are you even doing?
This is Wicked Bloodline. No item. I'm trying.
Oh, SBR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, like what Goresh said. Yeah, you definitely want the
physical.
the free to play physical second form Frieza. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's done. We can now get into the more controversial thing here. The Memorial Dragon Stones.
Oh god.
Is this controversial? I don't. What?
I
mean,
understand.
because of the
Like
prices.
I understand why people are frustrated, but it definitely is not that big of a deal, right?
No.
I don't think so either.
I think it should be a little lower. Not a lot like other people are saying, like making it 50 or 40. I think that's stupid.
Well,
but
yeah.
it shouldn't be 150. I think it should be a little more accessible, like maybe 130 or 125 or something like that. It might be a little too high.
I think I think the only personal problem I have with it, I mean, I get it from a business standpoint, and obviously they didn't even have to do this, you know, it's something they're giving back to us and everything, but I do not agree with Super Saiyan Namek Goku and Physical Piccolo being the same price as
The value, yes. Yeah.
STR Easy A Broly, right?
Yeah,
I
no,
think they should
I
have
agree.
scaled those like they do with
Yeah.
the red coins, obviously.
That's a
and there's some of
really
the red coin ones
heartbreaking
I don't agree
situation.
with, but yeah, I would.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro, it should be more.
If you're that one person who has 149, you're not. I mean, you're just SOL, right? You're not getting
Yeah.
anything. So you're gonna have to settle for 149 of those tickets. That seems
My
like
argument,
a really
my
steep
argument
drop
against that is if you have that little stones, I'm not trying to say that as like if you have that amount of stone, then you need more than just one unit. So you're better off just buying tickets anyway. Like if you have that many stones, then you're gonna get so much more value just buying tickets than
Oh
one.
yeah,
unit,
no, you
right?
definitely are.
Yeah,
But it's just
one
that
of those.
consumer mentality. No, sorry, you go. Sorry.
That's all right. It's one of those things. It's like an interesting option. Like Talon said, they didn't have to do it, but like the thing that I found useful for it is obviously, as Goresh kind of alluded to there, is the more stones you get, it's because the more of a whale you are. So if you just buy like 10,000 tickets, you're not going to be getting units that you actually need. So I only got around 450 tickets, but I saved 150. Sorry, stones. I saved 150. Did the like 300 tickets because the only unit I actually really wanted was Physical Piccolo, and in those like 300 tickets, I basically just pulled complete trash. So then I used those last 150 stones to actually buy Piccolo because he's the one that I need. So I think for some people it is a good option, but yeah, it is maybe a little bit steep, and yeah, they shouldn't all be the same price. Like some of
Yeah,
those
the
older
premise-
ones.
the whole premise
that was my
behind-
only thing was just the price for all of them.
The whole premise behind the rate that they put there was that this is not going to be something that was accessible to non-whales, pretty much. Because
Oh yeah.
the only way you should even be using stones to buy a unit specifically is if you were someone who was only missing like 2 or 3, right, or even
Yeah,
just one.
Right.
Otherwise, you're always better off just buying tickets because you know you're essentially giving up 15 multis for one unit, right? That's what you're giving up.
Yeah, and
so
like,
I think
I was lucky enough to just have. I was in a position where I just needed one unit, so I was really, really lucky. But I was just playing Devil's Advocate. Devil's Advocate. Damn it, Devil's Advocate.
Devil's advocate.
But I mean, like it's just the consumer mentality. Like when you see something like a 150 price, which is pretty high, your mind starts to think, okay, maybe I can't afford that. What's the next best thing? There would usually be some sort of an alternative, right? Something that you could settle on. And it just seems like the jump from 150 to 1. Maybe I'm a little biased here, but it just seems like that's too steep. There should have been some middle ground for the demographic that's like not exactly a whale, but kind of moving into the whale territory, but not there yet. You know.
but why does it have to be middle ground when you can just buy tickets?
No, you're right. I'm just saying that. Just thinking about it, like if it's all or nothing, it just seems like there should be at least one more option.
Like Kai's or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, okay, my first premise to you guys is: would anyone care if just all we got were tickets and no stones?
Yeah, that was the argument I was making too. I was like, if they never even talked about this and never had this in the game, people would be like, just, you
Yeah.
know, it's the same
For
thing we had
sure.
last year. People would just be happy.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
would say that. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Right,
the thing is
so-
you can get annoyed about it, but the other way of looking at it is we have more choice than we
Option,
had last time. Yeah, because now, like I said, rather than burning hundreds of tickets and not getting the unit you want, I can use those 150 stones to buy the actual one unit that I really need. So, well, I couldn't do that before. I couldn't do that if they just gave us tickets. So
Yeah, and to compound that is the fact that they didn't take away tickets and said this is the only option you have. They just gave you more options to play with. So, I mean, I understand if the scaling, like I agree with Talon, the scaling to buy specific units is a little off, but I don't see why there's so much bitching and complaining because you just have tickets like you normally would. You know, I don't know. I made that comment and I just got burned for it on my comments, and I was like, I don't get it, guys. And they're like, oh,
Yeah.
you're just a whale. I'm like, yeah, I got 2,100 stones and they're all garbage for me, but it's not the point. The point is like, I would have had 2,100 tickets anyways. From like if this was last year, I would just had those number of tickets. So, anyways,
Yeah, because
anyone else have?
the stone to ticket ratio is exactly the same.
Yeah, 1 to
right?
1.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
1 to 1.
exactly.
So yeah, there's no difference there.
yeah, so if you're someone who is really bothered about the stone thing, you just trade them all for tickets, and then you're exactly where you would have been last year. So-
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I agree with Garesh's point is the people who are looking to buy copies of units with the stones aren't free to play players. They're really not, because they probably, if they are free to play players, they probably have a lot of those units they would need to buy. In that case, you might as well just try your hand at the tickets. You know what I mean? So if you've only got 140 tickets and you want and there's like 10 units you want, you might as well just go in on the banner for free that they're giving for you and just try your luck that way, because you can probably pull 2, 3, maybe 4, whatever. So yeah, again, maybe I am just a whale and I'm out of touch. Well, I mean, I'm the 1% of the people who have no idea what the 90. Literally, that's one of my comments. I'm saying like, dude, you wrote a damn essay which has no meaning whatsoever pertaining to what this is. But, anyways, anyone else have any final thoughts on the Memorial Dragonstones before we move on?
I think they should have just made it
No,
100.
just let the meme die already.
100 for a unit. That's it. Boom. Very simple.
Yeah, I agree. The scaling, the cost is a little out of touch. I agree with that, but
Yeah, and I think Ningen and
least
I
with the
really lucked out because we were both in the same situation, just the one unit. So this update was a godsend for us because
Yeah,
I don't know about
exactly.
you, man. I definitely would not have pulled Piccolo if I had to summon through the regular ticket banner.
Well, yeah, like I said, I think it was like 291 tickets or something, so I had 150 stones left, and out of those I pulled maybe 2 or 3 usable SSRs, didn't pull any
Yeah.
LRs, and then yeah, all the rest was just trash.
So for me, this was a steal. So I'm very grateful for this.
Yep. Okay, so on stream, at least on the JP side, they didn't reveal that the free-to-play farmable Goku and Hercule were going to awaken, right? Or they were getting EZA. I forgot what they
said it, but they didn't
didn't
show us
it. Okay.
the
Yeah.
TURR. Yeah.
JP Shaft.
JP Shaft,
Yes.
seriously.
JP
I'm-
Shaft.
like
seriously.
listen, like usual. That's how it
But
goes.
on the Dokkan now on the global side, did they? I thought they showed it.
They showed it, yeah.
They did. They
Yeah,
did
they
show
did.
it. They showed the art.
Okay, now did they show any of like the kit and stuff, or is it just the art?
No,
Nice.
but we do know that Goku's Super Saiyan 3, and we know that the Hercule Dokkan's into a Hercule and Fat Buu exchange unit.
And this
And I
is a regular.
believe-
This is a regular Super Saiyan 3, right? Not the Angel. So now you can totally SA boost all your Super Saiyan 3s.
Yeah, I mean, you could already do that, right? Couldn't you?
No,
Or no?
the free to
No,
play
the
one was an Angel, right?
One, but
Yeah.
no,
Oh,
you
you're
can do
right.
that.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. I
That's
think
a
there
good point.
was. I think did Team Dokkan like explain what the Goku was? It was something with
Yeah,
like
it's
something
a
about partner
partner
thing.
super, right?
I think it's under 80%. He goes into base, and then if you have a Hercule on rotation with him, you could do the partner super. Ryuden, is that you in chat? That's you. Yeah, that's him. That's him. Let me mod him.
He's
Yeah,
in the
that's
call
one of-
too.
Yeah.
I didn't want to throw myself in there because
You played.
session was
You could.
already
You
going.
played Dokkan. You could talk. You have thoughts on it. Go ahead.
My thoughts are not as in depth, just because for me it's just okay. These two together equals bigger number. That's it. I didn't put any more sophisticated thought to it, so I didn't feel like I was in a position to discuss.
Hey, don't feel bad, man. I'm one step above that, so
Hey,
you're
listen,
good.
No,
that
you're
was
not.
me.
You look at more squares in the wheel. Yes.
That was me running Zenkai 7 Beerus, so don't worry.
Hey, big numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm really hoping that that free-to-play Super Saiyan 3 Goku pairs well with the LR Super Saiyan 3 after the link update, since it's harder to get his 18 key.
Well, they probably would have the same name. I don't think you'll be
Yeah,
able
so
to
you
use
can't
them.
run them. Yeah.
Oh.
There goes all of our Yuden's hopes and dreams.
I rainbowed like 3 copies. What was this all for?
Oh man. Okay, so
Actually,
yeah,
do
you
you
go ahead.
mind if I continue that thought? People were saying, I saw some comments saying that what is it? I think it was the previous download celebration or the previous time they introduced a new mechanic where they tied it specifically to like a free to play character first. Is that how it always works? It has to be done on a free character first, and then it can be a banner related unit.
It doesn't have to be, but that's how they
It
did
just-
the exchange mechanic, right? Because transformation started with the Fusion's 3-year anniversary.
Yeah, so they were the premier units to pick up. So
Yeah, and then
well,
I guess actually technically active skills started with B. It did start with B Pan though. So
well, I mean, there's a reason why they do that. At least in the JP Gotcha scene, is because when they introduce a new mechanic or some power creep, they always justify it by giving you like a free unit to play around with, and you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. And then of course the more premium unit is like way better with it, but at the very least, everyone could at least play with like the B-Pan active skill and be like, oh yeah, she's really good, boost everybody, all that stuff. And
is
then
that
you see what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I was gonna ask you, since you would know this more than anyone. Is that something that other gacha games do too?
Yeah, so like Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, they just introduced a brand new power creep. So like when I played like 3 years ago, it was like, hey, it's 6 stars, a brand new shiny thing. Then it became 7. Now it's like 8 stars essentially. And like this is their new anniversary or 4th year anniversary, I want to say. And so their 8-star mechanic, they gave everyone a free version of like the Final Fantasy VII remake unit, like as an 8-star. But then of course, Cloud and whoever, they're the premier 8-star version. So like that's just how they do it. They placate the free-to-play players, like, oh yeah, we get the same unit, we get some of the new stuff to play with, blah 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 blah, and then they were like, oh yeah, here, go try to get it from the premier unit with like 0.1% rates and whatnot. So
yeah,
so yeah, that's to answer Ryuden's question, they generally want to do that just to ease everyone into it, but they haven't fully always done that. Like True said, the transformation mechanic was with LR Gogeta and Vegito from 3rd year.
Whatever happened with the exchange mechanic? Are we kind of done with that?
I mean, didn't I just say we're getting the Hercule and Boo?
We are. They've been doing exchange
weirdly,
to say the least. Yeah.
There was the free Great Saiyaman 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah, that was kind of random. Like we got the exchange mechanic last year with the 300 million download celebration. They had it with the free-to-play Goku and Gohan, the Vegeta and Trunks, and then also with the 17, 18, and 16 card.
Yeah.
And then we didn't see it for a while.
Plus, the thing is as well, so like the Android 17, 18, 16, they switch back, right? But like the free-to-play Goku and Gohan, and then the Vegeta and Trunks, they don't switch back. So it's basically just a transformation, not a new mechanic. Like it seems weird to me when I thought when they started, like when they first announced it, like the LR androids, that they have that whole like switch back thing. Because if they don't switch back, it is basically just a transformation, so it's not a new mechanic at all, really.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Everything you said, I think was perfect. Yeah, I think it's more so just gonna be like an elaborate transformation. Basically, like how Turles' transformation works, where he transforms and then after a certain amount of turns, he goes back, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. And actually, Gresh, you might like this. One thing that I've been saying for a long time, I wish that they would do. I thought that they would with this unit is launch. I feel like launch would have been the perfect example for a unit that would transform back and forth. like maybe every other turn or something like that, sneezing and changing into the other side,
Yeah.
doing that back and forth. I feel like that would have been the perfect way to implement something like this.
Yeah, they
A
could have,
perpetually
and then make
sneezing
like the
launch.
then make like the blue-haired version like a support unit. Yeah, that could have
Yeah.
worked.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Well, just going back to the original thought, I also saw people mentioning that because the free-to-play character for the Goku turning into Super Saiyan 3, this essentially writes off him being a potential LR as a part 2.
I don't
and
think
it
so.
Sort
No.
of guarantees a Kid Buu. Like this is just what I'm reading, and because I don't follow too closely to known trends of how they set up these celebrations. I guess it's confirmation for myself as well as anyone watching.
I think there's still a nice chance that we get one in part 2 as well. Because
I
remember,
agree.
this one is just a free-to-play unit.
Sunblade, were you gonna say something?
Is he
No.
asleep?
I'm actually for the
Oh.
part 2 LR. I'm kind of leaning towards someone threw out the idea of a Gotenks that exchanges into Ultimate Gohan, and I like that. That because the exchange mechanic, the one thing they haven't done is like a big nasty like money grabbing Saiyan. Gotenks into Gohan, I think will qualify as that. So
I was thinking that it could be the Gotenks because the LR celebration there's some sort of table that showed off a bunch of potential LRs.
The LR
A lot of
election.
them-
The election from like 3 years ago. Yeah.
Super
Yeah.
Saiyan 3 Gotenks is one of them that still exists, and considering how the celebration looks right now, I guess he's potentially could be it.
well, that's the thing, right? So the title screen is Vegito, Gohan, and Gotenks, but Gohan and Gotenks have nothing to do with this. And
Yeah.
we did just see this where it's like, here's Blue Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren, and then Jiren was the LR. So we could see it again.
I
Yeah, that's
was
a good point.
I did a you mean no one would hear it, but I did like a fist bump, like yes, there's a chance. There's still a chance.
Oh, Goku, yes, absolutely.
I think if we don't get that during this celebration, it'll be like the next celebration.
When
Yeah,
would
New
the
Year's,
next one be?
I could see. for sure.
Christmas.
Yeah,
Is
New
it?
Year's.
I still think Christmas will be a dual Dokkan Fest, Super Saiyan 3 Goku / Vegeta, or just a standalone Goku or whatever they do, and then a Kid Buu. I think.
Yeah,
would
and
be
then that
celebration.
plays into my theory that the anniversary is going to be GT.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Seems like it's every 2 years the anniversary is GT. So,
So what are you going?
Yep.
Gogeta and Omega, like transforming Sin and
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
probably.
please. Yes, please.
And then Super
Could
Saiyan
also-
4 Goku
yeah.
and Vegeta that fuse.
I was going to say it could also be like a transforming Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
Oh, you mean like Super Saiyan 3 GT Kid Goku into a full power Super Saiyan 4 Goku?
so
Yeah.
so he would
Yeah.
probably be paired with Baby then, right?
Yeah, you'd be paired with Baby if that kind of celebration came along. Yeah.
Can you imagine that
I don't know if they
animation
would
for that
do-
though?
Let's be real, they're not doing Baby for the anniversary. It's going to be Vegeta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have
Just
they-
think about the cutscene and the animation work that they would do for that transformation.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that
Super
would-
Saiyan
that's
4
gonna look
Cell.
so good.
Like that's why I'm surprised they barely do GT because it sells well every time. And like the
Yeah.
Super Saiyan 4s are every major fight is a Super Saiyan 4 in GT, so they could always easily bring out a new Super Saiyan 4. It's not hard because Goku against Super 17 does a final explosion. That's a separate card they can make.
Yeah, that would also give.
Plus, the
meaning
more
for-
Super 17 cards in the game, the better.
I
so-
mean, they made him pretty freaking good. He's
Yeah,
pretty
they
nasty.
did. Who's laughing now?
Baby.
I didn't know you liked Super 17. That's
No?
brand new information. I had no idea.
Alrighty. Okay, we got kind of off track, but let's see. It's not a bunch of stuff, but like again, we just got a bunch of information, right? So like, there's the co-op missions. You know, getting the 2.2 with a trillion act energy.
Billion.
If it was trillion, we would have lost already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying trillion.
I don't remember. I don't know. I was just looking at it. Whatever. So 2.2 billion. You think we're gonna make it, guys?
Yes. They wouldn't make it like that if they didn't think we would do it.
I mean, to
I
be
agree.
fair, they did say, get 530,000 retweets and you get 53 copies of this.
That was a
crazy-
joke. There was no way that was going to happen.
I mean, they put it out there, so just saying. But okay, so yeah, the co-op missions, which I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm surprised we don't have any like JP versus global like missions, right?
Not yet. I think that'll be in part
Not
2.
yet. Probably
two?
part
Yeah.
2. Yeah.
So just to sorry to butt in, but it's literally just come up in the gift box. It says 3 seconds ago, but on global, the 60 stones from the Dokkan Now are in the gift box for
Ooh.
me
Alright,
for
cool.
global.
Yep.
So...
Ooh.
Don't spend them all in one
Active summit.
place.
And we got top grossing
Oh,
for
I'm,
JP.
I'm
Don't
going
worry,
to.
Gresh, you're gonna get you're gonna get another Super Saiyan 2 Goku and
Yeah, so
No.
we got the 60, and then JP
Top
just got
grossing
top
stones.
grossing. Yep.
oh
damn.
sweet, I gotta finish off my rotation.
So
Sweet.
Global
30
didn't get it
stones
yet,
and
double
some
check.
more.
More transforming Gokus for everyone.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are gonna send me the luck right now. I'm finishing off my Vegito rotations. I got 3 summons. Let's go.
Wow.
Speaking of luck, 200 stamina pan events in a row, not one link level up. Am I just unlucky, or
No,
is
that
that
happened
not
to me
supposed to
this
work?
week.
Yeah, is that just not supposed to work, or what?
The pan event?
Well,
You're
okay,
not
so
skilled enough.
you were
Just a
you were
higher
bringing,
chance,
I
isn't
assume,
it?
high leveled characters. That's why high link leveled characters, right?
Yeah, but I thought it was almost a sure thing when you're
No.
bringing high link
I
levels
mean,
don't
because
listen
you're
to that.
paying
It's-
100 stamina for it.
No,
It's
no.
it's not a sure thing. It's a higher probability.
Yeah, I
we
think
just don't know how much higher.
I think Hydro said that the B-Pan was whatever it means. It was 2 times, right? And then like Dokkan events for like 1.4 or some shit like that.
Have I ever
Yeah.
told you my horror story about Metal Cooler and how he's been level 9 big bad bosses, and in the meantime I've leveled up 3 units to full level 10 links while that stayed at level 9?
Sounds about right.
I think Nolar's story has scarred me more.
Hey, Ryuden,
Yeah.
remember? I did that grind for you. It took 33 damn stam bars to raise LR Super Saiyan 3 Goku from
I
level
mean,
Wait, you
9.
did that
Did you
for
think-
somebody else?
Did you
I did it.
think maxing out the best would be easy? It makes sense.
All right, Fusion, come on, baby, come on. Show
Are
me
you
blue. Show me
surprised?
blue. Damn it, Super Vegito.
Think about
God.
it. You're now on the other side of that headache. You did it. Now you got the best.
Man, I
wanna-
used to love that card. Like, as soon as he came out, I really loved LR Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and it's
Used
really
to?
unfortunate what's happened to him with the link update.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
he's
now
gonna
it now just means it's more strategy and skill.
True.
be- That's what you want to call it, Ryuden, sure.
Yep, I
Um,
just did the 81, nothing. I love it.
Oof.
yeah,
2 weeks
alright,
in a
well,
row.
I think
Sorry.
we could talk about like how good the Majin Buu Saga team is now as well.
Mm.
It's always been
Yeah.
Like-
so big, like the
Well,
category itself.
It
that's
was
why
the
I
leader,
think
wasn't it?
the addition of not even just the leader but Tien, like
Yeah.
he's making this category so stupid.
Well,
Like
plus,
him and the Great Saiyaman Super Saiyan,
Yeah, I was gonna
like
say, yeah.
them
and
both
Super
on
Types.
there just make the team so busted.
And-
now that we have the 170 leader for it finally.
High School Gohan and then the Super Saiyan 2 Gokus as well. Like, there's now a ton of units that really can bring a lot of that together.
And we can
Yeah.
finally play the Edge of Super Vegito on that team.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what's even better about that Vegito now? If you transform with the Strength one, you now know where super attacks are.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you manage to transform.
Wait, what was the situation with that? Because the Android 14 and 15, it permanently targets the opponent. So whether you're on or off rotation, you can see them. But for this one, the wording is different. Does it still mean that when the Vegeto's
Yes.
off rotation, you can
Yep.
still see everything?
Yep.
Okay. So
Mhm.
for 10 turns, regardless of whether he's on, you can see it.
That's right. Like, that
Yeah.
ability shits on Buhan's. I don't understand why they made Buhan so worthless compared to his. Like,
I do think that Vegito was just better than Buhan. Like I'll say that for free.
Yeah. Yeah. That
like
makes
the
sense.
transform states, I think Vegito's just way better.
Yeah, but it's easier to pull off.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's the trade-off. Yeah.
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 Well, when I get both in 10 years, I'll let you know.
And it's 10 months. We just gotta wait till the 6-year anniversary on global. Don't worry about it.
I will say though that even though the transformation conditions really aren't like instant, it's way better than last year.
Oh yeah, they're
Oh
not.
god,
bad
it's not
at
even
all.
a competition.
Yeah, they're not like, they're not Trunks and Zamasu where it's literally turn 3 and then something else turn 5, but that's because they are incredibly powerful LRs, and yeah, they're definitely not bad transformation conditions.
I'm seeing transforming Gokus pulled on the timeline from the stones.
I'd love to see that.
Oh God,
Feel my
no!
pain.
Oh,
You all
why?
did first.
It's
mhm.
happening to all of us.
It's all this is all Garesh's fault. I'm gonna be completely honest. It's all Garesh's fault because he put that juju out there. All right, he reflected out from himself and put it on everyone else.
You know what I'm
Hopefully,
happy about?
hopefully he'll
That
just
the,
never be on a banner again after this.
Yeah, right.
Imagine.
I just saw your tweet there, Aiden. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
was just gonna say I'm just happy that they put the Angel Super Saiyan 2 Goku there because now it'll be easier to find buddy category, like whatever, just friends to fight with, because that's something that I have trouble with even now. I can't find people to run with. Friend leaders. I can't,
Yeah.
like for Bardock, Super Saiyan 3 Bardock, it's impossible.
Yeah, there's just
Yeah.
so many leaders
Still,
now. It's just that's
still the
problem. There's
biggest
just-
issue in the game, and we've been talking
Yep.
about it for how long now, and it's still a thing.
Well, because listen, people need to put their LR Vegito Blue 70% super lead. He's got to be out there. Like everyone, we need like
Oh,
50 of
yeah.
those clouding the
Oh,
friends list at all
and
times.
thousand day Goku as well.
Yeah. Well, at least
Yeah.
now a lot of them are
Hey, well,
easy aid on JP.
I'm not too upset with the 1,000-day Goku because
I
I
was
like to
gonna
run
say,
free-to-play stuff.
At the moment, it's useful because of the events that are on, but it's
That's maybe the one unit I don't complain about. But then, yeah, everything else, they never exist unless they're the featured headliner unit.
Ooh.
Or they're the category that boosts drop rates of whatever you get a farm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the two. All right. I guess that's kind of it. Well, I mean,
I just
Since
have
we
one
have
more quick
everyone-
thing.
Yep.
Do you guys think the new Vegito has the best legit skill in the game?
For like, huh?
Probably not. I mean, I need to look more at Battle of Wits, I guess. I need to examine that a little bit more.
plus it's the HP 130 and attack and defense 170 split, isn't it? Which I know people are not the most fond of.
It's good
I
for
like that
like
one.
though.
Super Battle Road, I guess.
Am I wrong in considering the Super Saiyan God Goku because it's pure Saiyans and hybrid Saiyans? Doesn't that encompass like 80% of the game?
Yeah, the buff is just too low though. 130% across the board. That's the only problem.
I think Gobros are still number one, aside of Cooler maybe, but
I mean,
I think it's between Cooler and this new Vegito.
I mean, AGL Zamasu
Well, I mean,
is
the
not
Majin
on there,
Buu stock
right?
is huge,
We can't
though.
count him.
we should talk about it next week because everyone should have an idea then.
Yeah, we'll have a little more. We'll be playing with all these units enough to really form an opinion.
As of right now, I'm awakening them, farming them medals.
We're all grinding something. We're trying to contribute to that 2.2 billion energy year act.
Ooh. That's
I'm gonna do that
much.
myself by the time I'm done leveling these links.
Yeah.
What do you guys do to level up links? I'm just like casually going through.
Oh, come on, dude.
I'm just
It is
farming up
tough, man.
events and stuff like that. Like it's perfect right now. I gotta get a bunch of medals for both these LRs. It's great.
Yeah, it must be nice, just getting links from like level 2 to 3 and everything like that. Bring a full level 9 team into those events, and then we'll see how many links you're leveling up.
Honestly, I'm not even complaining because for me it's nice because it's like I have this one little extra thing I can work towards. There are objectives now. Now it's not just like steamroll everything. It's like you can get your squad just a little bit better now. Something a little extra to do. It's perfect for all the end game players, like the veteran players, where it's like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna turn away and not do anything because I can steamroll every
Oh no,
event.
you're right. But the problem is, at least my problem with the link leveling system is just pure RNG. Like Talon says, going from 1 to 2, 2 to 3 is a joke. Going from like 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, that's hell. That
yeah,
is hell.
I don't
I'm
think
living it.
I don't think they designed the system intending for people to just like blitz through all 10 levels in like
Right,
one
yeah.
day.
For sure.
Yeah.
No, clearly, it's a long-term goal, and for free-to-play players, like you're looking to get to level 4 and 5, because even at level 4 and 5, they have value. It's still an improvement compared to what it was before. But yeah, you're not supposed to get through all this within like 2 days. But
Yeah, just
can't-
give us a long ass experience bar, man. Not
oh
hard.
yeah, I mean, that's what I think. I prefer you use this unit and you have this link active, then you get like whatever act or energy you're using. That's how much experience you get, and make it go from 100 to 200 to 300. Just make it so that there's actual progression. I could see the end game goal instead of making me burn through 33 stones to get limit breaking form from level 9 to 10. Okay. Just I would prefer that much more than the shit that I went through there. Yeah, so that's the only downside with link leveling. But to be fair, it's actually made me play the game a lot more, and I'm sure that's the same with both Goresh and me and everyone else who's at rank 999.
To play Vidal's advocate again, I would say actually because of the whole randomized thing, I think it incentivizes more people to burn their stones, and in turn that also encourages more stone
Spending.
purchases and things like that. So it all feeds into the gotcha system. But yeah, because like if you can see a light at the end of the tunnel, then all you got to do is just run straight for it, and you'll get it all done eventually. But when there's an RNG element involved, sometimes it could go your way, sometimes it won't. And if you're one of those that doesn't get it, then you're gonna have to spend to potentially increase the success rate, right? So, I mean, I
That's a
get
good
why they
point.
would do it, but yeah, it sucks.
But yeah, there's one more thing I would like to say. We have times 4 experience now for the quest. We have the Age Meat event, and now it's actually the perfect time to level up link levels. So yeah.
Yep. The grind is on now, especially now that we all have to burn 2.2 billion energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that's missing is if we had half the stamina, if we had that, just like in the LR Vegito campaign, if we had that with all of this,
that was
I would be playing this 24/7.
Yeah. Wait, is it we're not down to 3-minute act recovery, right?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
No.
Mm.
That would have helped a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but even more so than that, the half stamina
half,
requirement,
yeah.
that one's better because I think I don't know what it is. I think the cutoff is like 550 or something like that. Like up to that point, you can perpetually just do the final stage over and over and over and just infinitely replenish your stamina. I think that's what I don't remember the cutoff.
Someone
But,
said when it's top grossing, JP just got it. Actually, there you go.
And if you're talking about global, you gotta wait until they figure out all the countries that hit it before they compensate.
I think like over 10 have already hit it.
Yeah, it was really fast. I saw that earlier.
How many stones did JP get for it?
30.
30.
It
It was just iOS.
it was just iOS.
Okay.
30.
Yeah.
All
right,
Can we talk
there was-
about one little tidbit I'm gonna add on that? I find it really funny that Belgium is still one of the top grossing countries for some reason.
Yes, the country that can't buy stones and still always hits top grossing.
Do you think they scratch their heads wondering, or they're just like, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that?
Yeah.
They're just really good at using VPNs.
It's just funny how they just don't care. They're like, oh, hey, you know what? You guys did the hard work for us. You still found a way.
When there's a will, there is a way. So, okay. So one last thing we can talk about before we hit up to questions. I mean, I think campaign just started. I know we could talk about more next week, but let's do some early part 2 speculation. So, what do you think is coming in for part 2? In terms of the LR, the top gross or the top legendary summon, or the EZAs? Is there a boss raid? Like, what do you think is coming for part 2?
You guys already raised my hopes. You know what I'm gonna say. You guys gave me hope. Now there's a chance.
In
We're saying
Vegeta's
that-
and STR Goku's EZA.
Yeah, we're gonna be getting the EZAs for those two. What is what did you say? Somebody? There was the
Spirit Bomb
yeah.
Goku and
the Goku and the Vegeta. Yeah, those guys. Yeah, EZAs for them.
I mean, yeah, I see that happening, but I also like, I don't know if it will happen, but I could see them EZAing the Tech Vegito and the Int Vegito.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can see
Makes
that too.
sense.
Because
Yeah,
it's just based off of the AGL Super Vegito.
I mean, weren't they like speculated to be like the next round after the Neo Gods and all that stuff? Like everyone was saying, what's the next batch going to be? It would start with those guys for whatever reason.
I don't remember that, but
Yeah, me neither.
okay.
What about Sin Shenron? Was Omega Shenron's EZA released before Vegito's?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Sin Shenron would be the next, but I think he will get his EZA during the anniversary on JP. Would make sense
Yep.
if it is JT themed. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does the story event for the Kid Buu thing, where does that currently go up to? Because I know they're going to add more stages later.
They're
Stage
inside of
4.
Boo.
Okay, so my theory is that since that story event's going to go through the end of the Buu saga, the whole second part of the celebration is going to be centered around that fight against Kid Buu. So I think
Yeah,
we're going to
about
have a
Kid Buu?
raid versus him. Yeah, and I think honestly, like, because someone was saying earlier how they thought that the New Year's was going to be Goku versus Kid Buu. I think it's just going to be in part 2.
Mm.
because that whole story event being partitioned into like 2 different parts, and they're gonna add more stages during part 2. Like we already know Super Saiyan 3 Goku is the free-to-play unit from there, so I think at very least an LR Kid Buu is probably gonna happen in part 2. That's my theory, and we're probably gonna have a raid versus him as well, which are gonna easy A. My guess is the Strength Spirit Bomb Goku or the Int Vegeta or both, and that's my theory. And then we're also gonna probably have like a JP versus Global thing as well.
Damn.
That'd be cool. I'd be down with that.
What
Watch
would
him be
the,
dead on. Watch him be dead on with all that.
I mean, he is the Bandai spy, so.
Yeah, he's the Bandai spy, so.
I was gonna ask, well, what would the winner loser cards potentially look like for JP versus Global?
Maybe like the handsome Boo.
Oob and Goku.
Oob and Goku? Huh? Okay. Any other thoughts or suggestions?
I like the handsome Boo when he's like
Yeah,
trying
now-
to like.
Yeah,
change
now that
his
you've said
form
that,
or whatever.
I want that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I want that to be a thing.
Okay.
Nolar, you want to say your ultimate Gohan?
Yeah, give me a second.
Which one? The tech one?
Yeah. The
I'll
Goku
set-
family
I'll
stage
set
is
mine.
just-
It's got 2 dupes, so yeah, I'll set it for you as well.
This is a random question, but is Global going to be getting the Babidi Deborah battlefield unit with the with something in this celebration?
But we're
Wait, 'cause
getting the updated.
we're getting
battle,
the new
aren't we?
Clash
So-
tonight, right?
Probably
We haven't even
not.
gotten the last copy of Frieza and King Cold yet.
Because yeah, that's yeah.
So
Yeah.
when are we getting
So
that? Because this seems like the best time to do that, right?
I mean, it would be the most logical thing to do, but we're talking about Akatsuki here.
I
So,
was gonna say.
It's like the time frame thing, right? It's like whatever number battlefield JP got it, that's the one Global will get it, right?
yeah, that's just how it is. So I think you got one more round. Well, you need to get the last copy for King Cole and Mecha Frieza, right? So yeah, it'll be a bit, I think, honestly. But you're
I
right.
have him full on double 10 too.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Alrighty. Anything else you guys want to talk about before we dive into questions, or you think this is good?
I actually have a question. How do you what do you think is the ideal build for the Vegito?
It just because
Full
because
crit.
yeah, you gotta
Full
go
crit.
full crit just because of
Yep.
the counter unit. It relies on crits. They have to crit. Like
But didn't we say his transformation is hard to get?
It
Isn't
is.
that a factor we want to consider?
yeah, but I mean. The Goku and Vegeta still make really good use out of crit. It's just they'll be a little bit better, I think, if you get the double super for the double defensive raise, especially their damage.
Well, they
reduction.
already have a chance to do double super just in their passive, right?
Yeah, they do.
So you want to crit? Yeah. Yeah.
And then what about equipment? Do you want to go still just full on crit?
Yeah, because of the Vegito, it's because it is tough to get him sometimes, but it's not as hard as like Int Vegito and Physical Gogeta, right?
Okay.
Still
some-
some of the
wait,
worst
wait, hold
transformation
up.
mechanics to this day.
Somebody in chat just said Vegeta with full crit has like a 75% chance without Eclipse. Actually, it's calculated. I believe it's separately. I
Yep.
think the passive is medium
Yes.
was like 30 or something, 25.
Yeah, it's not.
Um,
You don't add them together. It's correct.
Yeah, so it's one instance of checking for that.
Yep.
And then if it fails, it goes to the second one.
Mhm.
So it's not technically added together. It's 2 chances of each individual
And
percentage.
I used to-
Vegito's, it's only the 25% too. Ah, the bastards! They couldn't get him 30. I've noticed that the 30 and 25 is actually a pretty big difference. That
So
sucks.
confession time. I used to think that you could simply just add all the odds together. It was simply a 1-to-1 thing.
I wish.
So back when Candy Vegito got its TUR, that was like one of the leading dodging units in the game, right? So I thought, what better way to make this unit unstoppable than making it even more dodgeable? So adding the 70% evasion with the hidden potential 20 or something like that, I thought that I would make him untouchable, which did not pan out. So they are calculated differently, and I looked like an idiot for like 4 months.
For certain units though, it still does make sense because like for me the Gowasu and Zamasu, they have the high chance to dodge in their passive. I still gave them 15 dodge because if they get hit, they take a lot of damage.
Yep.
So you want
I
them
think-
to dodge every time. So
I think the more interesting question is, what do you do for Boo tanks?
yeah,
Additionals?
I think I'd still do the 15 critical, 11 additional, wouldn't
yeah,
you?
because his
Yeah, but then what do you
stacking-
do with the skill orbs?
Oh, skill orbs.
Balance it out.
Yeah, I'd. That's
So whatever.
probably-
Because honestly,
everything
you
gets
can make an
moved
argument for
around.
both. Like if you know you're going to be getting, if you're going to be relying on the 12 key, you can stack as much as possible with your additionals, and then
Actually,
can.
the 12 key is the one that raises attack, right?
Yep,
If that's the case,
no.
then yeah, you
That's why
definitely won't crit.
It seems like
Wait,
they
is
did
the
that
12
on
key
purpose.
attack?
Yeah,
Yeah,
12
I
keys
think
attack.
Oh,
12
my
keys
bad.
attack,
Okay,
18
I
is
thought 12
defense,
key was
20 is
defense.
food tanks.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, you definitely won't crit then. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Plus, don't forget the 3 dodge, obviously.
Haha, no.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah, y'all could say that, but you start doing these no item SBR
Yep.
runs. All right.
Exactly.
You got
Didn't
some
you put
catching
3
up
dodge
to
on
do,
Gohan
Goresh.
or something?
What's up?
Didn't you like put 3 dodge on Tech Gohan?
I put 3 dodge on everyone. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Why
I
in
have.
the world would you put 3
I-
dodge on Tech Gohan? The dude doesn't take any damage.
Sometimes
Yeah,
he does.
I will
No,
laugh.
it's so that
when...
it's so that he can dodge that first attack and then
Yeah.
not get the passive.
I was about to say that.
When he gets supered immediately and takes 100k, the 3 dodge kicks in and I save 100k damage. That's why.
Yeah, but is that worth missing out on the
100K
passive?
damage.
all
event
the
for
all the
some reason?
possibilities for that to happen though.
Y'all
Yeah, it
can
happens.
Nemo you want, but I've gotten no item runs from 3 dodge before, so I don't care.
Yeah, dude, I'm in the same boat. Unless the unit has at least 25% or like maybe 20% chance to dodge built in, they're getting level 3 dodge.
Ah, shit. Oh, this is
Waste.
All of my
It's a
LRs,
waste.
all of my summonable LRs have level 3 dodge.
Who knows
It's-
but no
choice.
item Super Battle Road? Us or you in truth? Come on, we know more.
Alrighty. Okay, guys. Is anything else you guys want to talk about before questions? Just making sure.
Yeah,
Top 1%
one
chain
more
battle.
slide.
Woo!
I was gonna say one of the things on the topic list is chain battle, but we don't have to talk about it because it is garbage.
You guys don't need to go for the top 1%.
If you got
Even
whale
top
friends, you're
7%
good,
gets you
bro.
Good rewards.
Now I've
Talon,
got whale friends.
Listen,
and
I
it's
was
still
in your
awful.
stream before, and you're like, I only do the first couple runs of the day. My boy, you're leaving equipment on the table. What are you talking about?
How can you
It's
say
all-
no to
it's
those
all
stickers,
chance,
man? What's wrong
though.
with you?
It's all chance.
Well, no, but
Oh,
every
no, no,
run,
you put
every
daily
run,
missions.
every run
Yeah,
you
you-
do gives you currency.
15. Yeah,
Yeah.
15.
Oh yeah,
15.
yeah. I do the daily missions and everything. Yeah, no, I do that. I'm just
No,
saying.
but
No,
you
but
don't
even
need to-
even outside of the
you
daily
need
missions, as
stones
long as you
to-
do every single run gives you 15 just as a baseline reward.
Yeah. What I'm saying is you don't need to do the using your stones as well and really being like, oh no, I'm at 2%. I had to get to the 1% or something, or it's just like do the 5 free times every day. If it recharges, do those extras if you want to, but you don't need to go crazy hard on the events.
What is better?
You're still
like,
going to get a lot of currency from prizes.
is the 5 stones better or the piece of equipment? What are you taking?
I
Wait, the
mean,
5 stones
considering
and the
some
what?
of the rolls that I got for my equipment, I probably would have rather had the
Listen,
5 stone.
Don't
I
listen.
got like one usable piece of equipment.
It took me like 3 chain battles to get one usable piece of equipment. So
Oh boy.
fuck y'all.
Yeah, I
mean-
didn't.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I got a lot of
Also-
hate for my summons.
The Universe 6 event was terrible for me. I got
Yeah.
like one crit the entire time.
Wait. How
Like,
many days was that
stupid.
up?
It's still up right now.
Okay.
It's
I'm
gonna be.
still getting-
It's gonna
I'm
be
still
done in
getting
2
te-
days.
I am still getting nothing from it every day.
Dude, I
Wait,
got like.
isn't today the day that you can complete that mission though? For doing
don't
the
know.
Universe 6?
I gave up on it.
Oh,
I've missed it
okay.
a couple of days by
Dude, I got
accident,
like
think.
10 crits and 10 additionals from that event. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
it wasn't that hard to really get some
I
stuff
think I
from
have
that
like
event.
I think I have like one. No, I have two. I think I have 2 additional and 2 crit. That's it.
I think you're full of it, honestly.
Okay.
Have you recorded these?
No, why would I record them?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I recorded mine. You can go check it out, and you'll see. See all my good drops. I
see
told
what
you,
you did
record
there.
everything. Everything is a video. Remember, everything is a video.
Alrighty. Okay, so let's swap over to questions. But Truth, I know you've got donos; those take priority. So whenever
Yeah.
you're free to go ahead and look at those. And
All
I
right,
will
we
look
got
at
a
the questions.
dono from Isaiah saying we can't hear you. That's from the start of the stream, just playing around. Phantom Phoenix says, "What's up? What's up, my boy?" Hell May Cry says, "No idea how you whales keep the will to stay alive after going 4K stones with no new units. I'm 450
I
deep
know.
with no Vegito and ready to jump off."
I know. I have so much more respect for these whales now.
Well, I mean, again, I say the term Dokkan is my job, and a lot of times people just like laugh hysterically at that, but it's like, that's true. I don't know what to tell you. And listen, the boss comes in and says, "We need that rainbow." Okay, I guess I'm going to that rainbow. There you go.
Professional Dokkan player.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay.
Existence exists. The donor says Goku and Frieza is still the best unit in the game. Oh hell no, because they got worse with the link level update.
What?
They're worse.
No way.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah.
It's a meme from like 2018 or something.
Yeah, isn't that a meme from like the
Yeah, it's gotta
250
be.
million
Oh,
download
might be a
celebration?
Can I just interject? I just did a daily mission for 15 stamina, and I got 2 links to level 10. Couldn't
There
get a
you go.
single one on the pan event, but I got 2 on a daily mission.
It'd be like that.
Be like that
RNG.
sometimes.
Okay, Butthead45 Adono says, did Goresh really say Jiren has a giant package? Did you?
No.
There you go, Butthead. He said no.
Did I do that to you?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's Toon.
that
It
was
was
probably
Toon.
Junior on me.
I might have done that. That's my bad.
Nah. Come on.
No, I didn't. Gresh, I didn't. I swear. Okay, I'm just joking.
Seven
Fresh is
Stan
gonna find you
Dad
now.
with Adono says, should he get Super Saiyan 3 Goku or Majin Vegeta with coins or save? Save. Definitely don't get either
I'd
of them.
save personally, yeah.
Butthead45 rules with Adono. He's the one that says LR Goku and Vegeta overrated Jiren. I mean, you could say that, but Jiren's not overrated.
Wait, what was it? What was it?
He's basically saying the Goku and Vegeta Angel turn 1 is better than overrated Jiren. And
Okay.
that's
What?
not that's definitely not correct. Like,
I do think that Blue Goku and Vegeta are underrated.
yeah, I mean, if there was more rainbow orb changers on their teams, yes.
Yeah, I would agree. With
But
that
it's
too.
like,
They need the world tournament Mr. Boo.
yeah.
They need a card like that.
Because I don't understand why they're not on Master and Student Bond. Evolution Blue Vegeta's on it. Blue Cow and Goku's on it, but them together is not on it. It's stupid. It's just dumb.
Kotsky and the team building.
Team A.
Team A, yeah.
Existence exists with Adono says Jiren is overrated. Goku and Frieza over him. That's just not true. Jared with Adono says glad that Lynx and new Boo Tanks gives me a chance to use Android 21 again. Oh yeah, because she is on that team, huh? Majin Power.
Oh yeah, she's on both the new categories because she's on Battle of Wits, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, because
Yeah,
Global got
yep.
3 categories because Majin Power and Absorption, right?
Yeah, so
Shouldn't-
more categories for the waifu. I like
Shouldn't
to see it.
the AGL Final Form Frieza be on Battle of Wits? I think blowing up the planet was kind of like
What's the official
psychologically
definition,
impactful.
actually? Yeah, what's the official definition?
Is it
It's like
characters who are talking
psychological
shit?
warfare.
I think
I'm
it's
gonna go look up.
characters who are shit talking, right? Is what it actually is.
Yeah, well, I mean, because on Dokkan Wiki it says, I'll look it up. Give me a second.
Did you see? It's slightly off topic. Did you see the tweet, Nagato's tweet from yesterday about psychological warfare?
Oh yeah.
No.
Well, I mean,
So,
I was.
yeah, it's just a second Peppy Gals category.
I mean, I was gonna add a follow up tweet saying like, "Oh, we gotta get Shay on this one."
I mean, that was my original translation of it. I don't know. I kind of like that.
I like psychological warfare. Yeah, I'm down with that.
It does make it sound like more of an
It doesn't-
centric category.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
than
There's
like
more.
that,
There's more
but-
malice behind that wording than Battle of Wits. It doesn't work. And also, it's more open ended that way. And also, there is no definition on the Dokkan Wiki. Usually, they have a little caption that kind of
Yeah, but-
sums everything up. There's nothing here yet.
The Dokkan
Nobody
Wiki
knows what
doesn't
to
even
do.
have the full category list.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying it's funny because they don't have a definition. I don't think they know how to generalize it enough yet.
Well, yeah,
Nobody
it-
knows.
Take time to figure out exactly what they're going for. But from
Yeah,
my glance at it, it looked like it was just characters who are actually like shit talking. Like that's what the actual category is.
Doesn't Frieza like do a
He
decent
does.
amount of that?
Yeah, he still would qualify. Yes. Because he definitely was shit talking.
Is Gotenks on the category?
I don't know.
Because if we're talking shit talkers, that dude flips people off. So
Is Gotenks on
I
there?
don't.
I can't even remember. All right, let me see what else we got here. Densetsu Huracan with Adono says replace bronze level 5 attack with a level 1 crit on physical VB. I'd say no.
Yeah, no.
No.
Especially because a level 5 attack is like a really good piece of equipment you don't want to just throw away for nothing.
Yeah, that's actually a good skill orb to have on a lot
It's like
of
the best
units.
bronze skill orb can have is level 5 attack.
Yeah.
Yep. Cheesy Taco with Adono says, have you heard of the anime Eyes Welcome? No. X Hardly with Adono says, no yo shot on the Vegito active skill with a crying emoji. Yeah, it sucks. Remaker with a dono says, me and the boys need a pee touch. Okay, that's cool. Supreme Rose with a dono says, IC Nation raid. Oh, and then Lord Anubis with a dono as well said the same thing. Okay, shout out to IC Nation. Freddie James with a dono says, Goresh, early congrats on 100K. Are you considering making YouTube your only full-time job? Also, Truth, I'm glad you're doing better now.
Thanks, and no. Not yet. Got a while to go.
Hell May Cry with Dono says, I'm over 1,000 stones. I assume he means without Vegito. Yeah, it could be brutal. Remember, for Goku and Vegeta, I didn't get them until like 4,500 or something like that. So you have the potential to get real dark with it. Let's just say.
I mean, wait, did you guys see Nano's rage summoning video?
I didn't.
No.
I heard about it.
It's 48 minutes of him rage summoning. It is.
I thought that was a glitch, so that was real.
No. Okay, so let me explain to you. Like, I hate it. You know, I don't want people to go through the dark times, but honestly, Nano going through it is super entertaining. It's just like if you took this is a good drinking game would be take a shot whenever he says, okay, this is the last set. This is the last set I'm gonna do, and you would be dead. You would be dead because he's like, oh, okay, all right, I got 3 more multis. That's it. And then it's just Super Vegito, like AGL Super Vegito, and then physical, and then the int LR, like over and over and over again. And like the cuts and the edits, oh, it's by far one of the most entertaining videos. It sucks that you have to go, what, 2K? 3K? I can't remember how many he went in that on the video, but it was intense.
I know he would actually have loved, like he loved that happened because, you know, I know he wants to go against the Nano luck.
The grain.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, I pulled 3 copies and 300 stones, guys.
I mean, he edited all the scenes of him pulling the unit out of the video.
We all know he did an off-camera summon before he actually recorded, and he just pulled 3 copies of them. So you know.
Yeah, he got him first multi off camera, and then.
Butthead
anyways,
with another dono
go ahead.
says, plan is to drop 5K stones on LR Jiren. Okay, maybe 500 to 700 on Ultimate Gohan. Currently at 1843. Will I make my goal? If
No.
you're free to play, no.
No.
He has to be buying stones. You have to be. Because, yeah, 4,000 in 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or whatever? No. Because
Maybe he didn't buy it. Maybe someone else bought it for him.
Jiren should come out in December. That's when you should expect to see him. Andrew Perlson with a donut says, worth dumping stones in these banners? Yes, just everything should go into these banners. Unless you have just like all of it rainbowed except for the new units or something.
Not even I had them. I needed like 3 units on the banner. It was like nuts.
Yeah. Jorge Rodriguez with a donut says, I think it's going to be an exchange LR Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks into Ultimate Gohan. Yeah, I've seen that idea a lot. I like that. I think that would be great, honestly. Jesus Hernandez with a donut says, Yo Sha, Vegito off the Dokkan now stones. Okay, I'm sure a lot of people did actually probably get good luck from that. Seth with a dono says, what about a raid with a free unit like the 4th year? Yeah, Gresh, you had a good idea for that.
Yeah, Kid Buu raid, and then we're gonna get LR Kid Buu and Legendary Summon.
Phantom Phoenix with a donut says 3 dodge for life. You know it.
Yes.
Legion with a donut says, who's the best LR in Dokkan and why is it full power Chad Jiren? No waiting, no gimmicks, just raw power and defense. I probably agree, but I need to use the Goku and Vegeta more to really say for sure.
Not do damage.
I feel like people don't respect UI Goku enough too, by the way. I'm just going to toss it out there.
The problem
I'll
with
say it.
him
He's
is
the
that-
best.
The problem with him is that he can be absolutely amazing, or he can actually not dodge a single attack.
Yeah, but
So-
even with that, he's still sitting at over 100k defense turn 1 without any build up or anything. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why he's so
Yeah.
I've got a video coming out soon where, 8 dodges in a row and then 7 million attacks at turn 1. He's pretty good. Just saying.
Yeah.
Butthead with another dono says, Goresh said that on his stream, Jiren's package.
When?
Probably a dono. You probably read it as a dono or something.
Oh, maybe you got baited.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Does that count?
I think it does.
Sure does.
Hey, if they say it counts for me, it counts for you, all right? That's how we're going with that. Maz with a donut says, "Do Team A and Team B actually exist?" They could. Honestly, it seems like possible to me. I don't know.
They probably for anyone who doesn't know, any game development team for any game you've ever played have obviously different teams. You know, one team does art, one team does this, one team does this. And so it wouldn't surprise me if in Akatsuki you have obviously they're much smaller teams, but you probably have certain people in groups that are dedicated to working on one celebration. And while that's going on, another group is working on the following celebration after that. It makes sense, right? So to an extent, there probably is some truth to it, but it's at the same time kind of some at this point that I made up. So,
Giyu Tomioka with a dono says LR Boo over Goku and Vegeta Blue. I could see that being the case. Yes, probably. But I want to use Boo more before I say for sure. But because again, Goku and Vegeta, if you have like orbs available for them, they're like number one. But it's on the teams they're on, it seems I've found it to be pretty difficult to be able to guarantee them even one rainbow orb a lot of the time. So, because like Reps of Universe 7 is a very key hungry team, right? So is Tournament of Power. So
they're fighting for a key.
Yeah,
they're like, no, I want this key. No, I want this key.
King DJ with Dono says UI Goku is still the best card in the game. I could be talked into that. Christopher with a $1 dono, no message. Appreciate you, Christopher. Richard with a dono says potential build for Boo, probably just full crit, honestly.
Yeah, full crit, 100%.
Yeah, go full crit for Boo, and then obviously the rest are the additional all that stuff.
Wow, Adrian Lindsay with a dono says his 60 stones just got him his first cooler. That's a pretty big W right there. Damn.
That's a nice W right there. Very nice.
Be nice, man. Must be nice.
Minato's flash.
I'm with coins.
Yeah, say it again.
Yeah, Cooler is one of those units that I would recommend using coins for if you don't.
If you don't have one of him, then I would say
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
one.
I mean, I'll do it at the end, but throw me a bone here.
I feel like the first dupe is so powerful too, maybe to get the first dupe as
Yeah.
well, but that's it. After that, you definitely don't want to. Not for a TUR. Minato's flash with Dono says, "Do you think we can get an LR Goku and Oob for part 2?" Honestly, yes. Yeah, we could easily. Especially they could do.
That seems like a free to play, doesn't it?
But that implies that they would just skip the Kid Buu fight, right?
I don't know. I mean, because so let's say they do the Kid Buu raid, which seems very possible to me, and then the LR could just be Goku and Oob, right? Then they could still do a dual Dokkan Fest for Goku and Oob or Goku and Kid Buu later on. I don't know. There's a lot
I just don't think they're gonna. I just don't think that they're going to continue the Buu saga after the celebration. I think this is it.
That does seem like a mistake
has
because
to get the
there's
Gotenks and the Boo.
Both Kid Buu.
That's global. Nobody cares.
says the global player.
It's the global main.
Well, they don't care about global, right?
Global has another 3 months straight of Boo saga. All right, so relax.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah. No, for real, yeah, because they're gonna.
Who is gonna be hyped for Exchange Boo when he comes out in November?
Oh, nobody.
me,
It's
nobody.
just funny. It's just funny that that's gonna be coming up, and we'll be talking about that.
Yeah, it's like okay, nice. Like
Yeah, like
they
if
need
you
to be worked out.
if you actually pulled the LR Boo, like I can't remember who else is on that banner, but are you even going to touch the Tech Boo banner? I mean,
I remember Vegeta
probably
was on it.
Vegeta was back on it, but
That'll
honestly,
be
the only thing that the Exchange Boo has over the LR Boo, and this is the only thing, is that it's 170 HP in the leader skill. But other than that,
I'm gonna be honest. This might be a rare situation where I just get one copy of both units and just stop summoning.
damn.
honestly, that's probably your best bet. And then
Right,
just
you're-
use your coins that you have stockpiled when they come
Yeah.
back.
Gotenks is pretty freaking nasty. I do just want to toss it out there.
I actually just rainbowed him after from those free stones we just got. So.
That's good. He's very good. He is very good. Chris with the donut says, "Will you and the boys do a video in person?" Yeah, at some point with some of the cats for sure.
Just get all your butts out here to Japan. Let's do it.
I don't exist, so nobody can see me.
Yeah, in 2 years when travels open up, we will. Michael with a dono says, "Almost finished with sales. I pulled 2 Vegetos and 2 Bootenses. Should I stop now?" Yes. I'm not a whale.
Holy
well, I mean,
crap,
if
man.
you're almost finished with
Good.
if you're
Yeah,
almost
if you pulled 2 copies of each and you haven't even bought all the sales, that's a massive W.
That's a
That is a
massive W.
W.
That's huge. Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah, really must be nice.
Definitely be silent here.
Definitely
no
stop,
comment,
by the
right?
way.
No
Yeah,
comment.
you especially. You can.
I
Yeah, you with people
strongly,
collab.
strongly encourage people not to spend a lot of money on this game. Please don't fall into that trap.
We need top grossing somehow.
Listen,
That's why we have you guys.
Yeah,
That's
me
what
and
the
Nolar will
for.
carry it. Don't
And then
worry.
I guess Goresh to some extent as well.
I would.
Well-
I was trying to help, but I can't help it. So it's all up to you guys.
Well, Goresh is it's not by choice, but for Goresh, it's yeah, they force him into that position.
Phantom Phoenix for the donut says 1,200 plus stones, no Vegito. Starts crying river. Yeah, it can be brutal. Trust me, I've been there. Y'all know. Justin with a dono says 350 stones total, no featured. What? That's really tough to do.
Happened to me
But-
today.
350. That's what 6 multis because 3 plus 1, right?
Yep.
yeah.
No, it's 7.
multis.
7, yeah.
That's brutal.
7 paid multis.
Wait, no.
8. Well, then plus the 2. The 2
9
free.
total. right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 7 paid. plus
150
the
are
2,
for
so 9.
multis.
Yeah. So 9 multis, no featured.
Happened to me today.
I just pulled TN. Dang it! I'm not recording it.
Don't. Another thing to YouTubers out there, I don't. If you're gonna summon, I don't like summoning off camera. Like summon on camera. That's.
I just did one. I just wanted to do one. Everyone else was,
Well, you
was
don't. You
adding
don't.
me
You
and
don't
stuff.
just do one off camera. No, that's not what you do. That's not how you do it. Mm-mm.
Get yourself a screen recorder app for your phone just in case.
Don't just do
That's what
one.
I do. I just
Do at
screen
least
recorded
10.
mine, yeah.
Yes. Do one more, and then turn that into.
And then one more. And then one more.
And then one more.
And then
Like,
one more.
you know what? You need to have
Yeah,
like a
getting
whale
rhymes out here.
seminar, and I need to take notes. You guys need to like teach me all of the different
Just ask Rhyme.
strategies. When it-
Just
Wait,
tweet
what?
Rhyme real
There's
quick.
no strategy. You just summon till it's
I
rainbow.
was gonna say the number one whale strategy is literally spend money. And there you go.
You
Yeah.
don't stop till it's rainbow. That's how it works. Like
Tweet Rhyme. Ask him if you should do a multi.
Oh, God.
You think he'll say no?
He could. Maybe he will. This time he might. He might. Sergio the Dono says, I swear to Kami, if I get one more LR Gohan, I'm switching to Legends. Oh, don't do that. And
I'll
he
do it.
says, when are we getting an Android 19 and 20 TUR? Could be an LR, like free to play or something like that at some point. I mean, it'll happen eventually, right?
yeah, at some point.
Sure.
Butthead with another dono says Big Daddy BB. I'm not gonna finish. I see what you're doing. I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I
but
saw that one.
Yeah. I see what the last one was gonna be. Okay. Merc with a dono says, should I buy Go Tanks with your red coins? If it's
No.
your first copy,
No,
I
I
guess.
can't. He's a good card. He's really good, but I don't think he's worth the red coins.
I would say if
The
it's your
problem
first
is,
copy, you
like,
could.
I would recommend because I wouldn't because of his leader skills.
Yeah, that's true.
If you had better
Yeah.
lead skills, then you could make the argument just to pick him up. But if you're just using him on fusions or whatever, and not using him for special posts or you, then not worth it. You know what I mean? Better
No,
value
say it with a
come up.
straight face again.
I can't.
You're not talking trash about the special pose category, are you, Nola?
Oh, we 100% are.
Hold on.
Somebody just had a,
I gotta
somebody just
jump
had a
in.
good
Okay.
comment and said Android 19 and 20 could be a Battlefield LR. I could see that.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yep.
Yeah,
I could
Yeah.
see something like that, yeah.
that could be doable.
Okay, Zeno with a dono says, why say Jiren and UI Goku are better than STR Vegito when we see Vegito consistent and versatile and practically solos STR UI Goku and LGE? That's because STR UI Goku is like 10 turns in, and Super Battle Road doesn't get to 10 turns, where you have that level of Vegito out there every single time. Extreme Super Battle Road, you have turn 1, 2, and 3, where you need to make noise or you're done. So that's why, because that counts. Like, people get too caught up on, oh, look what the blue fusions are doing in the Legendary Goku event when, we're 10 turns deep and they've attacked 50 times. That's not the entire game, right? And that's a very important thing to consider.
Plus, the Legendary Goku event is easy.
Yep.
It's easy. There's no way around it. It's easy.
Bring
I mean,
units that stack defense.
I
There you
see
go.
what his point is, though, because, like, that's not a defensive stacking unit, right? And he still destroyed that Goku, who, like, if you just take that STR Goku out of the event, he's one of the strongest enemies in the game. Like, I see the point, but it's still, like, you have plenty of time to get Vegito out to get
Yeah.
to that point, right? Like, because you're going to get to STR UI Goku by turn 10. So you have 10 turns to get Vegito out. Like, Super Battle Road, you don't have 10 turns to potentially get him out. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
4 at most.
Yeah,
You
Super
know what?
Battle
Yeah,
Road.
fine.
Super Battle Road, you might not ever see the STR Vegito.
You know what I don't understand? Why did they limit the turns for Vegito's foreseeing super attack ability?
I don't know.
It's 10 turns. When is that ever going to run out?
I don't know.
Maybe something's
Maybe
coming.
we'll get yeah.
Yeah,
Some
I
sort
guess
of
that's true.
infinite battle.
That's actually a good point. That actually might be alluding to something we get in the future.
something like a survival mode. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, because we kind of already like the community essentially created that sort of thing in itself, where like a lot of people would compete to see just how far in easy A's you could go past 30. So some sort of like infinite like survival battle mode thing could be maybe kind of cool.
I hate to cut everyone off. I do have to get going, guys. I have a prior appointment I have to go to, so I'm gonna hop off the podcast here. But I'll see you guys next week. All right.
All right, later.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy.
see you Monday. Yep.
Okay, we got a few more, and then I guess we can go to questions. Okay. Damon King with the donut says pulled new Vegito in the first free summon. Good stuff, my boy. Lieutenant Dan says 260 stones, no LR or featured. One thing to remember is that there's still another, 40 days for the banners up or whatever it is. So no, don't worry too much. Rihu with the dono says Champa run on Universe 6, 3 gold, all dodge. Oh, that's brutal. Hollow
For support units.
So for like Champa or Vados, you'd give it to?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Vados, but yeah, Champa.
Oh, your Vados is what, high chance to dodge?
Yeah, I'd probably just give her crit.
Yeah, I would just or additionals or
Yeah, she lowers attack, doesn't she? Yeah, so
yeah, so I would say additionals might be better there.
Plus, if she did like the final blow, killing an enemy, and then the second attack would then seal and lower attack of the second enemy, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, Truth, I got Bootanks last night. Can I get a shout out to the homies? Mike, Tyler, and Minatos. I put them in a different order just in case I'm stupid and missed that one.
Yeah, finally, I saw that one and I was trying to work out if it was bait or not.
That was a $10 dono as well. I appreciate it, my boy. Master with a dono says spent 1,900 stones, got 2 Vegitos and 3 Bootanks. Oh, I would say stop right there, and then well, it depends on if you're on global, Ultimate go on, maybe toss a couple
That'd
stones.
be nice.
Jeebus with the dono says officially hit my 3rd rainbows of both of the OG LR fusions and my suffering. Oh yeah. I got you there.
Yeah.
Kendrick with the dono says, do you know what happened to the gaming claw? Yeah, he's still around. Like, he's on Twitter. He just doesn't really do YouTube anymore, right? All right, 2 more, and then we're gonna move on to questions. So we gotta get moving. So Butthead with another dono says there should be a gauntlet of all the LRs where you fight Master UI Goku, LGE turn 1, and see who makes it out under the pressure to declare who's won. Okay, I mean, isn't that Jiren? It's still just Jiren.
Yeah, if you don't have any turns to build up, then yeah, him or
Me-
UI, as long as UI dodges all the attacks. But I guess if it's the Goku from the LG, he can't. So yeah.
I'm gonna turn you
Yeah,
up
it
a
sounds
little.
like Jiren to me. Wins that one easily.
I love Jiren. All right, last one. Simon with the dono says Super Saiyan 4 Goku or Vegeta with red coins. I own all the other units. Okay, so I mean, just my thoughts real quick. I think Goku is definitely a little bit better, but in certain categories, Super Battle Road stages or like extreme Super Battle Road, Vegeta seems a lot more impressive to me. But that's.
I want to get in on that. The old New God leaders are getting the easy Ace. I think you should wait for now.
Oh, because you're saying that the STR Goku and the HL Vegeta are going to be insane anyway. Okay.
Maybe, and the SSJ4s are not so good that you have to get them with coins right now. But that might be a hot
guess.
take.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that makes some sense because like normally I would consider 2 things: either how good the unit is and how good the lead is, right? Because the lead makes the team.
Yeah, because does Vegeta family actually have another top tier leader? Because at least Goku family has the Go Bros.
The only other Vegeta families I can remember is like the physical Gallica and Vegeta, right?
And the
Yeah, so
Majin
they don't
Vegeta
have
one.
another
Majin-
one. They don't have one that's at like 170 or 150.
No,
though,
I
do
don't. I
they?
don't think so. Yeah.
So yeah, let me say this. I will spoil that. I pulled Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta the first time, actually, today, and I managed to beat all of the content with the STR Margin Vegeta. You don't need Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. I'm serious. Don't get him with coins.
Fair enough.
Just going to throw that out there, really.
Unless you just like Vegeta, right?
No,
Yeah, of course, yeah. If it makes you happy, by all means, get him. Yeah, sure. But yeah, if you want to get the most out of this game, I think you don't have to get him. Hope I won't get crucified for that.
Get him.
All right. Everyone, kill him. Is that it for donos?
Yeah.
All right. We'll do like 4 or 5 questions. I know there's a ton here, but do you guys think that actual playable content will be coming with part 2 of the celebration? Aside from Boss Rush and the story event, there's not much else to do besides link level grind.
Yeah, like a raid.
Raid, easy areas, easy A's.
I mean, we know
Well,
they're gonna add
easy
more
is-
story stages, right?
Yeah, more story. Yeah, I mean, what else could they? I can't think of anything else. They're not gonna
That's
give us
not what
the
Garesh said, but okay.
Wait,
They're
what?
not gonna give us, huh?
No, he's saying that they're not going to add story.
No, I mean, they're adding story stages to the existing event that just came out.
Oh, that story. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
you thought
no,
you
you-
meant the quest? The
Not
quest?
not
I
quest.
thought you meant
yeah.
quest, and then.
Oh yeah, that's
okay.
Quest ended. We're not
Yeah,
getting any
that's
more
over
quest stages.
forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. We won't get another chain battle. We're getting what? Battlefield this week?
Like tonight, right? Or something?
Tonight? Yeah. Chain
Wait,
battle's not
no.
coming back anytime soon. I guess that's it, right? There's no world tournament. Yeah, pretty much that's all I can think of in terms of like part 2.
ESBR for global, definitely.
Yeah, when? It's been too long.
Part 3.
Probably Golden Week or Thank You celebration.
Ugh.
Yeah, it might be
Yeah, it's
the-
like only 8 months after JP got it.
You already addressed this, but since Future Gohan was a no-show, you think it's safe to assume Future Gohan will replace Bardock on Ultimate Gohan's banner? Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking through. There's a lot.
Oh,
not much,
yeah, I was gonna say. Wait.
Yeah, I'm looking, dude. I'm looking.
Oh yeah. That's probably there's probably a lot of stuff in there we've already talked about, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we talk about a lot, and so it's like, oh, we covered that. With the upcoming Goku Hercule combo super tech, what other combos would you like to see? That's a good one.
Jason Birder.
What did you say?
G's and Birder. Yep, from the Ginyu Force.
Oh. I heard Jason Birder. Like.
Oh, like two people's name, someone's
no,
name.
like his name was Jason.
Oh.
Hello, my name's Jason Bertha.
Yeah.
Well, if Jason Birder would mean that they need to get like an easy area or something to be useful, right?
Yeah.
Who? Okay, so what else for anybody else? Combo.
You could do the Frieza and Tournament of Power Ultimate Gohan when they caged out.
Dispo,
Okay.
yeah.
This
Yeah.
boy, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
This is a lot of Piccolo and Kid Gohan moments
Yeah.
too.
There's plenty of different combinations of 17 and 18 as well that could work pretty well.
Okay. Another question I have here. I'm gonna make it more broad because this one's somewhat specific. I'll ask that, but I'll make it broad as well. So, do you think a support item that takes away half your HP but gives you more damage reduction, let's say 80% damage reduction, would be good for the game?
Ooh, that's interesting because that would mean you'd have the ability to like force trigger. Well, actually, no, it would happen only the next turn. But still, it would add more dimensions to thinking and strategizing on events.
Well, no, I think you're right. If what you were going to say, because it was what I was thinking, is it could help you to force trigger transformations, because if it lets you drop below a certain amount of HP, but then it
Yeah.
gives you damage reduction, so you don't then die that turn.
Yeah, but
So-
then it also wouldn't force activate the abilities on that turn. It would happen next
no,
turn.
no,
So it's like
you could
prepping.
you'd
Yeah.
use it like the rotation before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But that would be cool. That's a good way to like.
Yeah, SDR Vegito recovers 50% HP,
Yeah.
so this is a
Yeah.
good option. So yeah,
That would
Yeah,
add
I like
add
that.
new depth to taking on events. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay, good to hear. Well, I guess the more broad question is like, do you guys have any other similar ideas for items other than like some like whatever like making a full moon to activate a transformation or something like that? So, any other concepts of items they could bring to the game?
Items that
Guaranteed-
reduce the turn count requirement for transformations.
Yeah, like some sort of item that would allow us to transform at will or something like that would be very fun.
It's just because well, the biggest example is probably that transforming Goku Black, who transforms at like turn 50 or something. Like we never see him transform, so it'd be nice to have a piece of equipment that's just like, okay, slash it in half. Now
yeah,
it's
maybe a hit item like skipping turns or something.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost Usher.
Yeah, that's a ghost toucher.
Basically, yeah.
So
No, I was gonna say a guaranteed super attack, because that way you can actually bring units that may not necessarily link well. That would add more flexibility to team building.
I was gonna say like an item similar to the meat item that gives you like a boost for a certain amount of time to level links easier.
Yes,
Oh, that's oh my gosh, that.
I
just
think we
takes you
could
back
all
to
agree that
Destiny.
would be a wonderful
That takes
idea.
you back to Destiny. Yeah.
Only 1999 in the PS4.
I mean, it would
Yeah.
100% be premium, yeah.
Since was it Ryuden brought up Goku Black? Someone's got a random question, which is who is the better of the trash, Goku Black or Tech Hit?
Goku Black.
In Goku Black is better. Yep.
Right, I think it depends what mode, because Super Battle Road, Goku Black doesn't get a chance to transform, he doesn't get a chance to build up his defense, whereas at least Hit can stun people, I guess.
Why?
It's
Why?
RNG though.
Why are we frowning upon Hit? I thought Hit was considered very good. Is it just because you will never ever stun any boss ever, or
I think
no,
He's
he has
got no way to
defense.
protect himself. Really.
yeah, he's got no
He's got no
defense.
Even
Absolutely.
though
When
he's like one of the tankiest people ever.
When he first came out on Global, he looked really good because of the shape of Global at the time, but like he very quickly like dropped off
Aged.
when defense became the be all and end all for like all the new content. So
okay, then that could be an item. Your attacks guarantee stun.
I mean, yeah, that would be a worse Ghost Usher though, right?
Oh well, I guess there's that too. But there seem to be passives procced based off of attacking enemies at certain statuses. So
What
well,
if
it
they
could
just made
be.
What if
could
it just made
be-
an item that said every passive that has a chance to activate is 100% chance to activate this turn?
Well,
For
yeah,
that turn?
yeah, something like that, because you could make it. If it could be something like I've forgotten what it's called, the proper name for it now, but like the special water, so like increases percentage of hidden potential
Ultra Divine
abilities
Water,
to
yeah.
go off. Yeah, that'd be cool.
oh, and someone raised the point. They said that stun lasts 2 turns.
Well,
That's only if
depends.
that's only if it's a super attack stun. If it's a
Yeah.
passive stun, then it's only the one turn.
Yeah. So if like they show up on the field and you stun somebody, it only happens for that turn. But if you super attack them and you stun them, that lasts for 2 turns. The one other shoot, I kind of forgot it in my head. I had it, but like the one item I was thinking of was like the problem with a lot of these events is like lowering defense doesn't really do much, but defense isn't really the problem. It's the fact that all the bosses have high damage reduction, besides Super Battle Road, right? So I'm talking like the longer events. What if there was an item that like guaranteed lower damage reduction period for like the next 2-3 turns by like I don't
Yeah.
know 40-50%, so you can actually put in more damage with your units at that time, you know?
I have one that's pretty insane. I don't know how they would do this, but an item that increased the potency of your links.
Mm.
So take it to like a level 11.
No, like not the levels. Be like all your links effects are doubled or something for this.
Well, yeah, no,
Ooh.
that's what I'm saying. Like effectively, like an honorary level 11 where
I guess
it does a
yeah.
little bit more. Yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah,
cool.
Big Bad Boss is 50% attack and defense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how they would
Yeah.
handle that. It would have to be like 1 point, like 4 or 3% or something, or
Yeah.
times. Like
Someone
1.3
had mentioned in the chat, going back to the item that you were talking about, where all the like passives that could trigger do trigger. That can't work because of one unit and one unit alone. Devilman, you can't do that.
It just wouldn't work for Devilman. They would just put that in
Devilman breaks
the same way they put that you can't use him in like
Easy A's.
Easy
Well,
A's.
they'll
Just
just
put
put it
that in the
this
item.
way.
It doesn't work on Devilman.
That's like an eternal mark of shame for their designer team.
I mean, yeah, it was a stupid unit to release anyway.
Okay, I'll look for one more, but give me a second here.
Yeah, we talk
we
about
answered
Legends,
that.
and it'll go on for a good 2 hours, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, Legends is upcoming, guys. Probably time to ping all the other dudes. Be like, hey, Legends time. Yeah, we all kind of talked about all of these. It's all about, oh, hey, which one's the better banner?
I would actually argue on global that the Buhan banner is better.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
with
definitely
Cooler,
better for me in terms of the units that are needed. But like, it's got Gohan over Cell. It's got Cooler on it.
Who?
I would say Majin Vegeta is better than the Goku too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I personally think he's better, but I don't know if it's just because I prefer him. I think his leader skills better. I like
Yeah, his
Vegeta
lead
in
skills
general
is
better.
significantly better. Yeah.
It's such a good combo because like Super Saiyan 2 and Resurrected Warriors, it's
There's
a good
lot
mix.
of them. Yeah.
It's something I was saying to, I think it might have been Goresh. It was somebody earlier, but I do like the fact that with some of these newer categories, like I feel this way about the Bootanks and the Vegito, is sometimes when you look at the new categories that they come up with, that they give these units as secondary leader skills, they do seem really weird, like on their own, but they work really well to just supplement the other leader skill of the character.
Yeah.
So obviously now Boo Saga for Vegito, there's a few units that are on. You might never want to run a full Battle of Wits team, but there's a couple of units on there that aren't on Majin Buu Saga that you can now put onto that team. And that's one of the reasons why I really like the Tech Vegeta, because the Super Saiyan 2 and Resurrected Warriors makes a really good mix team, in my opinion. Plus, you can finally run Gohan and 16 on a team together. So
Yeah.
he can actually transform.
Yeah, right. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that.
It's a year later and we're still struggling to make that happen, huh?
Good times.
Great mechanic, guys, but well designed. I don't see any other good questions. I mean, we've answered a bunch of them, so guess this is a good time to take a quick break while we transition into Legends. Everyone good?
Sounds good. Yep.
All right. So, Truth, we'll just make it, 4 or 5 minutes? Get
Okay.
everyone up and whatnot?
All right, we're back. Legends time. I'm gonna just pass it along to the fellas for Legends. Go ahead.
Yeehaw.
We got a bunch of new
Hello.
people here too.
What, we're just gonna start talking about Majin Vegeta, or
Well,
Click on episode topic.
Well,
That
I
is
got that pulled
actually
up.
the literal first topic. It's
All right,
about
look.
Vegeta.
Well, hold on. Before we just start diving in, we got someone new here. Professor Sensei, is this your first time here?
No, second.
No,
No, he was
second.
here
Yeah,
last week.
I was here. I was here last week.
So
you
just
missed
making sure
last
everyone's
week.
here.
That's why you're
Yeah,
behind.
that's why I wasn't here. Right, so who's here? We got Brad, Truth Around, we got Gresh, Nas, Kuba, Palm, is Professor Sensei. Ryuden, is he still here or is he taking off?
I'm here, but just for a little bit.
All right, so that's the roundhouse for the people here, just to make it clear. And yeah, all right, the first topic is
Majin
Ew.
Vegeta. Let
Yeah,
me talk to
so-
y'all real quick, okay? I'm gonna do my quick intro. All right, listen, everybody. This man, Majin Vegeta, is absolutely disgusting. Okay, I'm talking about nasty. This man hasn't taken a shower in an entire year. This man used the restroom and didn't wash his hands. Okay, my man is able to deal all kinds of insane damage, even to units like, or at least from what I've experienced, units that are, well, you know, green, element factor, neutral, whatever the case may be, and is still able to deal immense damage. If you have a Goku on your team, forget it. You're probably going to get annihilated. And plus, he pairs up really well from what I've experienced with the purple Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Rage Trunks. I managed to make him work well with LF Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta as well. Really good unit. Like, and if I'm not mistaken, he runs through red units like they're absolutely nothing.
Oh
So-
yeah, every single one of them.
Yeah,
Truth, people are saying if you could turn off the game noise.
Oh, I did turn that on during the. Yeah, that's true. I turned that on during the break. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so I think Majin Vegeta is the perfect kind of power creep. He's really fun, but he's not like a Vegeta Blue situation where everybody's complaining about how Majin Vegeta is just giving them free wins. You're just seeing some really crazy plays coming from him. But he's
exactly what I
definitely
was
a
gonna
really fun
say, too.
powerhouse.
I 100% agree with that. Yeah, I feel like they designed him in a way where he's not oppressive at all. But he's still very good. He's not like Vegeta Blue where he comes in, he's just like, all right, Vegeta Blue, it's my game now. It's more like, you know, balanced. He's not really even balanced because he's like really good, but he's not to the level of it being like not fun to fight against. Like I'm not queuing into a Majin Vegeta and I'm like, oh damn it, another Majin Vegeta team. Like, that's not what I'm
ignored
doing.
the fact how smooth Goresh came back. Wait, am I missing something?
Probably.
You just
You're-
segued your way in here perfectly. We didn't even know you were going. But yeah, like you're saying, I think Majin Vegeta definitely puts Vegeta family, if for me personally, in a top 3 spot, just because of how well he synergizes with Rage Trunks and the purple Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. These 3 put together, it's just infinite buffs. If Rage Trunks is getting hit, allies get buffed. If purple Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta is attacking, allies get buffed. And if the Majin Vegeta is the one taking the hits, he's getting buffed. He just, because your opponent uses cards, he gets stronger. So these guys are not only like well structured now, but the train just keeps going in terms of damage output. They have no mercy, and they're so disruptive too because you got a tank that can really just take a ton of damage, and you got a Rising Rush, I guess, fodder if you really want it. So I think those 3 it's a fantastic team. I think it's perfect. And then just Rage Trunks, all the dumb green cards, and Majin Vegeta just blowing everyone back. I think the dust needs to settle a bit, and I think people might start getting annoyed with Majin Vegeta too.
Well, I think
Whoa.
someone might disagree with me, but Majin Vegeta has my favorite green card in the game right now.
I mean, it's yellow Gohan's card, but upgraded.
Yeah, you gain a card, which is the big one that dropped my jaw.
Yeah, that's the
Card
thing.
key, damage buffs.
I think situationally Omegas is still better, but I think more often than not you're going to get more value out of getting the extra card and also getting key back too. Like it's a guaranteed combo connector basically.
I think one good thing about Vegeta family as well is the fact that when Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, the purple unit, when he dies, then he also heals Vegeta family. So that's definitely like something beneficial. Like, you know, if Majin Vegeta took too much damage or whatever the case may be, because like, you know, Trunks will be fine. Like you get a green card, he can heal himself. Like he'll be okay. But like if Majin Vegeta just took like a little bit too much damage, if the purple Vegeta ends up dying, he gets a bit of health back, which is not bad. And plus, obviously, if you were to activate purple Vegeta's main ability, swapping to Majin Vegeta, use his main ability, then not only do you have 2 special move cards, but also you nullify I forgot the proper term, but like the cover changes, you nullify that effect. So like Vegito Blue coming through blast cover doesn't work. Any unit coming through strike cover doesn't work. Oh my god, he's so good.
You know what? On that note, I'm pretty sure he counters Namegoku's blue card too with that.
I never actually tried that out.
It actually happened to me where my opponent was a Majin Vegeta. He was flying at me with the blue card. I had one in my hand, and I said, "All right, sorry, brother. You came in for the LF," and then he killed my Namegoku. And at first, I thought it was a timing thing because the thing turns into a regular blue card after a while. But people said the timing window is fine. It's just that he nullifies countering too.
Oh, so
I was
Vegito
like,
Blue
wow, that's awesome.
Vegito Blue would go through Namegoku then too, huh?
With his blue card, no.
No. But I'm saying with his ult, because that's what has the cancel whatever special cover change or whatever it is, right? Is that
His
what they count
ultimate,
Namegoku?
you know what? I think nobody uses Namegoku, so no one has run into that situation yet.
But that's got to be the reason why he goes through Namegoku's blue, right? It's because of the.
Yeah, that would be it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it too. Then.
Well, like you guys just brought up an issue I've been having in Legends, like making the text very clear on what the ability is. Like we just got we're about to touch with the new Cell and how he brings a whole new mechanic into the game. We had no idea how that mechanic was going to function. Like if you could negate it, endurance, whatever, right? So
yeah,
I feel like the penetration for special cover change or blast arm or whatever, they need to clearly define what that ability is and just put tags on the skills itself so we understand what the skill's actually doing.
One of the new units doesn't have a completed description for their main. It kind of just it looks, because you know how it's like, there's specific wording for certain passives or abilities that happen as part of mains, and in this one of these units, let me just quickly check.
I think it's transform cell, right?
Cell, where it looks like they just stopped writing. They're like, "I'll forget this. I'm tired." That's what it looks like. They just decided to stop writing his main ability.
I think it's essential that for game polish at least, that I be able to read the unit's abilities and know what they're gonna do before I even fight them.
Yeah, no ambiguity would be nice. Where is it? It's after he transforms. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Look at this. Draw a special move card next. Restore own key by 50 plus 30% of blast damage.
I mean,
well, it's just they have such a formulated way of constantly writing that individual passive that it's just funnier for me to see that they just dropped it off. They didn't. It's like they missed the inflicted in the period. They're just like, blah.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you. No, it really should have a list of effects, if you would, that are going to have, and here's the degree of it happening.
Because it's cookie cutter.
They have
literally
gotten better.
Grab it and paste it.
They have gotten better with that though, because there was a point back. When was this? Like with green cards that used to be able to chain into other cards, they never used to have like, oh, these were comboable cards. Like it never used to tell you that. Now it does. So I think they are getting better with. Yeah, I was gonna say they are getting better with like explaining how things work, but like we're still at a point where we still need more explanation.
The one thing I want them to do is I'm pretty sure everyone gets this, but I constantly get the question of, if I put my equipment in the first slot, am I getting the first buff? If I put it in the, you know what I mean? Like
that's a day one question.
They need to clarify as well, because we see it enough for it to clearly be something they need to address.
I mean, it gets deeper if when we start talking about blast attack versus base blast attack,
Yeah, that as well. And then people sometimes get confused by battle member. Is that inclusive? Is it two? Does it include me as third? Because there are some that are there's equipment for Vegeta family that says you get a third passive if you fight with a Vegeta family member. But the way that they word things is, does battle member include myself? So if I'm a Vegeta family person, I get this?
I read it as it does, because you're a battle member, and then an ally would be the other two.
If they just had a stat preview and
they should though. No, they 100%. If we didn't know all this stuff, we didn't play every day, I'd be hella confused. I still get confused on some things, so 100% they need to expand it for sure.
I mean, they just had a window where you could see your total stats after equipping the gear.
That'd be nice.
You would know right there.
Or like, what's the change between like your base ones and like your that'd be nice. But those little kind of things, I don't know. They take forever to do those little tiny like, what's the term? Quality of life changes. Yeah, they take forever on that little tiny stuff.
I'm gonna actually disagree. I think this game actually does a really good job of upgrading quality of life things like very quickly.
Well, they definitely seem to be on it. Like you've already brought up with the green cards having the additional text, so people understood that you can continue off of it, or you can only do a blue card off of it. But
I'm trying to think of like what changed recently.
Well, it's not even just like this combat itself. It's like UI updates. They just showed off.
Oh, dude, the UI is gorgeous compared to other games. I know exactly where I'm going. I know exactly what I'm looking at. I almost prefer to look at units inside the game if it's not. I can't look at it on Twitter. It drives me nuts. DBZ space is fine, but in game, all that stuff is good. I have no problem with that.
I mean, I would classify that as quality of life.
Yeah, I can give you that. No, that would be quality of life, but it's been that way since like day one. They haven't really. That hasn't been an issue for me. It really has been like the abilities and stuff like that. That it's just kind of like, and they're getting better. I can't argue that point. It's for sure gotten better. Like you said, no, it's chain and stuff like that. But I'm talking more quality. Yeah, the stuff I'm talking is not really quality of life. You're right.
Well, like the only text issue that I'm having right now is like you read specifically for abilities that nullify endurance. They specifically say, at least in the English text, that when it restores own health when it reaches 0, that it nullifies those effects. It leaves it open-ended. When you read Cell's new ability, it specifically says transform perfect Cell with 100% health when own HP reaches 0. That sounds like an effect caused when reaches 0. Now, if they specifically called that a revive, right? And we know that that's not called endurance, that's called revive, then they could go through all the abilities that nullify endurance, and literally it just says nullify endurance. And then you would just see if that is the tag or the ability that the opponent is currently using. I think that's the kind of polish I'm looking for right now. So when I read that skill, I know, oh, Cell has a revive, not endurance. That's a completely different function.
Well, that's true, because we all thought he might have been like just instantly like O-code if they nullified endurance, come back at 1 HP. So yeah, I feel that. It would make you it would almost make you not summon if you didn't know, like if you were like a free to play and you're like, I'm not 100% sure, then you got to watch these videos, and well, you should do that anyways, but
Well, I mean, in the perfect world, we don't have to test this. You could just look at the unit and understand
you just label it.
Yeah. It's also then you get to like the Yu-Gi-Oh situation where you get like 4 paragraphs worth of text to try to understand what the unit's actually doing.
There's some cards, man. Read Vegito Blues, man. It's legitimate like reading a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I got an aneurysm just reading it.
I remember when I was doing my breakdown video for Majin Vegeta, and the first comment I made was like, this guy has like 3 less paragraphs than Vegeta Blue, so I'm just gonna instantly assume he's worse. Like without even reading the card.
Yeah, it feels like they've been just releasing beat sticks or very simple units lately.
Do you guys think he's better than VB? I mean, obviously for the funness of the game, but yeah, I don't think so. As an overall unit, I can't place him above him. Strictly, I would say almost because of team. I think as a unit, he's pretty damn good. Yeah, Majin Vegeta over VB.
I don't. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not trying to overtalk you. I was just gonna say, I think my biggest value for him is that he resurrected the Vegeta family team and made it a legitimate team. Not just I'm a fan of Vegeta family units. You can actually fight with that team, and you have to respect it.
And it's really fun too. Like now that you have 3 really good units that they release very much, the Z tier SSB Vegeta, the Rage Trunks, and him. And then you can just put on like the red Trunks, and you have some color variants in there, LF Vegeta, and it's like just a super fun team to play.
Honestly, I might be like, wilding right now, but I honestly think that, I mean, obviously Majin Vegeta is definitely not better than Vegeta Blue because Vegeta Blue is just insane. But I think he's one of those units that's like keeping Vegeta Blue kind of at bay. Like, I mean, obviously there are other units that can, do their own thing against Vegeta Blue, but he's still like extremely dominant. Whereas with Majin Vegeta and my own personal experience, like I've been able to like defeat him constantly with like 4 cards and that's it, right? Or if I'm lucky enough to like land 2 strikes and then a special move, he's gone. I mean, that's just at 2 stars. I think that he brings something to the table with the amount of buffs that he gets from the Vegeta family tag that can keep Vegeta Blue at bay if you're up against Fusion Warrior, Future, or God Key. I don't think he's better, but he can definitely like keep him at bay. Like he's, I would say, a solid threat for him, but that's just me.
No, dude, you're not wrong at all. I think he's easy in the top 5. Majin Vegeta, maybe even the top 3, honestly, as a unit. Majin Vegeta might be right below VB, and then Kid Goku's right below that.
Are you
But I
counting
don't know.
Zenkais?
Well, Kid Goku. I mean, you can count Beerus at 7. I don't count the units that are like out of reach of like 99% of, well, 95% of the players. Like Gohan's gonna be, I'm sure, in the top 3. Beerus, because we're counting that. Yeah, it's only gonna be Zenkais then. But because I would say Boo or Beerus are probably better than VB. I would think so.
Well, taking into account for color advantage is hard to. That's why it's so hard to make tier lists in this game.
It's impossible. Yeah.
Like you could have the best character in the game, like Vegito Blue, but then he gets one-shotted by Beerus's ult. So it's like, well, is he the best character in the game? Like on paper and fundamentally, yes, but because of the color system, there's always someone that can beat whatever character.
I wasn't even talking about color. They're just the 2 best Zenkais, in my opinion, besides Kid Goku, who's free, available to everyone.
Well, I've tried to think about what the unit brings to the table because, like Baby, I'm not scared about Baby doing damage. I'm scared about leaving him alive because he heals my opponent's team the whole time, right? Majin Vegeta, he doesn't bring anything to the table that I'm legitimately scared of. When you bring Zamasu, I'm scared of the strike cover. When you bring Majin Vegeta, I'm scared of some damage. Vegito Blue, the reason why he's so good is because he brings the strike cover, he brings the damage, he brings the healing, and to a degree, he brings utility too because he draws your Rising Rush. So I think Majin Vegeta's days are numbered. I think he's going to be incredibly powerful right now, and I think he's going to be benched in the future, similar to how we're looking at SSJ3 Goku and Namek-ku.
I get what you're saying, but I think I disagree, right? Because he doesn't bring like the blast armor, he doesn't bring the blast cover, he doesn't do things like that. But while he's not able to do things like that, he makes up with his damage, right? And of course, units will get power scaled eventually, like even Vegito Blue will, like, at some point. But with what he brings to the table and the buffs that he receives, and of course, especially if you have a Goku unit on the opposing team, you can run through a lot of the units in the game, and the output that his special move deals alone is kind of crazy, right? Like, again, like it, unless like you're a green unit or something, like it shouldn't be to the point where with like a special move I'm one-shotting Vegito Blue if I'm lucky, so and of course, like, the surrounding teams that help him, again, like I said earlier, Purple Vegeta, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta specifically, using his main ability, giving him an extra special move card, dying, healing the Vegeta family tag, Trunks as a solid tank. Like he has a solid foundation on top of immense strength that really pushes him forward.
Yeah,
so
I'll say one thing real quick, then, and I'll let you guys continue talking because I gotta do something real fast. But I do feel like he's got Namek Goku syndrome, where he came out and it's like, whoa, bro, what is this unit? Minus, and I mean, look at Namek Goku now. Like it does feel a lot like that, where it's like overwhelming strength. Like, think about Namek Goku's counter. Does it really matter nowadays? Obviously, it's not the same thing because Vegeta doesn't have a counter and stuff like that. But I mean, only time will tell with this game. Some units have held. I would have never thought Perfect Cell would be as good as he is a year and a half later. I just used him today. He's fantastic still. Like, I would have never thought he'd be that good. So only time will tell. He does have the makings of a unit that can maintain, though. Being Vegeta family, that's inherently good. Being a Saiyan, being all these different things, transforming, all that stuff. Infinite transformation, too. Like, not having, like, a limited one. That'd be a whole different story. But I don't know.
I was on the receiving end of his blue card many, 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 many times already. And I would say if he's got his main ability up, I could count on it doing maybe 50% of my HP, 60% if he's going crazy. Like it wasn't as crazy as I've seen in some highlight videos when you've got another team that's pretty beefed up. And I even fought one that was about 10 stars, 9 star, 10 star. I know he had the +2. And it still did only about maybe 30% of my Gohan's HP. Now, keep in mind, I run a Zenkai 7 Gohan, but 30% of my HP from a blue card. I was chuckling to myself because of how hyped everybody was about his damage. I think if you haven't lined up the stars, use his main ability, and you're not hitting someone that's lower unit, he's not as the free win cannon as a lot of people are painting him to be right now. I think he still needs a little bit of setup.
All they have to do to buff him is just release a Vegeta family unit that holds a green card, right? That's it.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, watch out. Like,
Or just draw a green card when they enter a field.
Yeah, but I mean, also, does he really have to be that one-shot cannon? Because then he would just be another Vegito Blue, right? I mean, that's what we said earlier. It's that he's pretty fun because he's not like super OP and it's this free win thing. So still have to play, and I think that's actually one thing that I enjoy about it a lot is that it's not just okay, I'm here, I draw 10 strike cards and I win, but instead I actually have to play with them and have to outplay the opponent still. And yeah, I think that's actually what makes it fun for me, so that it's not that super OP character.
Yeah,
I also think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You go.
I also think that his kit really highlights an issue with the game right now, which is the specific effect that he has, where whenever the enemy uses a card, he gets like damage reduction and stuff. Because he comes in already with 30% reduction, right? And then you're also getting, I think it's 10% every time an opponent uses a card. Like even through that, you're still gonna die in one combo. Like it's just how it is. And I think that highlights an issue right now where the game is just way too hyper offensive. And even you can even throw in the rush in there into the same discussion as well, because I had a game where I cover changed with 16, Zenkai 7, 400%, 14-star Android 16, and he just got killed by a Rising Rush, like from full health. So, at that point, like what do you what are you supposed to do? Like you cover change with the character, they're just gonna die every time.
I think that's their answer, to be completely honest with you. I think we're going to see more mechanics with units having double HP bars, where I want damage reflection at some point so we can punish the opponent for doing these big hits.
It's not even like just damage, it's the fact that you can just chain a combo for like legitimately like 20 counts.
Oh yeah, but
that, like, it's just so annoying. I don't know what else to say.
I think DKP has like card reload. This is definitely a trend they're going with this massive key restore and chaining, And then I think the counterplay they're gearing us for is to have cover change units, and they want us to be quick on our toes to, oh, it's a blast attack, and then you react and you interrupt your opponent's combo that way. That way it's not just watching your opponent hit you. There's some reactive play you can do. I just don't like that as the solution because it's going to mean I have to resummon my team.
Yeah, well, no, that's the genius part about it is it's a meme that I made back towards the beginning, like within the first year. I think I made it when they removed Vanish off of Blast Armor, restore, or not getting your Vanish back through Blast Armor. But either way, as a meme was that they removed some features from the game just to sell them back to us on Character Kit.
Yeah, I think they said like sidestep, and they gave Broly massive card draw.
You get Broly the ×2 or +2 card draw speed. Like just sell the passives back to us that they removed from earlier on in the game while they were still trying to figure out what they were doing with their game.
Come on, sidestepping is an exploit, right? It needs to be patched.
I thought it'd be fun if they had like a whole new unit slot, if you would, right? Like a utility unit. Get activated anytime if you want. Maybe heals your team, interrupts your opponent's combo, whatever. That way, you wouldn't necessarily have to change the teams that currently exist. You would just add to them. Like we've already talked about units like Dende and stuff that don't have real combat roles. Be kind of interesting at least.
Straight up hard support with no other real role.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could really have just a pure Chilai unit, and when she shows up, she steals a Dragon Ball. And at any point during the fight, you could give yourself a free Dragon Ball.
They're gonna have some wild stuff like that. I mean, this. I don't want to take any extra credit because the game's not really too hard to figure out. But like when I predicted that Majin Vegeta might have a passive where he blows himself up, and then that's his transformation into Angel Vegeta. Well, instead they gave it to Cell, and I'm like, they're gonna do all types of wild stuff like that. Just like basically like what you just said. I could totally see like in the future, like a Whis character, or maybe if they go even crazier, like a Supreme Kai of Time. And all you do is bring the character on your team to die, and when that character dies, it like revives your other two characters.
No, I a straight up support button, just completely off to the side that you can activate at any time. Yeah,
that would be like assist
games that have stuff like that.
Fighters or something like that, yeah, like an assist button like that.
And that way, you could give a team cover change that doesn't naturally have it without having to sacrifice a unit slot to have it. So if you want strike cover to deal with the Vegeta Blue meta, you can change your support slot to have that without immensely just crushing the meta just because your team doesn't happen to have a unit that's up to date that has cover change.
That's going to just be a bit rough doing the match because
That's
So,
almost like a
like,
friend
wow.
system, like
That's
kind of
it.
Dokkan, how you bring a, I mean, it's different in its application, but it's similar in the fact that you're like bringing a character just to be on standby to abuse a special ability like once per match or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you have that like strike cover change, for example, it's going to be hard to read that if you're playing against somebody you never have, right? So this is something that I think it would be a bit rough unless you see that support unit of the opponent, because otherwise, when you know, okay, yes, the Masu, you break combo or you do a certain action in order to try and evade that strike cover, but if you don't know what that support is, so they should have a way of then also showing the opponent what kind of a support unit you have.
Well, I'm sure that you'd have like one slot per team, and then I would clearly see, oh, this guy's running Dende. He's just going to clear conditions at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So
That would be an interesting way to add like sub quests into the fight. Like do X certain amount of actions, and then your support character will activate, and then you'll get some wild ass effect. Like that could be really neat.
Yeah, well, it's just kind of a, how it is when you're just kind of sitting alone. You're musing how you could fix the game.
Yeah.
That's the thing I would really want them to add. That way,
I mean, every time I get a Rising Rush by Vegito Blue in 5 counts, yeah, I get it.
or yeah, but imagine if you had like an Angel Goku at like 30 timer counts that could just IT you out.
30 counts is a little bit too long.
Well, yeah, in today's meta.
5 counts.
That's not about 5 counts. Must be nice, huh? Imagine getting Rice Rush in 3.
Oh,
The battle starts, the opponent just Rising Rushes you first action.
Right.
That's like Ryuden syndrome right there.
Well, I guess I'm not trying to lead the conversation, but how do you guys feel about the red cell? Because I was incredibly happy that he can get killed in one combo.
I mean, yeah, they kind of had to do it like that because they weren't going to make it so you can nullify his revival. That would have been dumb, in my opinion. So the other option was either you make him just completely stupidly overpowered, which I didn't think they were going to do, or you just make him Hercule pre transformation, like in terms of his defenses, and then once he's transformed, he's like mediocre defensively but really powerful offensively. I think that they did a pretty good job with it, given it's their first attempt at a mechanic like this.
I think it's actually good that because like you said, it's like, if they released him and he gets attacked by Vegito Blue and it actually counted as endurance, he would literally be dead on arrival, much like Pycon.
Yeah, because you come back with 1 health.
Yeah, he would suck. So I'm glad that one, he revives, because even though he is fairly mediocre before he transforms, it's still as if you technically have 4 units on your team, right? Because that's an entire health bar that they have to go through, and then he comes back to life stronger than before, and hits relatively hard too. Like his special move is really strong. So I don't know. This is really unique. I can see them doing this again in the future. I just don't know for what unit. They could have done it with Majin Vegeta. I think somebody here said that like last week or the week before, but yeah, I like him. I think he's good.
I'm really happy that he's a glass cannon on both pages. I've seen some incredible plays from my opponents right now with him, and at the same time, it feels like they're actually making plays. If you get a hold of their cell and they don't treat them right, you can just annihilate them in a moment. So I was very happy. I was very, very concerned when I saw that he was getting 100% HP and that we were actually going to start seeing 5 HP bars per match.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised though that they would release a unit like this, just because how hard he is to use. Like I feel like if you use him wrong, like you're just gonna think he sucks. You're never gonna use him again. And I feel like most of the game's player base are casual players who like they just jump in because the character is cool or whatever, and they just play the game for just casually. So I don't know. I think it's nice to get like a different touch on how they. I guess their design philosophy is for units. For like Vegito Blue, like you jump into a match with Vegito Blue, you could be like playing the game for your second day ever and like win every match. But with the Cell, like you have to actually strategize with how you want to switch with him. Like when do you use the main ability? When do you use the green card and stuff like that? And then also with his unique, I think he has like a 10 time usage limit on if you're one of your other units gets hit, he gets a 1 second reduction on his cover change, which is really good because it lets you
faster.
Yeah, exactly. It lets you trick your enemy. So like sometimes what I would do, because I've actually tested this guy extensively at this point. You start with him and you switch out, and if the enemy's comboing you with like Vegeta Blue or someone or whatever helps you get a Rising Rush quickly, like after like 3 hits, he's already ready to come back. And they think he's not ready to come back yet, so they'll Rising Rush you, but he's there, and you just win the game.
I was about to mention, I'm getting a lot of the feelings I used to have with Yellow Cell. It really feels like there's just an IT. They're not allowed to rush at any point because it's going to be completely nullified and wasted as long as that Red Cell is still there.
That is true, but at the same time, just getting his passive out of the way early can also lead you to early victory. Like, yes, it's annoying, but like there's been plenty of times where he's used that passive, come back, and then try to use a blast card, and then I'll instantly use Majin Vegeta's blue card, and then he's dead in 1 hit. And both his health bars just gone. Like, yeah, you can't do that all the time, but, you know, in a lot of situations, you can still, if you don't make mistakes and you strategize properly, you can play around it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would see that as a strength, mainly because with this unit and Android specifically, right? Because I would say that Yellow Cell is still like fairly viable, but already having the ability to stall your opponent's Rising Rush, I would say is big, right? Either you have Red Cell out there and he hasn't died yet, or you have Yellow Cell in the background who can still vanish you out of a Rising Rush. Again, like people can make whatever strategies they want, but one thing for certain is that so long as you still have those 2 units in the back end, like they use Rising Rush and for what? Either you're vanishing or you're tanking it and you're coming back to life even stronger. So I think that's a major benefit to this Perfect Cell. And even at that, for example, if he did end up knocking out the Red Cell once anyway, his special skill is kind of crazy. Like it's not even like a percentage, it's a guaranteed immobilization, unless like the units are immune to that type of thing, but it's a guaranteed immobilization. So that could work really well, even if he does end up getting rushed and he loses his first health bar.
Not only that, but it activates on 0 frames. Like there have been plenty of times where they'll activate that green card, and I'll activate like a blue beam Kamehameha style of super move, and because it activates on 0 frames, it like hits me while the character's still like charging up the Kamehameha animation.
And like, what's worse is it could be stacked, bro. It can be stacked.
I also wanted to bring up that you brought up the team synergy. That Red Cell, the Purple 21, and the new Zenkai 16 is one of the best teams I've seen currently roaming around right now. They all synergize together perfectly. You can run just the EX Android bench right now. You don't have to worry about having viable units, and they are fantastic.
I think I piloted that team from what was it? I was at like 15,000 RP, and now I'm at like 18,500 or something. And I was mainly using that one team, that Android team.
Wait, is it a double RP season?
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even know that, bro. I'm at like 8,000.
That's how much I have right now too.
I might say for 10,000.
It's gonna be a fun Monday. God damn.
I got 10,000. I'm in the top, within top 20K. I'll take it.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun Monday night.
Yeah, you're going for the long haul.
I'm not gonna make it. There's no way.
It's not possible for us. 10A for us to get number 1. It's not possible.
It's been a fun ride though. The meta's been, after the Majin Vegeta banner dropped, I've been seeing Vegeta family. I've been seeing obviously Future, but I've been seeing more Future with the new red and purple Vegeta and Goku with trying to make that cell work. Yeah, I've been seeing a ton of Android teams. It's been a blast. Obviously, you see the Vegeta blue, but you just kind of swallow it and go on the next one. It's not every single fight.
Yep.
Future's pretty disgusting right now with that cell. I can tell you that. You can run that Vegeta blue, that cell, and purple Vegeta. It's pretty much game over.
I'm gonna be honest. I think this week we're gonna see a bigger shift than we did last week.
In terms of what content?
Taking over.
What'd you say?
In terms of content? Oh, sorry, go on.
With Gohan getting a Zenkai.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, I can already tell.
You think it'd be Sun family based or hybrid based?
Well, he's gonna be Red Sun family, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's Red Sun family.
Oh, that's what it is.
But you can still run him on hybrid. You could just run
Oh,
him
yeah,
with
easy.
with other Gohan.
Hybrids is ridiculous, dude. Like, it actually has all the makings of a perfect team. They just need something to bring it together, and this red Gohan's gonna do it.
Like
Wait,
you run
did
him,
it
you run purple
specifically
Zenkai
say
Gohan, and then you run like the LL Goten or whatever the new Goten ends up being is whatever.
Oh
it's
no,
gonna be
the
the same.
Legends Limited Gohan 10, because I think we're in a point right now where teams can get so optimized because of Zenkai. You almost have to run it. Like you can run an off Zenkai unit, but they're like paper in comparison.
Yeah, I mean a non-Zenkai unit versus a Zenkai unit, almost every single time the Zenkai unit is gonna be better.
And
Bro,
right now
we've all been
they
saying that
have
for months.
triple.
That Zenkai's the wave, dude. Like, it is the future of this game. Like, whether or not if you like it, it's what you got to have to be able to be like really competitive. Not just competitive. You can win top 10K without Zenkai, it's fine. But like to be really competitive, you like that? It's gonna be Zenkai's. They're moving it that way for a reason. Like, that's why Mass
I
Effect
don't agree
4 is
with
not
that
coming.
though.
When the first few Zenkais dropped, you didn't have to have a Zenkai, right? Now it
Yeah.
honestly feels like in the upper brackets, the Zenkai defines your team one way or another. Either you're Zenkai buffing the new shiny units, or your Zenkai is on the team being a core unit, making your team possible.
See, I
Double
like
Zenkai
it for
buffing
benches though.
happens.
I do.
Or you're double Zenkai buffing.
Now it's going to be double and triple Zenkai buff, and we laugh, but when you look at the LR team and everybody's wanting the new LR unit to drop, that's really going to be about a 60% increase to all stats across the board. That's more than a double Zenkai. For
Oh,
most
dude,
people.
we're laughing because we're crying inside, dude. Like,
I'm laughing. I think after the dust settles, this is going to be really exciting as long as you have open access to the LR units. I think Bandai has a really fun team building composition thing with the Zenkai. I think right
Fun,
now
but
it's just too
also
restricted.
Team
With
comp is
motivation in mind, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they know what the next 10 units are going to be and what it's going to look like. But I'm really excited to see old teams resurrected, just because you get like, Yellow 18 gets a Zenkai, then suddenly we see female warriors taking over. That's why Zenkai excites me.
well, yeah, team comp is like literally what it's made for. But that's why I think I could almost defend more. I wish they kept the free Zenkai 1. Because, like, yeah, 15% across the board, or 15, 20, 20, 15, whatever the heck it is. It's not the most amazing, but as a bench, it's enough to make your units kind of on par. If you got 3 Zenkai 1s, I kind of wish, because for free-to-plays, it's just kind of like, hey, you're wrong, you're not, like, cucked or anything. Just focus on Zenkais and then go after banners once you get that. Like, 16, if you know you like androids, focus on 16 then. He's going to be good with other androids, like the Cell and everything with that. But it's so easy to tell kids that, and it's like, you also want to summon on the new banners. Like, you want to have, like, oh, I like this. I got the new LF Majin. That's cool. You're not always going to get lucky, but I don't know. That's my only problem with them taking away the free one. It's for free to plays, because it's just kind of like, man, you just leave them out in the dust. And it feels like you leave them out in the dust. It's not the same as like not having dupes and Dokkan. It feels like you're being left out in the dust. Like, I don't even have access to DKP, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I've only spent like hundreds of thousands of Chrono Crystals, no big deal. And then there's these free to plays and stuff. I don't know. It just kind of irritates me that the free one went away, because it's like there's 7 steps. If it was like 3 steps, I would understand. But well.
If I can give you my perspective, I told a lot of people that I made my Gohan free to play. I hadn't gone through all the soul
I'm sure you have, yeah. And it's totally possible.
27,000 Chrono Crystals within 2 months. I had to pretty much get together.
Oh yeah. And people need to make those smart decisions. If you know you like one, that's one Zenkai that you've now got access to, and there's so many.
So I'm saying is now it costs 7,000. When the red trunks dropped, I had 1,000 from the latest PvP season, and my viewers got to watch me get it pretty much free to play on camera.
Dude, 100%. And I'm not defending. Like, you need to be working hard for this stuff. But Zenkai 1 compared to Zenkai 7 are 100% different units.
The system is much more free to play friendly. I don't care about the free 1,000 that they used to give. If you spend 1,000 Chrono Crystals and you get it immediately,
It's much better overall.
3 and 6.
I'm not going to argue that. It's much better overall, and you should just be spending 1,000 just to get the Zenkai 1, no matter what. But then to ask a kid to do that and then bounce like 3 other banners in a month, it's like, well, maybe you just like Dragon Ball and you like a lot of characters, and it just kind of kills the vibe, at least for me. I don't mind as much because I make the money back, of course. But I remember being completely free in Dokkan and trying to keep up with stuff and trying to do, and it's like near impossible.
Well,
and then if you want to be
They don't want
competitive,
you to. It's
yeah, they
fun.
don't want you to. They want you to get it later on. That's why they give you good banners later, and you should be saving those banners that you don't get units on for like a year down the road, Like how I just pulled a bunch of that green cell and I found out he's actually pretty good. I never even summoned on his original banner because I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter.
I think the
But,
angle they
you
were
know,
going for is that you're supposed to feel rewarded. I disagree with it in a game like this, Bind, just on the record, but I think they wanted you to invest in a Zenkai unit, maybe not finish it on the first banner, be something that kind of a key unit on your team that you throw on, you upgrade. I know everybody complained about how slow the drip was on the souls, but they clearly, at least what I saw in the and stuff video or whatever the heck it was called, they didn't expect us to want to max out 1400% right away.
Oh,
No,
100%.
This
They
was a
want you to wait.
project.
That was their designed time gate into preventing people from rushing it.
Well, dude, they've had time gates since day one. Didn't you point it out, Nas, that it was like every unit has that ability to Zenkai because then they get their strike upgraded or whatever else, their blast
Every
upgraded?
unit, even EX and heroes, are designed to.
It's inherently in the game. I'm not worried about that. It's just when you're comparing a unit that it's like the free 1000 really didn't matter. Like all it did was just help kids who want to play the game. It wasn't like that's a deciding factor in you getting a really good unit for free. You still got to do the grind to get the souls. You still got to do the grind to do like everything for it. Maybe it's Kid Goku or whatever else. And Kid Goku and Trunks are a whole different story. That's fantastic for free to plays. But it just, I don't know. It kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. And I think that's the kind of stuff that irritates the fan base when it's like, it really doesn't matter. Because if you're in top 5,000, Zenkai 1 to 7 matters a lot. Like, top 10,000 doesn't matter that much. You can get there with Zenkai 1 pretty easily if you're good enough. That's fine. But if you're trying to be competitive in the game, they want you to spend. Or they want you to save for like at least a month. And a month is a long time. When we're talking a mobile game, for you to keep interest in a game, to save up for it. Like, you might have that desire too with a hybrid team, but maybe somebody who, the average person, just doesn't want to wait 3 months to hopefully get lucky and pull 6 Gohans. You know, I don't know. That's just my vibe. And then at least you get the Zenkai, and even if it's just one, you kind of feel a little bit of that. Hey, I freaking did it. I used that unit like 500 times. Dope. That's just how I've always read it, but it doesn't really matter too much.
So I like the mid-max teams. So for me, they were speaking to me. I always basically what I was trying to say, and what I was trying to say about my Gohan grind. I felt rewarded when I was done with my Gohan. It was something I was posting on the Discord every day, like, oh, I got a new Zenkai level, right? Being really hyped about it. And I really understood what the developers at least were going for because I had that experience. I think the new one is way more interesting. When you brought up getting the Zenkai 1 for people to be able to use the units, honestly, Boo and Cooler are the only ones I would even care to have.
I would just say on bench. Like, if you have like purple Scouter Vegeta on the bench, 15 to 20% is not a lot, but you're still buffing enough that maybe your Super Vegito is usable at 5 stars.
I think I would still go for a double Z ability at that point.
I agree. You should be spending the Chrono Crystals on Zenkai. You 100% should be spending on that over like these banners. Maybe chuck in 1,000 or 2,000 on a banner. That's fine. You like 10,000 a month. I 100% agree with you. But just talking about the average Dragon Ball person who likes a lot of characters, they don't just use like one specific team. They don't use this. They just started 6-7 months ago, maybe a year ago. They got back into it. Just feels very forced upon to just, hey, I'm gonna need 14,000 crystals from you this month if you want both these Zenkais. That's just where it's kind of like.
Well, I do agree. It's incredibly hard for any new player to pick up and start a new account. And
they don't want
to the
you.
top
They don't want you to do that. I'm not arguing that. They don't want you to pick it up and be like, hey, you get the Zenkai now. No, they've shown they don't want that. It's just like Dokkan doesn't want you to be able to do that with easy A's. There's a reason they require certain units. But it's just Zenkai 1 doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal. It's just, it always just rubbed me the wrong way because it just kind of felt like the player base read it maybe differently than we would. And that's something I feel like they need to keep in tune with, is how kids are going to read it and how kids that are spending money on the game or sharing with their friends are going to read these kind of things. And it reads kind of money hungry. Even if we know the backstory to it, it reads pretty money hungry compared to like easy A's and Dokkan,
Yeah, and that's just you notice it more because this is a competitive PvP.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, I think that the only thing I'd really want to change with Zenkai right now is they need to make it its own upgrade panel. I know in the future they're going to want to add more upgrades, but right now it's pretty confusing for a large portion of the player base. Can't tell you how many times I've seen someone link a picture of a Zenkaiable unit asking how the heck do I Zenkai this? It's kind of clear to us because we're well immersed in the game.
Yeah.
What?
Kids didn't even know about the free 1000. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not well telegraphed. It feel like there should be an upgrade button on my unit that lead me to that.
It says, do you want Zenkai? Do this, and it gives you like a list of check things to do. Yeah.
They could come up with a new animation or whatever to dispense the Zenkai souls, because there's obviously still going to have their RNG gate to it. But right now, the Zenkai animations are confusing at best for summoning, and I just don't care. I'm just hitting the skip button trying to grab my soul. Right?
I feel you.
So I don't know. I feel like there's some polish that they get out to the Zenkai system, and I think that they need to just start doing waves of dropping it for the EXs and the hero units eventually. You guys already brought up that every unit seems to be capable of Zenkai, and I think that we're going to start getting patches at least where, you know, where we used to get balance patches, but instead you'll see there's 3 new Zenkais, and maybe an EX and hero unit doesn't require chrono crystals and has a different kind of material, kind of like how we're going to be able to use the rush tokens to boost the unit. I think that's how they're going to go forward on the
If they
Zenkais
go
for the
forward,
air quotes
that's
free to play.
fantastic. That's amazing. It's just weird they debuted it on an LF.
I think they're going to go for a generic material because there's just going to be too many units, and I think there's going to be so many that need the Zenkai. Like eventually, we're going to want every unit to have it. It's just how are they going to treat it? Is a purple Zenkai unit going to buff the Saiyan tag, or is it going to buff purple EX? You know, because we're going to start having ridiculous teams here soon.
Well, I know I feel like I've talked too much, so somebody else wants to jump in with Professor.
I think like there's different perspectives to look at the problem. Well, I don't even know if it's a problem, but just to look at what we're talking about here. The first perspective is what you were talking about, which is basically from someone who's just strictly interested in playing PvP and high-level PvP and competitive PvP, which is fine. There's obviously a group of people who are interested in that. But I think for the majority of players who play this game, they're mainly interested in just collecting the characters. I think like 90% of the players don't even play PvP. So I think from that perspective, it's a lot more imperative that they get down, you know, what is their goal with this system? And it just, from the average player's perspective, you look at the structure of what they're going for, and it just doesn't feel like it's there to achieve what you're trying to, I don't know, I guess be geared towards in your goal of playing the game. So like if you're a competitive player, then yeah, I mean if you are only maining one team, and you're somebody who's working for the Zenkai and you're spending, you know, hours and hours grinding souls and doing whatever, then that's cool. I don't have anything against that. But I think if you're like the average Dragon Ball fan and you're like logging in every day, you're playing for like 15 minutes doing story events or whatever, and you see this new Zenkai that's come out, it's like, when are you ever going to be able to like actually achieve this? And I feel like that's something that the old system was good with, because it let everybody like get to experience
Feel involved.
the upgrade for the units that you've had for a long time. But I mean, obviously Zenkai's a lot more powerful than those old buffs. The old buff system was never really impactful in PvP because they always never buffed the unit enough for them to be good. So I think there definitely is an argument for the Zenkai system to just be a better system, and I think it is a better system than the old system. But when you consider the average player's perspective, I think that there's an argument to be had where it's just not achievable by like 90% of the player base, and that's why people are upset about it.
Yeah, I mean that's literally like the idea that I was having. Like it's just because you're looking at somebody who doesn't ever play PvP, like you said, like 90% probably doesn't. Let's even lowball it and say 70% don't, and they just want to have that unit in their box. You know, that's just, I don't know. To me, that's just a good feeling of getting that, and like it's cool if you're really going for competitive, and that's dope and all that kind of stuff. I just don't like feeling left out in a game, and I don't like feeling like I'm left behind in something. And I feel like as a free-to-play, I would feel that way in this game. I already feel that kind of way being like a mini whale. I mean, I've spent literally hundreds of thousands of crystals, and I'm still missing so many units at like high stars. My Gohan is 3-star, and I got kids that are free-to-play tweeting me 7-star ones. So it's like, you just feel kind of like, damn. You know, and I don't feel that way because I'm fine. I got plenty of units to back up teams. But if I just picked the game up because of the anniversary or something like that, I wouldn't be like, hell yeah, this LF that came out a year and a half ago is getting a Zenkai? Nice. I'll definitely get that. You know, it's like,
I'm like, because like I said, everybody has different perspectives. For me,
yeah, of course.
From my perspective as a content creator, I'm just pissed about the souls. Like, if I'm going to be grinding every single Zenkai and day one I want to have a showcase up at maximum, soul boost, 400%. Like, it's just, I'm grinding 3 weeks in advance. Like, for this Gohan, I'm so happy that they showed it in V Jump because I would not be ready for it when it came out.
Yeah, I mean, grinding the souls just means that you're not gonna rank in PvP.
I feel like they are conscious of the Zenkai issue that you mainly touched on, Brad, and everyone else. I was talking about the involvement feeling you get from earning the Z1. And I feel like that's why they're going to do this test platform with the Legends Limited Gohan where you can earn a certain amount for free.
Oh, yeah. And again, if that's a thing, that's fantastic for free-to-plays. There's no arguing that that's fantastic. I mean, it really is, because that's an in-game currency you get figuring nothing.
Free plays, but right now it's limited to a Legends Limited unit at 7 stars or higher.
Of course. But I'm saying if they move forward with that idea,
yeah, I
think
it's
some kind of different currency, that's cool. I have no problem with that.
It's going to evolve where more units are going. Like, they're trying to find a way to work in something that works, and they're testing it with this Legends Limited Gohan first.
Which is a little bit... That's where it's weird, because it's kind of like... You couldn't have picked, like, the Red Trunks or something, you know, a unit that a lot of people would have to test that kind of thing out on, but hey, it is what it is. You can't get everything perfect. I don't mind that.
I think the fact that they're just continuing to try things out is really good. I like that a lot. Like this game, the one thing this game does really well is they just are not afraid to experiment with things, and that's my favorite thing about this game for sure.
Yeah, prediction I don't take direct credit for, but I'm gonna do the I told you so thing is what I said before about the Legends Limited multi Z power. Like we knew it was coming, and what I say when it first shows up, it's gonna be heavily monetized, and then maybe over time it'll start to become more available.
Bro, you act like $120 is a lot of money, dog. Come on,
a hell of a lot of money.
That's nothing. That's nothing, bro.
That's
the
like
average person
right
makes
there.
that in a week. No, in like 2 days.
1/7 the total value of my phone that I'm playing the game on.
I think a lot of people
$120.
want a
It's
team
like
that they can work on every day.
Like $800. That's about what the S9 Plus is worth nowadays.
So
what I was gonna say is, I mean, regardless of what they do with Gohan in terms of like the F2P option for getting, if I'm not mistaken, it's his was it Awakened Z power?
yes, it's Awakening Z power, not his actual Z power.
Yeah, the thing that I find frustrating is the fact that, you know, getting the Awakened Z power is good. I think that's a great idea. The issue is getting the Zenkai souls for it, right? I was kind of like playing PvP, so like I was kind of out of the conversation. So if you guys talked about this, you know, stop me now. But you can do adventures to get the Zenkai souls, of course, and you know it takes a lot of time, but it's obviously inconvenient, right? Like you wait like an hour to be able to get only like a few amount of souls, and it could take like a day, maybe or not like a day. Well, I wouldn't know. Like I mean, Gorish is like the god of like farming Zenkai souls, so he probably knows more than I do, but it does take a lot of time, right?
Yes,
and as of late, they've been making it easier with, you know, using some of the in-game currency, right? But even at that, those resources are still very, you know, they're not plentiful like that, right? So it's good that they're letting us do a free-to-play method in order to get Gohan up to Zenkai 7, but it's still going to suck because we still need an efficient way to get Zenkai souls. So it's kind of like, it's like a double-edged sword, you know?
Well, it's getting better. I mean, it's better than it was. Like Zenkai Souls used to be horrific.
I think the issue that I have personally, and this is not going to apply to 99.99999% of the rest of people, is that there's not enough ways to obtain souls, because the only way to obtain souls, like normal souls I'm talking about, is to do, you know, the soul stages. What do you need to do the stages? You need energy. What don't you have access to? Energy tickets. I have literally 0 energy tickets left. So I have to just wait for my energy to replenish naturally, and that's limited. Like you're limited on how much energy you can use. Like even if I were to not be able to use skip tickets, that's fine. At least let me just grind the stage with energy. Like I just feel like there's been such a drought with the energy tickets recently that's the biggest problem I've ran into.
Why don't they change into the tank?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I have a feeling there's been a drought with energy tickets because they're planning this update to the way the energy bar works.
Dude, the Legends stamina system has sucked dick since day one. Like that was never limit the amount of time.
That's why there's energy
playing.
tickets. That's why it sucks.
Stupid. It's stupid. Horribly designed.
I mean, at least for someone like me, at least let me refresh my stamina infinitely. Like I don't care. I'll pay 200 crystals every time. Like I don't care.
Exactly.
Jesus. Well, I won't, but
like can't you just do that? Doesn't it cap out at like 50 and then you can just keep
it caps at 100 and then it tells you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I used to do that.
that's the double edge, because like at the end of the day, like I mean, obviously I would say like for us, because we're all content creators, and probably for like the people that play like PvP like competitively and whatnot, we want to keep playing. It's kind of like what we do. But at the end of the day, it's still a mobile game, and mobile games are designed to be played when you have like spare moments of time throughout the day. So it's like they're still trying to get money because they're still a business, but they're not trying to like keep you playing all day.
Well, but
that's why
but
it's
their
like
system
it's weird.
is designed to get
I
you
have
play
a
all day.
strong
The adventure
suspicion
shit.
that was an early development tool to force people to play PvP. Because it's like,
Kuba, I agree with Kuba, but the problem is they've designed the Zenkai system to require you to farm the souls.
Yeah.
You have to play that much. Like it's just the way it's designed.
It's weird. Yeah. It's freaking weird.
Yeah, that kind of plugs into what Kuba said earlier as well, is that you can exchange souls for Zenkai souls at the leveling center, but then you also need those souls to level up the Zenkai characters into it.
Exactly, yeah.
So there's not really anything you can exchange for.
yeah, they need to let you exchange like Zenny. Like
that would be
Oh my
amazing.
god, that would be.
Well,
That
I
would be-
think,
oh, I
I
would-
think
I would-
overall it's just tedious, and that's
you
why they
go
need to
like
overhaul the
10,000
system.
Zenny
Yes,
per
I agree with Professor.
10
Yep, I agree.
Zenkai souls. I got 2 billion Zenny right now. Like, well, come on.
I got 5, bro. I feel you. Like,
I
think,
still don't
I think-
know what I'm doing when I'm farming Zenkai souls. Like I still don't know.
You just played co-op like 700 times, which is very.
That's
frustrating.
that's the thing. Like if I don't want to play co-op, like please just let me do something
Then you got to
else.
summon for Z medals, man.
That's-
oh god, you got to summon.
Remind me.
I like how you say it. Like, you and No Lar got to summon for Z. We don't summon that way, bro. Like,
don't you have like a million?
Yeah, get good.
Is this you?
Rhyme Style has more than like 7 times more than me.
Bebop. I'm
Nah,
gonna let
it's
you know,
insane.
bruh. I had like 400 something thousand Z medals, right? I think like because I didn't really use them that much from day one.
Yeah.
But I burned through them things so fast to
Oh,
try
it's
to work
nuts.
on 16.
you used
bro.
it on the. Oh my gosh, bro.
Look, 16 was looking kind of strong.
Well, if you pick the unit,
Straight through the
16 is a
wall.
good one. You didn't do it on like Gohan or something. If you don't have a good
Yeah.
hybrids team. Okay, all right, fair enough.
I'm trying to do it on that Gohan, but that's the thing. Like I'm gonna burn through all my resources for one unit.
Yeah, don't do it like
Yeah.
Vegeta.
Like, yeah.
You better
They want you to
do
do
it.
Frustrating.
That's what it's gonna take.
I just don't like the concept, man. Like it's just really annoying.
Co-op.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind the 3 per day. Like, haha, play co-op, but you take play it 200 times.
It's
Like,
like
get on my face. I'm
they're
not doing-
releasing like co-op, like the the Zenkais and stuff, and it's like you're gonna burn through so much of your resources to even do anything anymore. Like it's like Kuba said, like they're kind of forcing you to play this game longer than you should. Like I don't want to keep playing and grinding this game for hours and hours. I've already done that playing PvP. You're grinding for first. Like I don't want to do that again just to Zenkai a unit or just to get more resources for materials that I'm gonna need in the future. I don't want to do that. Like
I think
there just has to be a much more efficient way that can condense that time. Because it is time consuming. Like
Oh,
it
yeah.
just feels like a chore at this point.
I mean I think the
Did you hear
main.
stream?
What would you say?
Oh, never mind. Sorry, it went black.
Yo, Truth, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
there's-
I gotta charge my thing, so I'm just doing this.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna die.
I was gonna say, I think the main concept behind requiring people to farm all these materials for the Zenkai is that they want the game to be played to win instead of pay to win, right? But I think they're doing it the wrong way in that it's just so boring. Like, who wants to sit there and grind co-op all day? Like, it's
Oh,
just
it's the
not
worst, dude. And then you
I
override it all
haven't
when you
touched-
play PvP. Like,
I haven't touched co-op in about 3 months.
God
Like
damn.
no joke.
I get
mean,
to the
it's
point
like
where
suggestion
I
that I have is instead of forcing us to use souls and super souls and whatever to soul boost the unit, give them their own currency, like how the Legends Road units have, and then make missions to where we obtain those souls through the missions, and then the
Yep.
missions will be like, use this unit like, I don't know, like 200 times in any mode. So any mode would count, right? And then that would also be play to win, except it wouldn't be you farming these stupid souls to use.
And also that would solve another.
Yeah,
issue.
like just make it fun, man.
Like the adventures. We have 7 slots. We also have the adventure missions, right? To get the tickets and to get the chrono crystals. But you then have to prioritize: do I want to get those tickets from the missions, or do I want to get the Zenkai souls? Because I mean, probably still the most efficient.
And the Zenkai solo adventures aren't even guaranteed, which sucks. Like the rates on just doing co-op. Like sometimes if you actually are in the mood or have the urge to play co-op, 9 times out of 10, I don't know. Sometimes maybe that adventure that you really need, it won't drop. It just won't for that specific color, and it's just like you just got to keep doing it over and over again.
I think we could kind of say that like Legends has had a problem deciding if it's like PvE or PvP since day one, because everything gears towards PvP, but then it's kind of like, okay, but I got to do a lot of PvE stuff to do this, and then you encounter all these other players who DC and all this crap. That's a whole different story for a different day. But it for me, it's just always been kind of like splitting up my time 50-50. And I mean, I have like 4,000 hours in the game. I guarantee the average person does not. Like I would guarantee, and it's like, yeah, there needs to be some kind of luck, getting equips and getting, like you said, getting the right adventures to drop for Zenkai and that kind of stuff. You need a little bit of luck. It's still a gacha at the end of the day, but not this kind of luck, bro. Like, I don't know. It's just it's very ass backwards when you break everything down. When it's like I do co-op for 8 hours, and then I run PvP for 30 minutes, and I get rid of all my co-op adventures, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Like I just need to get top 10K for 1,000 crystals. All right, I'll make sure I set a day aside in my week where I'm just gonna do co-op that day. Got you. And I don't even play the game the rest of the time. It's very weird when you break everything down.
You gotta like schedule and plan.
It's the least mobile game I've ever played in my life.
Well,
I have never jumped on Legends when I'm in the car, when I'm at work. I can't just jump on and do something. It's like, let me sit down. I'm connected to my Wi-Fi. We're good. My Wi-Fi is working. Like it's such a work to do it. Like, and it should not be that way. I don't like Dokkan too much nowadays. It's fun, but it's not that kind of fun for me. But it's so easy to just jump on.
Hey,
I just want to run an event real quick. I want to see a cool cutscene. They have mastered the mobile thing. You don't need a lot of data to go back and forth. You don't need a good internet connection.
I just want Zenny to be useful as well. Like somebody said it earlier. Like,
I'm out of Zenny.
Please, like we have so much Zenny, but we're not really spending anything with it, are we? Like, what is it? What are we actually spending our Zenny on? At most, we're probably spending our Zenny with
item resets. Try using
how much does
Zenkai.
that cost?
You spend like 1,000 at a time to launch adventures, and you spend it to reroll it.
I'm out of Zenny,
exactly, but that's it.
How are you out of Zenny, bro? I
How are you
have
out
to
of
know.
Zenny?
I have
Bro.
5 billion. I have to know how you're out of Zenny.
I think equip reroll 6 Zenny, right?
Yeah, equip rerolls if you hit the eraser and you keep hitting it. Your
I mean,
Zenny goes.
Well, that makes sense.
But-
That can't get more than like 200
There's
million.
no way though. I mean, like
Yeah.
I've used like in the past couple of days, I've used over 50 eraser slots,
Okay.
grinding equips, and I'm still like in the billions, like that.
I almost
There's-
exclusively do PvP in this game. I spend my energy every night to grab my dailies real quick before bed. So I maybe that's where you're getting your Zenny because you guys are actually spending your energy. I just do PvP, and that is it.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
I am out at Zenny 24/7. I use the Goresh is grinding those little medals. I've used my medals twice now to just get Zenny so I could afford item resets. I am out.
Okay, if I was at 0 and then Zenkai's came out, I could get that. When Zenkai's dropped, I
the
had like a
exchange
billion.
shop at the bottom for Zenny. That's me. That's
Good.
for me.
Oh wait, I have a question. Just I don't know if have you tried rolling the new equip in that shop?
What, the new one? I haven't. I only roll hybrids.
Goddamn that. Yeah, well, I mean, you could use it in a hybrid. It only requires blue.
Which one?
Let me see what it does.
It's so bad. Like it's the equip itself isn't bad, but the rates. I've literally exchanged like 400. I've gotten 1 gold slot 1 on that. Out of like 400.
Oh,
what is this?
Okay, strike defense 13%, blast defense 15%, 10% strike attack when element purple or tag region. Oh, that's actually pretty wonderful because that's just pure strike attack.
Exactly, yeah. And there's so many units who can use it because I think it's blue,
or regeneration. Yeah, it's blue or regeneration, so that's pretty open-ended. So we mentioned that earlier, or at least I brought it up, that there's a difference, guys, between strike attack and base strike attack. I'm not knowledgeable enough on how the calculations are going through, but I do know that when it just specifically says strike attack or blast attack, it's much more valuable.
Yeah,
I'm
pure
trying to
value
ask for
instead of
someone else for
bonus.
the
So when it
mechanics.
comes to like that third slot, like the 5 through 10% to strike when an element, blah blah blah, like that just means that whatever percentage it's on, it's gonna scale, then rather than the flat damage, rather than like a flat percentage that you have. So like instead of that third slot said like 10% to strike damage, like that's it. Like that's just means you're just gonna get 10% strike damage inflicted. That's it. But I'm not sure like the algorithm behind it, but I just know that the percentage, whatever percent it's on, it scales. So you're gonna hit harder.
Well, the way it's
Okay.
been explained to me is that base strike attack only multiplies your literal base strike attack number. When you have
Yeah.
strike attack increase, it takes your total strike attack number and increases it again by that percentage number. That's
It's
a
up
fun.
for people who play Dokkan, it's basically like the difference between getting attack at the start of turn versus attack on super attack. So the base strike attack is going into your base number, but then like the pure, I guess they call it the pure value, which is just strike attack,
Yeah.
not base strike attack. That's getting factored in after all the other calculations are already being done. So you want to have an
there you go.
even spread of both, because keep in mind that your strike attack is being amplified by the pure value after the base value is already being taken into account.
I mean,
Okay, so
those
real
are the
quick,
kind of things that I wish they kind of described too. You know, I don't like the fact that we just gotta figure it out on our own. You know, but
Yeah, I agree with that.
whatever.
Professor, have you ever hit #1 in the world?
No, I've been trying for the past like 2 seasons, but
I
the
think
queue starts getting horrendous by the end of the season.
I think it says a lot that even like Bebop, who has it #1, or even if you've been in like top, like I'm sure you've been top 50 or 100.
many times.
Who's who's #1 doesn't even fully know how it functions. I think that says a lot personally to me. That it's like
A
you would
lot.
think it's
No,
crazy
go ahead.
that we don't. Oh, you're fine. I wasn't really saying anything besides that. It's wild that somebody who can hit that high up, even Professor, that hitting that high up, Goresh. I know you've been in like top 30 and stuff like that, top 10. It's like, bro, how the hell do they
They're
not know
just
how it
not a
doesn't work?
lot.
Like
It's not a
that should
lot.
be. You see people in fighters who know those kind of things. That's why they're really good at fighters. Like, look at how Rhyme tweets and stuff. I don't know what the hell he's talking about half the time. So it's like you. And Rhyme's not like a prime example, Sonic Fox, whatever you want to bring up in that. But it's like they know all those in-depth mechanics. In
Well,
Legends, we have no idea.
They could really fix this. I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
how
yeah,
I
no,
wanted them
that's why I was
to
tying
give
it back to
names
that.
for mechanics.
Yeah.
Like if Rebirth was a mechanic and the new Cell came out and it said Cell coming with Rebirth, right? And we know, oh, this is gonna be a resurrection unit, right?
Yeah.
So if they had these defined terms for the mechanics that are in the game and how they function and how they relate in the game itself, what they could have is under our menu, and you could just have it under other or something, just a help section and then key terms. Boom, just a giant list of this for us nerds to go sit down and read, and you could understand the game at that
I see why your
Because
name is
I-
Professor. Get it?
No,
They're just
tell you on DM someday how I actually got that name. It has nothing to do with any kind of
I just meant
mentorship.
I just meant because you like reading stuff. That was all.
just called you a
Doing
nerd,
calculations
basically.
It gets really intense, but Game Press has all the formulas laid out. I'm not even going to begin to say that I understand
Yeah.
them.
And the reason why I know that, I know all of these things is because of them in a sense, because we actually communicate. Like I literally found this out probably sometime like the end of last year, that the percentage wise when it comes to like, for example, like that equip we just discussed, like that's actually a better, like say if I had like an 18% flat strike attack, if I had like a 7 point whatever percent, if I have this certain unit, whatever, like those kind of conditions, that's a better equip than the flat damage. And I didn't even realize that. So like Legends, what they need to do is just communicate that kind of stuff with us, because obviously the lack of communication is already apparent. So like if like Professor said, if we had like a help section or a legend section that kind of defines all these terms on like what things mean and like, you know, what would benefit the player base, or you know, like some, you know, percentages, like all that stuff, like that's new to people. That these are things like, especially equips, which are essential. These are things that the player base needs to know.
I also
'Cause
think there's
we
a
should
big
not
problem.
be ignorant about that.
I also think there's a big problem with this whole ability bonus thing. Like I find that to be completely useless. Like what even, like what, it doesn't mean anything. Like what even is ability
Yeah,
bonus? Does anybody know?
I don't
Oh,
know.
it's I think it's the total stat bonus gained by your Z abilities and your items.
and equipped. Yeah, but my problem with
Yeah.
it is like it doesn't tell you.
Oh, it's
anything.
irrelevant. A 2500 ability bonus team is probably stronger than a 3K ability bonus just because they're probably running the HP bonus.
Yeah. So what they should do is they should have a breakdown of that. So let's say there's a button that says, it just says details or whatever next to it. You just click the button, and then it'll show you like, okay, yeah, you equip this equipment on. This is what your change in the ability bonus is going to be, but this is what the stats are going to change to.
Yeah, that's the same. Like if they gave you a stat preview where you could see your units after they're affected. I think there's too many variables with items because there's conditions like with Sun Family or with Hybrid Unit, right? But if they let you see at least what the Z ability was affecting on your team, it would at least give players a better understanding of what they're entering the fight with. Because I don't think a lot of people understand how the Z ability functions and how vital it is to have a proper bench.
So maybe I'll give it a hot
to
take
enjoy.
here then. I'll give a hot take that they probably don't want us to understand that. That's why the game has so much RNG. Maybe that might be my. I was just sitting there thinking about it because it's kind of like.
No, I think these games are half baked at launch, and then they see how.
Well, okay, I can agree with the half baked, but that's why they don't fix it. Because
No,
like
they're
I'm
seeing
sure
that it
they
has popularity and they fix it over time. Like we're looking at the equipment system and it's getting
Yeah.
better. The only thing I want, and I'm sure Goresh knows what I'm talking about, they need a mass sell button.
Oh yeah.
Just let me sell
over 20 of
items
them
at once. If they're all C or under, no golden slot, or sorry, D or under, just let me sell them. I don't want to look at them in the first place. Just let me sell them.
You need a mass erase button.
Yeah, or just maybe
Yes.
sell them right.
Yes.
I don't really care
listen,
about that one.
maybe I'm sick. I might be crazy in the head. Actually, I definitely am. I'm sick, right? My favorite thing about Legends was equipment rerolling by far.
Oh, yes.
Every day it
I love
reset. Oh.
Yes, and people think I'm crazy, but that's where I got all my Z's. And
Oh.
I do the 10cc rerolls, and I do it free to play.
Listen.
And people think I have this crazy
That's hella
account, but no,
nice.
it's so much fun.
Dude,
How do
I
you
was
get
using.
That's one of
I was going through like 7,000 CC per day for like the entire month
Lord.
of June.
Oh my god.
That's why you
Couldn't
liked
relate.
it. I would like it too if I was going through 7,000 a day because you get a lot of Z's,
checked-
bro. That would
I
feel
checked-
good.
I checked how much money I spent for June at the end. I was like, oh wait, maybe this isn't a good idea.
I bet your team looks pretty sick.
Well, yeah, I had Z equipment. I had
dude.
as much as Goresh basically. So.
I just do the 10cc daily rerolls, and if you do it every single day, I mean, this system has been out for months. I have like the Hybrid Awaken item done 6 times over. You just have to keep hitting it. And I know that you guys had already mentioned that I'm an oddity, that I've stuck to one team, but now I have a fully blinged out team for 10cc.
Well, I don't think
daily.
you should be what people do. And I know that's not the average. Like, if you're in PvP, you need to pick a team. If
Yeah.
you got a really, really, really good region team, bro, you need a Zenkai 7 boo.
Okay,
That's
well,
just
but
how life be.
I just want to clarify. I think that's the smart thing to do if you are serious
Oh, yeah.
about PvP.
Oh,
That's
100%.
the
Yeah.
only
If you
reason
just
would
like
do
Dragon Ball and you're just playing Legend because you like Dragon Ball, no, dude, do your favorite units. Like,
that. Yeah.
don't listen to us. But if you're playing PvP every single day, you love getting top 3K, you just have a good time, you can get past the lag, pick a team. Pick a team, rock with it, and hopefully you get other units that's dope. That's the best mentality you can have with any of these guys. That's the same way in Dokkan. The second I got LR, Kale, and Khalifa, I was like, bro, I can run every event in the game. Like, it was like, I'm good. You know, it was a lot of fun at that point because I had a team that I liked. Obviously, I had fusions and stuff like that, but like, it's the same thing in this game. You got like somehow you got lucky on BB. You got a 6-star, bro. I'm sorry, you're a fusions player now. If you like PvP, like that sucks, bro. But
I have him at 7, and I'm gonna say nope. But
well, okay. If you want to be one of those people that's like, I respect other people, fine, you can not use him. But
This game is not designed for you to not use the best tools at your disposal.
oh yeah.
I think that like once you start looking at VB, you're like, well, I'm not gonna use VB, but I'll run DKP and rush you twice. Don't worry.
It's like, huh? I'm like, what?
I told you still might get a lot of good parties, but that doesn't matter if you got.
Yes, give me all the good parties. I'm collecting them.
You want those, dude? How many do you have?
Like 600 something.
Oh, okay, so you got more than my good games. I feel you.
But yeah, if you're coming back to the equipment thing, I would love that. So, for example, when you farm adventures from the event stages, and I remember this Android one, which gives you like 25 equips. I just want to sell them right when I get them.
Yeah.
Like, then I don't even need to look at them. Just like, okay, sell all of them that are under C or whatever. Done. I don't need to go to the equipment stage all the time.
I can agree with that.
Do you remember this Wish Upon a Star thing? That was awful. Like, you do 200.
Didn't we have topics to talk about?
I didn't do the Witch Upon a Star. I didn't do the Ginyu thing either time that it showed up. I just summoned them, and it's good enough. I know they're a really good team. I got plenty.
I completely skipped the Wish Upon a Star event.
Yeah, me too. It was terrible.
It looks so boring.
It was.
See, when you guys say stuff like "it was," I don't regret not doing it.
Nope.
Yeah. I mean,
It was the greatest event ever, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I think we're all in the park here that PvE definitely isn't the most fun thing ever in this game.
Huh?
Not
I
really.
wasn't any of that, bro.
People tell me it's
PvP is the
fun
best
to
thing I've
do.
done the last year, bro.
No, PVE is terrible. Yeah.
PvE is trash.
But I enjoy the PvP. I think that they could have a lot of fun with casual matches if they changed up like daily rules or whatever. Or maybe let us play with. I know a lot of people disagree with this, but I love the 14-star season. I played so many crazy teams just because I could. The Ultimate Battle was so much fun for me.
They should have all types of different custom settings for casual matches.
Even for me, it was fun.
Yeah, because you could. Oh yeah, guys! I think that was right when Android 21 came out. I ran her at 14-star, and I felt like a king. Like that was so much fun.
Brad, to answer your question, I think the only other we have left 2 units, the title screen acceleration, and we already kind of talked about Gohan Zenkai.
Oh no, I was just kind of joking because we just go on massive tangent. When we were talking about Red Cell,
Well, we kind of go over in the units. Honestly, I think that the EX Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Videl are just kind of beat sticks. They're cool. They're usable if you're fans of those units, but they didn't really make a huge splash.
are you saying you shouldn't spend 100,000 crystals going after an EX?
They're going to be exceptionally useful if another one of those EX only type modes rolls around.
Oh yeah, if they do another like event or tournament for only EX, then most definitely. But they're not going to be the make. It's not like the new purple Goku that just dropped. I run PPR. If you run any kind of similar setup, then that Goku was a must get, right? These units, I don't really see them being. Yeah, the new armor Goku that gives the strike, attack, and defense.
I
He's
love
a
him.
fantastic unit. If you happen to be running the new Vegeta unit, like if you're trying to run the new, the future Saiyans with Vegeta and Goku, it's a strike deck for the most part, and that he buffs it the crap.
I run that team, yeah.
Yeah, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So that kind of unit is really valuable. This Videl and I guess Goku, they don't make the same splash. If you're a fan of the unit, like I said, you can go for it. I think the Goku is a double attack buff for Saiyans, so he'll be really fun for your raids. But other than that, I don't really care.
3 stars or 6 stars?
That's six. Well, I think he's at 3, gets both buffs.
That's pretty solid then. I mean, that's actually like that ain't bad.
I mean, no, it's a perfectly viable bench. And if you happen to pull him while you're hunting for Majin Vegeta, then dude, thumbs up. That's a great unit. But I wouldn't hunt for either one of these.
You never chase EXs, you never chase LFs if you're even close to free to play.
I had a friend that's a Videl fan, and he went straight for it.
Okay, well, again, if you love the character, dude, jump in. Screw it, fine. But that's any gacha ever. It doesn't matter what gacha you're playing. If you love the character, dude, go ahead, go ham, and don't listen to anything that we're saying. But if you want to jump in any kind of competitive stuff at any game, Grand Cross, this game doesn't matter. There's certain units that are just gonna inherently be better. Like,
I think they don't try to snipe units.
No, don't be Garesh.
What?
EX Gogeta, bro?
Yeah, you know what's funny? I have this Goku with 7 stars.
You didn't have to chase him.
Just from summoning.
How much did you go in total?
We don't talk about that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say like 30,000 or something, not like
guaranteed EX.
Hey, yo, I'm trying to think the best of you, bro. Not like just be like, hey, he's a whale. I know you're a whale, but it's like I'm trying to think. You're being smart about it.
I mean, if I wasn't doing YouTube, I wouldn't be something like this.
Oh, dude, I don't believe you at all, bro. I've seen your old stuff. I don't believe you even a little bit, dog.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way.
Well, not these numbers.
I'm just gonna be completely candid. I'm milking the hell out of this banner. There's gonna be a million videos about all the stuff I pulled on this, but you'll see coming days.
Well, I mean, this is a fantastic banner.
That's probably one of like the most favorites. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually a really solid banner. Yeah, of course.
14 stars transforming Super Saiyan God Vegeta.
Just put them all in one.
Do you guys think there's going to be another Master Z banner now that Gohan's a thing, though?
Maybe.
We got a ton of units that we haven't seen an Ultra Space Time Rush banner or what? No, Ultra Space Time banner forever.
I think that's history.
I think they're just doing another Master Z banner. and just group them all
Yeah,
together
we
again.
need a new Master Z pack banner ASAP.
You mean
We're
Master
on
Four?
3, right? Or 4? Is it 3?
I don't think we're gonna get a 4. I think Z's taken over because of Zenkai's, and then we're gonna get a Z Master 2 or whatever.
But do
I don't think
people
we're gonna
actually
get. I
summon
think
on
we're just
that?
because they said they were just gonna add to the existing one.
Which isn't bad. I mean, honestly, we get to a point we got 30 Zenkais on there. I'll take it. Like, that's not that bad. They'll probably check on 30 trash units, but
I mean, that's probably why they're pumping out all these Zenkais now. It's just like just add them into one Master Z pack banner eventually.
I think as
well,
long
that
as
was
they
the
keep
problem
on
with
rotating.
Zenkai is the way it dropped, dude. Like, eventually you get to a point where it kind of levels out. I mean, at first it was like, good lord, I can't do Beerus. What are you talking about? And then it just kind of levels out over time where it's like, we can all agree it's better now, but I don't know. Legends makes weird mistakes along the way. They change a lot of really good stuff, and they shift something, and it's like, why did you change that? Like, all right, that's always been my problem. But I'm happy with I'm actually happy with where the game's at this season. I don't think I've had this much fun playing PvP in a while, truthfully. And that maybe it's just because of Majin Vegeta, and I'm just having a good time using him. But
I think
the lag is still
meta.
there.
I think the meta change mid-season is a good thing.
I agree with that. I do like that too. Every other week, yeah.
Yeah, I also enjoy
it
that
fresh.
you don't just see like the standard 3.
It just feels like people are temporarily playing, and then I mean playing these new units, so it feels like a meta shift, but eventually it's gonna go right back to the Vegito
That's
Blue
good
meta.
enough
Like,
for
oh,
me,
okay,
as long as I don't see Vegito Blue and
yeah, for like a week
instead of
or
90%,
less.
instead of 90% of my matches, and it's now 60. That's good enough.
For now.
I don't want the Vegito fans to feel cheated out of an anniversary unit. I don't like the unit at all, but I do kind of understand that this is a gacha game and it's kind of a hype gacha unit. I was low-key kind of really happy that Beerus was as broken as he was when he got his Zenkai, because I'm like, well, good, the God of Destruction is finally good. And so I try to understand it's a gacha game, and that was the anniversary Vegito. I just felt like they went too far without giving enough other tags something to deal with. It felt like you had to run that
Exactly.
team, and
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying too. I think it was a few weeks ago now, but the first anniversary compared to the second one, it was like a night and day difference. They handled the first one way better. Think about all the tags that were getting buffs from the first one. You have fusions, which really weren't a team before Super Republic came out.
Yeah.
You had Eloy with Frieza, who was actually pretty good. Then you had Godkey, who was wasn't really a viable team before Blue Goku and Vegeta came out. Then you had Regen with Buhan, who was pretty good. And who was the other one? Was that it? I think that was it.
well, I mean, I'm not just trying to say hybrid, but the hybrid Sun family was still usable at that time.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot more diversity in the meta back then, but it was a lot in part because of the units they released were all part of different tags. Whereas in this one, yeah, you had GT, but it's like, why would you ever run GT when you had the other
but it was
options there?
No,
GT just felt like the bargain bin team if you didn't pull Vegito Blue.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Like,
well, I mean, I think I mean, I've said it since like it happened, but Omega should have been a different color to even out, because it didn't feel like Super versus GT. It felt like, here's Super. Would you also like GT on the side? Or it never felt like that. It was kind of like, if you got Goku, you like Goku, right? It was like, yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna run Zamasu. Like, I don't know why I would run Goku. It's like, it was definitely not even. They said it was like a versus. Hey, this is dope. Yo, dude, GT versus Super, and it's like, well, clearly you guys like Super more. I feel you.
well, I feel like Omega's standing the test of time. Like, I got.
Oh, he
couple friends that
will.
are
Oh,
really
he
into
definitely
Regen,
will.
and they still like him more than Cell. I feel
I
like
agree.
Cell
I
almost
agree.
is better on Android.
He's so good, and he's gonna be good for a long
The
time.
reason why he's better on Regen is because he synergizes with DKP a lot better with the bleeds.
Yeah, and that, well, I mean, the lock into ultimate is one of the most powerful abilities in the game right now that he has.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier. I think situationally his green card is better than Vegeta's.
Yeah, I think when you get into the higher skilled caps, I've seen a lot of crazy Omega players.
Yeah, I've always had a hard time against Regen rather than.
Oh shit! Hold on, be right back.
Okay.
I think the other thing is LF Gohan Zenkai speculation. I think in the notes that they specifically said that they're going to focus on him being a last stand unit.
Yeah.
So I would expect. I mean, some of the last stand abilities we've seen in the game already is, you know, if an ally's dead after you swap in, you heal, right? So we could maybe see him healing per ally that drops. I mean, he's certainly going to get, like, you know, card reduction or something like that per dead ally, you know, on top of what he already has.
Damage buffs.
Yeah, or maybe like his cooldown is reduced for his swap timer, so you can utilize his cover change more often, or maybe they'll accentuate his cover change to give him a real cover. Because I think hybrids are currently missing that right now. They don't have any strike cover or blast cover.
True.
They said that they were going to keep Gohan Zenkai pretty consistent with how his kit already works. In that,
That's what I was thinking, like last stand buffs, and then he already has cover change.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be crazy to say he gets a heal after taking damage, kind of how like Alt Gohan or Piccolo and Buu work.
Can we also mention, this is kind of off topic, but kind of seems like Fenyo took a day off when he was drawing Majin Vegeta's base form card art.
Oh, actually, it looks like it. I think someone posted on the Reddit, but that's actually almost spot on with the manga.
Yeah,
Like,
that's exactly what it
I
was.
almost felt like a jerk after saying these comments, because if you look at the source material, it almost looked like they already tried to fix it to make it a little bit more appeasing.
Yeah, they
he
probably,
almost looks like a gnome.
They
Yeah.
sampled
It's a style
like a
choice.
bad frame. when
Out
they
of it.
did that.
I think it's like with the Gotenks nose, how that confused a ton of people. I think it was just an homage to the panel more than anything, and
Yep.
I guess I was ignorant to it, and that's why I didn't like it. I
think
like
they
it a lot more now that I've seen the original panel.
I just don't understand why they chose that panel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They sampled a
It's
bad
like-
frame.
Yeah, it's just a weird pose, and like I don't know, it wasn't like something that stood out. Like it wasn't iconic.
It's
Like
meme-worthy.
I don't know.
We're talking
Yeah.
about it.
It's just, but it's an LF. You know what I mean? Like it's to be more appealing.
I'm
Like, that's just
watching-
not like appealing to
So
me.
the other Vegeta's in LF too, and it's like he got his ass whooped in that fight. So it's like, I don't
Well,
know.
no, it's just like
But look at, I don't know.
that frame of him about to blast. What that? I always want to call him Kui because he looks like that Frieza.
Pui Pui.
Yeah, like that. Not really in my head. I don't really associate that to Majin Vegeta, but I mean, it makes sense, I guess. I don't know.
It was right before he transformed, right?
It just
Did he transform in the Pui Pui fight?
No, it was
No.
that was the
It was
last fight he had
after.
before he transformed though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. And yeah, I can dig
They
it.
should have sampled like him with his arm outstretched, like about to blow up the world tournament or something, like right before the M shows up on his head.
I do think Dokkan mastered Majin Vegeta's art though. Like that one where he's all like got his arm down and stuff. That looks way doper to me. Like it's
Real quick,
not
we're
Legend
talking about how
style.
cool he is. Can I gush on how I'm enjoying this new theme of the clothing getting blown off the character and such?
I like
yeah.
the cosmetic changes too, but only
The
some.
Green Goku had that too.
It
Yeah, I
starts
noticed the
with
Goku had
Android
it.
13 losing his hat, and if he gets hit.
Yeah, I know, and I think those little polishes and touches, because they have all the assets in the game because they got all the different models. I think that kind of stuff is really fun, and I want to see it on more.
Well, that's where Legend succeeds, dude. Like that's what I think a lot of us like about it because it's just it's fire. Like that's the cool stuff. That's the hype stuff. That it's like
Little attention to detail.
I mean, 13 losing his hat, bro. Like that was the cool. It's like
I mean, the biggest flex is getting the windscreen with the hat on.
It wouldn't.
oh, I
surprise-
agree. That's dope. I feel that.
I love the little attention to detail stuff they do. Also, like it wouldn't surprise me if like a measurable percentage, but somewhere between like 5 to 15% of the total players in this game didn't even know about like all the little hidden card artifacts.
Oh, I'm sure.
And that's something that they didn't even
We
have.
can't make the assumption that kids know as much. Like not just the average player doesn't know as much as like we do because that's just not how mobile games work. Like they don't.
Thing that they put into the game, and they don't even necessarily specify that it's in there. So you could go their whole time playing and not even know that it.
Oh,
was
you mean literally not knowing? I got you. I feel you.
Yeah, like you just not know about it, like because they don't. It's just a little attention to detail thing that they don't even draw too much attention to it. Like, oh hey, if you zigzag on some characters or tilt or like throw your phone against the wall, the card art changes.
Well, I think they have you do that at the beginning. They have you play with the Goku, right? If you start a new
His
account.
Kamehameha is pretty
Yeah.
cool, bro.
I
Just hold it down or whatever.
Oh, and the tutorial thing, it like gets you to try
Yeah.
it once on like the title screen or something like that.
for the
Yeah.
units I enjoy, I've at least played with their card art, and I think it serves its purpose because I look for the little mistakes. And yeah, I've shaken my device like a moron plenty of times until I realized I just had to hold it upside down while swinging.
I mean, I
But-
kind of like the idea, like that little fact that you gotta find out on your own. I mean, I don't care about it.
You know how many YouTube comments I've gotten over the years? It's like, Brad, you didn't show me what the art does, and it's like, bro, like I don't. Sorry, I didn't know it did that. Like, no, I feel it.
Yeah, no, I like the little secrets in the art and the polish on the units. My main thing I want to see them going forward is I said in the last podcast I really like the transformation for Cooler. It was just a complete asset flip because it's just the first form Cooler and the final form Cooler they had, but the way they reused it was really fun, and I think that would be fun for the filler banners if they did more of that.
I kind of nod my head to them too when they have a unit that's like an exact copy of another unit, like Cell and Cell. Like this Perfect Cell is a 100% copy of the base model of the yellow Perfect Cell in terms of the 3D model, but they changed the rigging for like the red card, so the melee combos will look different. His stance is different. He's got kind of like a little Shang Tsung snake style stance with both of his hands out in front of him. So I like how they, just little things like that are pretty neat.
Yeah, they make them feel like a unique card, not just a repeat.
I don't know, man.
Copy pasta.
Purple Goku Black. He was pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's the other end of the spectrum.
He's literally the one that's like, bro, it is exactly the same as yellow. And like, I mean, I still summon for him. I mean, I got him at like 12 stars now. Like, that's cool. But like, he's exactly he's
bad example of when they put in enough effort.
Well, they're getting a lot better about it. I've been like, one of the things I really liked is the new Ultimate Gohan. The shading they had after he goes Ultimate, it just
Shiny
looks
boy, yeah,
the Shiny Boy looks really cool in my opinion. So, and you could see that they've added new auras for like the Rage Trunks, the Masu, and all of them. So it's the same aura, they just changed like the color shading on it, but they just took I don't know if you guys paid close attention, it's the exact same Trunks. The blue Super Saiyan 2 Trunks we have, the Rage Trunks is the exact same model. He's just kind of crouching with the Zamasu aura. The hair and everything is the exact same.
Except he's got the in his eyes now.
Well, yeah, his eyes are white now, I guess.
Rage, fucking rage.
Do you guys think he should have been? Do you think he should have been an LF? Because I get that a lot. Like,
oh, they're gonna do Spirit Sword. I think he's fine the way he is.
I kind of agree with that too, because it's like he didn't beat Zamasu with just being rage.
Neither did Vegito Blue.
You know what, bro?
You're asking about if he should have gotten an LF.
I get that so often that he should have gotten it because like Trunks was the one who actually won.
Yeah,
the black.
I mean, he's gonna get one too, but I mean that particular scene was dope. Like, I like that.
They're probably not gonna do it. Like, if they dropped Rage Trunks with the LF at that moment, I think it really undermines when the most opportune moment of that would happen. I really think that we're more than likely gonna get Fusamasu half corrupted. And if you were to have a banner like that, where Fusamasu has like Holy Wrath, and then you have Rage Trunks with Spirit Sword, like that kind would be.
I'm blown back that you know the name of it, bro.
I legit when I saw Zamasu, I thought he was so cool he was an LF. I was so confused. I thought there was 2 LFs.
No, they're probably not gonna do that again after they did that with
Piccolo. It was a really nice ultimate animation though, but. I've already pretty much agreed with pretty much every LF that we have in this game except for the Goten. I'm not a fan of that. I was just random.
You don't like the waterfall
LF? It's sad because a lot of people aren't going to get that.
I don't even get
looks
it.
like.
Talking about like the Vegeta.
No, the way that the LF looks like, this looks like the enemy's falling down a waterfall.
Oh, he pushes him back through it.
Into space, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's them shooting them into the sun from the Broly movie.
Yeah, but why is it Goten? It should have been Gohan. I mean, or
Gohan had similar animation. It's just the down.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally his old. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, it could have just been reversed, but whatever. I mean, I guess.
I think they did it because otherwise, like, I have to imagine there's
so many Gohans,
straight up Goten fans where they're like, Goten's my favorite character. So it's like, all right, we understand this character
actually
is a
say
little bit
that?
less popular, so to make them more used, let's.
Bro, what's you against Gohan, man, or Goten, man?
Yeah.
Hey, I've never heard one person say, "Yo, Goten is my favorite character."
In Budokai 3, bro, busted because you could be underneath everybody's punches, dude.
think
In
I'm with
game,
you.
sure, but
No.
like,
Which is
would you
Goten,
honestly
I'm just giving
say,
you shit,
yeah,
bro.
I'm watching Dragon Ball Z because Goten is my favorite character? Can anybody
No,
actually
no.
say that?
Talk to you.
There's
Goten
somebody
is
out
that
there who says that,
G.
bro, and they just got really
Okay,
offended.
Ndakuba, talk to me. What's up?
Bro, Goten is that G. All right, my man looks clean on Super Saiyan. You know what I'm saying? Held his thing with his boy Trunks. Grew up, became a drip god. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. You see, now you're going to GT. Now you're going to GT because yeah, he had a lot of drip.
You can't include Trunks in it because then Trunks' coolness bleeds over onto Goten.
Yo, GT, man, he was pulling out the girls, man.
You know what
Yo.
I'm saying?
We agree that Goten
Hey.
is the strongest fusion.
Honestly,
He's better than Trunks. How's that? Kid Trunks.
honestly, do y'all really think this is like side thing real quick? Do y'all think that we're finally like going to get like a playable like 3D voiced or English dubbed voiced Goten GT in this game?
If they have the sound files for him in English, then heck yeah, they'll do that.
Because I need that.
What would
man.
he do?
It's been a long time since I've seen the dubbed version of GT. Who voiced him? In it was just some other random person, wasn't it?
No,
like a
because he was
baby
around for the end of
possessed,
Z. Like
Goten?
it was the same voice actor for Goten in the end of Z. But and if I'm not mistaken, they also bring him back for Dragon Ball Kai. So they probably do still like have him like somewhere, but like they can bring him back, or they can probably just make it like baby Goten. You know what I'm saying? And then have him do like that one massive like key blast barrage or some crap. Just I just want him to be playable.
You like that little sideways hairstyle he's got going on?
Hey, look, it's kind of clean.
Do you guys want to move on to questions?
Yeah, that's fine. I think we always forget that you're here through the entire Dokkan one, so it's like we just keep talking, bro.
Yeah, I kind of been here for like 4 hours, but yeah, it's fine.
Not that big deal. You like Dragon Ball, dude?
I feel it later when I have to edit it, so I know your pain.
They didn't even remind me that we were doing this freaking Legends portion, by the way, just letting you know.
All right,
Oh, we didn't?
No, that's
Why
like
we gotta remind you, bro? You've been part of this community for like 2 years.
Yeah,
I
I just
didn't
wait.
even know you guys started like early or whatever.
So we're
only
doing-
met one time for like what, Mother's Day or something. Other than that, we haven't missed a single one.
We're doing donations, right, Truth?
Yeah.
You got any donations?
Yeah, I think
You got a lot.
Let's go ahead. Oh, all right. Let's see what we got here. Do we want to just go only for legend stuff, or because it's just all?
It doesn't matter. Just rattle them out.
All right. Let me see.
Around it.
What do you guys think about the micro categories? $2 dono from Reynos. They suck. No one likes them.
Is that a Dokkan? Okay, yeah.
I like micro machines.
Yeah. So it's some shit like signature pose, crap like that. Just garbage. Yeah.
It's not needed.
Bogue with a MX20 dono. I'm not sure what MX is. What currency that is.
Like Mexican peso.
Peso. Okay. I don't. Passive, 0 attack, 0 defense, 0.1% chance to drop a dragon stone. That's probably not gonna happen. Like a unit that has 0.1% chance. You don't even have enough stamina to actually get any stones with that, right?
Well, you just bot through boss rush infinitely and get infinite stones. Sweet.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see. James with a $5 dono says, if you could pick one from the red coins, you get int cell to rainbow him or get your first dupe for Bardock or Cooler. I think getting one dupe for Cooler is good, but
yeah,
maybe for the blue fusion something like that is better. Kunji with a dono says, hope everyone's doing great. Do you guys think LF Gohan needs to be 7-star or above to Zenkai him? What are your thoughts and expectations with him?
Yeah, I don't think they didn't say that. They didn't say otherwise, and that's just like the norm, right?
I mean, dream is that this exchange shop, like, well, I'm hoping at least, is that the exchange shop is going to let you gain the material regardless of your current star level, or is that already confirmed otherwise in text? You guys can correct me, obviously, but I'm hoping that over time you can get it despite not having a Z7 Gohan, and that's their solution. Not Z7, sorry, 7-star Gohan. Like that's the whole purpose of the store. Because I'm thinking anybody that actually wants to run a Zenkai 7 Gohan is not going to wait for the exchange shop. They're just going to grab him while his banner's up. That seems like a long-term way for people that don't have the unit at 7-star.
Well, but the thing is, if you like based on their current standard, because like we've kind of seen what they do, it's like like anybody can have access to the Awakened Z power, but if you don't have them at 7 stars, you can't even obtain it. So
I can't via the banner, but I'm certain it could be applied to the character.
Wait, didn't they say that they're gonna allow a little bit of Z power for that Gohan from what is it, Ultra?
It's Zenkai power. Yeah, that's Zenkai power,
Oh,
not
it's just Zenkai
actual
power?
Z power.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to summon for the Zenkai souls. I mean, not Zenkai souls, for the Zenkai awakening power, but you still have to have them at like 7 stars, I think.
Didn't they say
They
that?
drip fed the Beerus and the Gohan and any other Zenkai? You know, like if they do the Super Vegito, and they made sure you get like 100 for like a week. You're spending a long time trying to get Super Vegito, and you guys were already talking about how big of an investment that is, right? So if you're trying to get the free one, it'd be acceptable.
They're gonna gate it. Like there's only like a certain amount of exchanges you're gonna be able to do per rotation of the rush mode. So it'll be enough to tease you and wet your whistle, and then also enough left over to convince the spenders to cough up some money.
Even if I told you could run a 2-star Gohan and have him Zenkai 7, right? It might say, okay, well, you can have that 4 months from now, right? How hyped are you? So I think even if they came out with a system, it wouldn't be too crazy, and it would still be kind of a light at the end of the tunnel for the players that are fans of that specific unit, and they would know that if like maybe you pulled Super Vegito or Beerus or whatever, and you are wanting to run them at Zenkai 7 someday, you don't have to have 4 more copies fall from the sky. This is just an alternative route that they're giving you.
Well, yeah, I agree. There's no indication that they're doing that though, right?
They said that there's going to be a limited number in there, but they didn't specify if they're going to refresh the store each time. So are you only going to be able to buy up to Zenkai 1 or 3, or ultimately we'll be able to take it all the way to 7? Like,
well, if you can do 3, that's fine. Like I don't see an issue with that because USTR is completely scot-free.
It's going to be per rush that it's going to keep resetting, and then when you're maxed out,
I can see that 100%. Yeah, I can see that.
I think that's what it said in the news. Also, a quick reminder for everybody: remember that the rush this time is only a week long, and you get twice the rewards. So you get 1,000 chronos.
That is one thing to note. Yeah.
Twice the tickets, and it ends this Wednesday or Tuesday, wherever you are in the world. So get it done this week.
Well, Spaceman is out there, but I could barely hear him, so I'll just reiterate it. Basically, you get 1,000 crystals if you do the rush right now. Plus, you get like double the tickets, so you get a ridiculous amount of like free summons. It's like four full summons on top of 1,000 chrono crystals, which is really good. It might be lame and it's hella boring, but it's 100% worth 1,000 crystals for that chance of Majin Vegeta.
I did get LF Gohan off that banner with the tickets from the thing.
Are you kidding me? I haven't gotten a single LF from that banner ever.
I did.
Goten, bro.
I got Gohan off of that banner.
Are you kidding me?
I've got plenty of LFs from Happy Weekend, but never from that banner.
It's because
I mean, they're like mythical basically on that banner, but
yeah, I've been Vegito off that banner, so I'll take it.
I pulled Vegito. I pulled every LF on that banner.
On the UFT banner?
On you? Oh, hold up.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Bro.
Help! I'm doing something wrong.
I got Goten, bro. Can I have the other LFs? Who else is on there? Who's on there? Goten, Gohan, and Vegito?
You know what?
Beerus is on there.
Just for you,
Oh,
I'm gonna throw that banner right now. Let's see.
You're gonna pull LF. You're gonna pull like Vegito or something.
Could you imagine? Let's see.
Is that the 3 that are on there? Who else is on there?
Oh, Dynamic 3 bucks.
You get Beerus, Gohan, Goten, and Vegito.
That's really. I mean, look. It's a boring game mode, and I want them to increase it. I want them to increase that game mode, but at the same time, I kind of don't. Like, I kind of just like it being
the Sayonara to it.
Did you guys play old USTR? Oh my god, I'm not going back. Like,
they said that they were going to overhaul the event, right? So I think this is like the.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they said they were overhauling it.
I feel like this is them giving us one last way to milk it, and then we're gonna have a new one next.
They're
week.
like, "You like this, right, bro? Be ready in 2 weeks."
I'm just so not optimistic about what they're gonna change it to.
Feels like they're gonna give me a new chore, and that's what I'm concerned about.
I like the current one because you could just completely auto it. It's nice. Whatever, fuck it.
Yeah, but it's not fun.
Yeah, but
I'm scheduling.
You kind of let your device
I'm
do it off to
cooking
the
while it's
side
up.
while you.
You know,
exactly.
The problem is that Legends is too hands-on, right? Like, it's too. You can't do other shit while you're doing Legends.
Well, it's a PvP game.
Yeah, but like
it needs to be something where you set your adventures or you have like some timers that I update every now and then. But spending 1 or 2 energy at a time replaying the same mission isn't as fun. I feel like if it was more like a management sim, and when I wanted this, because Brad has already talked about when you play Legends, you sit down to play Legends, right? You might play it on your bus stop, but that's because you get to sit down for 15 minutes, right? But you have to be able to sit down to play Legends. So in the meantime, if it wants to be a mobile game, let me update my ticks and my timers, right? I think if they shift more towards that, where they kind of the adventures are kind of alluding to be, then you'd have more fun with it. Not
Well,
this.
that's the vibe I get from the. I don't know if we've talked about this title screen acceleration, but that's the vibe I get from that. Is that they're like, okay, well, I mean, I even find myself, I'm about to record a video for like YouTube, whatever else, and I get irritated when it's loading, and I'm like, bro, can you just load? Like, so I feel like that's why they're updating that, but it's kind of like, that's not really the main problem at the moment. It's like, I appreciate it, but I can acknowledge that that's not the main issue. But I think that ties into the whole mobile thing, because it's like, I can't just load up Legends somewhere. Like, it'll take like a solid like 30 seconds, and it's like, what am I gonna do? Stop at like stoplights and play Legends real quick? Like,
why are you playing?
Might be the way.
I'm not. That was the joke. That's because I can't. Because I'm at work, I'm at school. Say I'm on a bus with a terrible internet connection. What am I gonna do? Try and load it up and wait 2 minutes just for the game to open, and then I'm already at my stop? Like, that's the whole point. And I feel like that's what they're trying to do with the title screen acceleration, and hopefully other stuff, not just. Title screen.
Wait, you said title screen celebration?
Acceleration.
Oh, yeah, that's
celebration. I thought I was
Are you guys not celebrate when the title screen pops up? Have I been doing this wrong for like 2 years? Bro? I'm like,
on Dokkan, it's usually a teaser for an LR.
Like,
so.
Hey, truth, I've had a couple shots, bro. I'm gonna need you to chillax on roasted, okay? All right, bro.
I think yeah, the title screen and everything, they certainly have been pushing into that direction. But
damn, now I want a celebration when I open the game, dude. Like now
I'm gonna celebrate with this new update. They're finna drop it. Did you
I was
see
about to say
that
like that new bro. That was like not even a second.
freaking godly. I can't wait.
And Grush said it too. They do these kinds of changes constantly for Legends. I just want to see more Legends that are more functional changes. Like let me control my PvP lobby if I'm doing a friendly, like turn rush off or whatever. Those kinds of changes for the private community would ripple out, in my opinion. Like they would have such a competitive community if they just nurtured it.
All right, next question.
They're the king of making good changes to the UI, but the actual gameplay itself, sometimes they sleep on a little bit.
And well, yeah.
I mean, they're okay. Look, I don't want anybody who's watching the podcast to think we're really negative about anything. When you look at Legends compared to like even a year ago, it is better. It is better. It just doesn't feel better. Like you have to step back and think about what's actually better instead of just feeling like it's better. And I think that's the biggest issue that they haven't fully accomplished when it comes to people who don't play every single day like we do, who don't play hundreds of hours in a month or whatever else. They just play 2 hours a day. They log in, they get whatever they do their energy. It doesn't feel better. It is infinitely better in a lot of ways. And that's very understated, I think, in the community. I think that's what caused a lot of toxicity. And I think we're at a point now where this toxicity, we either have to chillax on it if we want the game to continue, or if you really hate it that much, just stop playing it. Like that's what it comes down to me, at least. I've felt that way for months now, though. I feel like it's a little bit more. There's no going back to an extent on how negative people are. I mean, I saw who was it? D3 pointed it out. That it was, they redid that Raditz event for 1,000 for ACC. Nobody said shit about it. But if they made a new event for 1,000 CC, they'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to do this." That's the wrong mentality, bro. You got a free 1,000 CC for nothing. Just do the event real quick.
Yeah, that is interesting because that's what people always want Dokkan to do, right? Reset events and story and shit like that. But have they ever done that? I don't think so.
I think the real issue with that is not the fact that they actually reset the thing. It's the fact that the event is just not fun.
Well, I agree with that, but that's PvE. I hate to say it. I've said it before. PvE is not fun.
Well,
and it's how the game is designed.
Problem,
but I don't know how you fix that, though. Like, inherently, how do you fix a game that is going to read your inputs and stuff? You've said it before, though. You said, fly around the map, get all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that could be a little bit of fun. But the average person, it's very hard for me to think in my head what would actually be a desirable state for it, because I look at it as a PvP game. People who don't need to be able to give their input on what they would want as opposed to us, because we look at it as PvP. We don't look at it as PvE too much. I don't see PvE. Maybe you guys do. A lot. I know Inakumba does. He sees PvE a lot more than other people do, because you started with the whole story and you're into the story. That's dope. The story is actually really good. Now I've looked into it a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. Story is really cool.
I agree
Yeah,
with that.
it's dope. I like it, and they really need to keep that moving. But that can't be your one shining point with a mobile game. If you're playing some actual game, the story can be the holding point. Everything else be kind of mediocre. No big deal. But in a mobile game, you kind of have to have a shining point everywhere, and some are less than more than others. Like they have to be kind of give and take a little bit. It can't just be like some things are negative, and it's like, well, that's just how it is. No.
The problem with PvP is that it's vanilla because it has to be. Like,
Yeah.
we get the new units, but you've played the same PvE for 2 years, and as long as they let you keep taking your units in, it's going to be the exact
Who wants to
same.
get bodied in an event? Like, who wants to summon a unit and you get destroyed? And
I mean, that's the thing too. It's like some of these events are. I mean, I play it for pretty much the experience overall. I'm sure a lot of other players do as well. Like, you want to have some kind of fun, you know. Like, obviously, we've already discussed it. I'm not going to go into that tangent with, you know, how stupid and redundant it is, like playing these events where the AI is unbelievably like the most unfathomable thing just to play against. But you know, some of these missions as well in these events are way too like bizarre and way too unnecessary. Like there's that Battle 30 event for the Rabbits one
You
where it's
play
like
with a different enemy.
you gotta
like, different
play
character.
literally 7 times. Like, why? Like, bro, I don't want to play the same mission 7 times.
I don't even want to play it
you know,
once,
it's
let
already
alone
taking
7 times.
exactly. Like, I just want to do it
2
one
times,
time and
I
get it
could live
over
with
with.
it.
Right,
I could
but
live
then
with
it's
2.
like clear with Piccolo, then clear with Goku, then Raditz, then Frieza, and Bardock, and Vegeta. Oh, by the way, Nappa too. And if they're not even above level 4,000, you're screwed. Like,
Bro,
you
right up
you pretty much need that green Raditz. If you don't have them, then what do you can't really do much.
It's like they're forcing longevity in the PvE section, and it's just like that's something I don't like. Because I mean, obviously, like I would like to, you know, get all those missions knocked out. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
again, I don't want to not only like play multiple characters that many times, but in the process burn through my tickets doing so when I can
That I
use that
barely
energy-
have.
Limited now, yeah.
Exactly. Like, bro, like I don't want to do it, and like at that point, I'm just like, you know, I don't even want to do it, and it sucks because a lot of players have that mentality, and they, you know, they want to clear the challenge. It's free CC, sure, and you know they have that the Raditz battle suit armor as like, you know, as the reward, but it's like it doesn't even feel rewarding anymore. You just wasted all that time and resources on pretty much just like a little amount of CC and a little battle outfit. But it's like they're forcing you to like spend on these banners as well, because if you don't have the units, then you can't really do much.
Remember the mission that was like to beat with a perfect clear or something?
Oh,
there was a
my
bunch
God,
of
that-
those.
that- Why would you even? Why would you even?
I actually never had a problem beating that.
PTSD.
Nah, stop.
PTSD.
It was like the
No,
OG
no, no, no.
Raditz story event, dude. The Raditz
Yep.
story event back in the day was brutal.
That was way too intense.
It is perfect how
And
Truth
we
won't say
just
anything
started
for
off
like
that
6
game.
minutes, and then he just pops in. Nah, no cap, bro. Like,
Because, and especially with the fact that, you know, we didn't even know all the text back then like we do now. Like, obviously, we could probably do that now, no problem, sure. But, you know, like, what? Back then, that was an issue. Wow. Like, I struggled out my ass
Same.
just to complete that. And it felt, and you know, like, it felt a little rewarding, but nah, I wouldn't want that now. Nope. Like, nah.
Oh, now?
You just skip
No.
that.
The perfect
You
vanish.
just skip that.
Imagine if that was one of the challenges on stage 51.
oof. No, you wouldn't do it. You couldn't. You'd have to use that Moogie thing you use. You couldn't do it. Like,
Yeah, I would use that still because it's
What a
easy.
perfect win with Hero Vidal. Like, what? Nope.
They could have a lot of fun with PvE though if they controlled the sets. Like, imagine if they gave you one unit, right? They locked it to where you had all 4 cards permanently. You could use them as much as you wanted. It's just a challenge fight versus a ridiculous boss, but you could spam them all day, right? Like, they could have so much fun with their game if they just
the
let us
the
play
way they
as a
have fun-
game and not as the mechanic.
They
Like, right
have
now,
to break the game for us as well as the AI. Because right
Yeah.
now on stage 51, the game is broken for the AI. Like they'll have like blue cooler, but he'll have the passives of like the entire LOA team on one character.
bro, do you even check Twitter,
He's
bro. Those
got,
kids they
like,
clear that
all
shit
the buffs.
easy.
He's got all the power ups.
Yeah, Brad.
So for them to make it equally cool to play with it like that, they should break the game for the
I-
player as well.
I can't describe how much I hate posting that I beat it, and it took me 2 times to beat it, and kids are like, "Well, I beat it in 30 seconds."
I love how it's always kids with you. You're like an 80-year-old man. Like it's,
Well, no,
it's
no,
damn
I say kids because it's the same way that you say fuckers. I say kids because it's people.
Yeah,
It's my replacement for people. I can't say dogs because if there's kids like 13, 14 watching, I don't want to call them dogs. I can't say like bitches. I would rather say bitches sometimes, but I can't say that. I gotta say kids because it doesn't come off offensive, and I don't want to say human beings. All these human beings posted to me on Twitter, and kids just rolls off the tongue. But I don't want to say folks. What am I gonna say? Folks?
Kids
Yeah,
from
I
up
remember
come off as
But I say kids because it pisses people off too. It's kind of funny sometimes.
You
When
might
people
just
get
gotta call
really
them
mad.
bruh.
Bruz is not bad, boys. But when I say people, I don't know. It's my lingo, bro. I
Okay.
talk weird. All right.
Quick question: should we maybe move on with the next question? I
say, do we have more
Maybe,
questions?
you know, maybe it's
Yeah,
only been
that's-
like 20 minutes
It's
on
like
this one.
30 minutes on like a random question.
I think
Yeah,
what
let's
we're
wrap
gonna
it up.
do. I think what we should do is we should just go through the rest of the donations and then call it.
Yeah, do it.
How long is this podcast actually? I mean, this is like one of the longest ones I watched.
4 hours and 10 minutes.
To be fair, we've had the most new stuff in both games. That's why.
Like 2 to 10 more hours left, so we'll be done soon.
All right. Thunderbolt with the dono says, "You think we'll see an Angel Golden Frieza Ultimate Gohan from the Tournament Power?" Because you say Ultimate Gohan, obviously it's a Dokkan question. Yes, I think we will get better versions of them. I mean, Angel Golden Frieza has the best transformation in Dragon Ball Super outside of UI Goku, right? So yeah.
Yes.
Brian with the dono, we should be able to buy multi Z power with Zenny. Well, I don't think so. Because Zenny is way too easy to get, right? Like
That has never
Oh my
happened.
god.
Yeah.
I wish.
it's like
true.
in
Like,
Dokkan we
everybody
should
would be 14
You
stars.
buy it for like
Everybody would pull the
13
points.
star
That'd be it.
units.
I knew it'd be like
I
a
don't
billion
have
Zenny for like
Zenny.
1 Z power.
They could get rid of Ultimate Battle then. Like every PvP season would just be Ultimate Battle.
Yeah.
Was that my boy Brian Z?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey. He's dope. He's a mod on my channel. He's sick.
Chris McLovin with a dono says Zenkai 7 Gohan buffed with Zenkai 7 Trunks.
That is my future, and I am so excited.
That's what I'm doing too.
Wait, it's not just those two. You also have the other Zenkai 7 Trunks and the other Zenkai 7 Gohan.
Oh,
that,
wait,
that
yeah, that's
blue
right.
trunk is a future unit, but yeah, I'm gonna run.
I mean, he'll still
Gohan
absorb
Zenkai.
all the hybrid buffs, and if you want to just flat out run 4 Z7 units, you'll have him to cover the blue roll if you need it.
Because he makes my Gohan receive 5 out of 6. I want that juicy 6 out of 6.
But then you also have him, and then you have the purple Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, then the upcoming red one, and then the red Super Saiyan 1 Trunks.
Hybrids got it all, man.
Hybrids are super.
They
They're gonna be dead.
spoiled, man. They got really spoiled this upcoming this month, and some
I
change
mean,
that
they kind of
the
needed
month
it
that
though.
passed.
Like they
No,
were
I
really.
agree, but damn, like
I'm
wow,
the
when
first to
they,
accept
it's like every time a team needs like a revamp, they really
go
get it,
ham
bro.
on
Like, they
And,
get
and then it's not even that
not
like
even
they give them what they
anymore.
need. They give them like extra stuff. Like they didn't need this
Exactly.
Ultimate Gohan. They didn't need
Yeah.
the upcoming Goten and Trunks. Like they
It's
don't
like,
need all this
whoa,
stuff.
bro. We get it.
So
Like
that means
we
the
asked,
next,
but damn.
next step is females, because then they'll be the team that's literally the furthest behind.
And
Oh,
not
yeah.
and not to mention, I mean, not to
LOE
mention,
hasn't gotten a
we're
buff
gonna
in, like,
get
forever.
Goten and Trunks this September. Like,
Yeah, they need to do the yellow Frieza for yellow Frieza Force.
wait till LOE
Honestly,
again.
I
Jesus
think
Christ.
this brings up I'm not going to go into this whole thing right now, but I think the Frieza Force thing, like they should just merge that with LOE. Like we don't need more tags. I think we need less tags in the game because it makes it a lot harder to balance the game.
Condensing it, yeah.
Release a powerful opponent. I mean, I was telling you the other day I was enjoying that, and I would love it if for just a unit to have just powerful opponent. Because I would love to see people running Frieza and Boo together because they're intimidating foes.
Yeah,
but I don't see them doing that. You mentioned a bonus tag, and I guess Dokkan has that, right? But it seems like the powerful opponent is just an extra tag that they have.
Yeah,
And
it's
then-
like a secondary tag. It's like Shadow Dragon, right? Where like EX Sin Shenron is buffing Shadow Dragons with like 1 stat. So it's like an extra thing that they're doing in addition to what like the main tag that they're buffing. So like yeah, like Merge Zamasu is buffing what is it like regen and God and feature or whatever. Well, no, it's not regen. It's God Key and feature, I think. And then he does the one stat buff for powerful opponent. That's how they're going to handle this tag in the future. It's just going to be one stat buff per unit, but it's going to be a secondary buff. So I mean, I guess technically you could. I guess technically you could do a full team, but it would just be. It wouldn't be super powerful.
I think it's so that they buff their main team, and then if you run like a canonically specific team, they'll have secondary buffs because of that. So like if you're running Fusion Zamasu with the Rose, with the whoever else that's evil, because they're all God Key and Future, not only will they get the Z ability buffs, but then they'll get that secondary buff on top of being powerful opponent because you're running the canon team and they're all villains, so they get powerful opponent and stuff like that.
Yeah, Super Saiyan Gohan, the Gohans, despite being movie, are going to chain together. So you're saying if you're running the same kind of unit together, that is.
Yeah, they're encouraging you to run something that's like series accurate almost.
Looking for the villain team, if you would, right?
Oh, we'll get there.
You'll get there, but then you'll also have like Frieza teaming with Goku for the Universe 6, survival saga and shit.
If they're not a dual unit, I'm gonna be pissed. That's all I'm saying.
We need that, bro.
The Goku and Frieza dual unit would be freaking immaculate.
If they don't come out that way at first, they will have that. There's no way they're not gonna have that. Like,
but we have more Twitter comments.
Oh yeah, we got it. all right. Let's.
What else we got?
What do we got here? Chill Skies with a dono says LF Jiren main ability -100 to opponent's credit score. I mean, that's more like LF UI Goku, but sure.
Credit score.
I
can't wait. Oh my
I
god!
was really thinking about that too. Like, oh, credit score. Wait, what is that? Like, that was nice one.
UF Goku or UI Goku is gonna be the worst. He's gonna be so cancerous. I cannate wait. Oh,
Infinite
man.
Vanish.
It's gonna be so annoying.
Don't even put that onto the universe, Kuba. Come on, bro.
Bro, let's be honest. It's gonna happen.
Because I watch everyone's videos. Like I watch everyone's videos to keep track with the game, but I'm not playing, so I'm just gonna watch how annoying he is. It's gonna be hilarious. All right,
don't even lie. You're gonna
see me put it on screen.
He's gonna have a green card that just activates like an auto dodge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually possible.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the Green Movies Goku, but like 100,000 times better.
That's why people who get mad about Gogeta being after Vegito, it's like, bro, he's gonna get the good treatment. Don't worry. Like,
oh yeah,
he's got to come
good
after
animation, bro.
Vegito. Like he's gonna get the good treatment.
Any unit you're waiting for right now that has
Be on like the fourth version of him, and like you only got like 2.
All right,
I
Nutty
get it,
with
but-
a dono says, "Can we talk about how cool LF Piccolo's platinum equip name is?"
yes,
It's like Light of Death or something, right?
or I think it's like, let me pull it up. I think it's like, let's meet the light of death.
It's like all caps too.
Is it what he says to Raditz?
Meet the light of death. Yes, in all capital letters.
All right. Legion with a dono says, "Do you think Legends will start doing guaranteed sparking unit per multi?" Yes, they will. They'll adapt.
They already have on all the recycle banners that come back, like
but
Legends
eventually,
movies.
every multi
and
will be
Legends
guaranteed
Saiyan.
sparking.
It will migrate to regular summons once the pool of sparkings is like somewhere in the 500 range, probably.
My favorite banners too, and a lot of them will give the tickets too when you summon on them.
That's like strictly a system that's reserved for the game for games once they get bigger rosters. Like that system wouldn't even really work economically for a game like its first or second year, which is the same reason Dokkan didn't have it. But once the pool of characters gets enormous, then much more economical to include that.
Yeah, we can see that they changed the banners from having 3 new units and only 5 sparkings to a big pool. So I think that it's coming soon-ish.
All right. Super Piggy Powers with a dono says, "Legends limited energy tickets coming out soon." Yeah, you can get energy tickets still, but you got to buy them from the shop. That's the way it's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm down.
I mean, I bought those every day when they were around. So.
Yep.
What's a Legends limited energy ticket though?
It's
just,
I don't know. It has like 100 uses. I don't know.
Just saying they're gonna monetize it. That's all.
I mean, I would legit. You could probably break me to want to buy this service. I know you guys would be interested. Like let me sub, and then it would auto deploy my adventures provided they're in there.
That would be amazing.
Oh my god, please! That's while I'm
Like
sleeping. it just
$20.
auto-refreshes
I'll pay
them.
$20 a month, bro. I
And
don't
it just
even
as long as
care.
they're in your inventory, it'll just keep beating them.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Like you'd break me, I'd buy it immediately.
Corey Osborne with the dono says units get outdated so fast in Legends compared to Dokkan. Legends is way too hands-on as well. I play Legends, but not as much Dokkan. Well, remember Dokkan 2, it's 6 units per team, whereas with Legends, you know, you're only bringing 3 per fight, right? So that's one reason why.
That and everything in Legends is cyclical. When things age out, they bring them back. Zenkai and whatnot.
But you gotta kind of wait too long. Like imagine if you're a female warrior main right now, you kind of have like one team you can run, and that's
Imagine
21.
if you know what suck? If you were like the biggest LF Frieza fan ever, that would suck.
Yeah.
That's weird, man. I don't know anybody like that though, so we're good.
Who's that?
The best boxers like that. I don't know though.
The 109th best boxer, or
Oh yeah, best boxer. I know that YouTube channel. It's pretty good.
it's a good YouTube. I definitely recommend checking it out. YouTube.com/the 109th best boxer. Definitely recommend it.
All right, Brian Z
out.
with another dono. He wants a Yajirobe gag.
You don't get to flex on us with your views, bro, and then not take shit for it. That's not how this works, bro.
Oh wow. Uh-oh.
No, I love Gresh to death, but that's not how this works.
But it's unlike Donkey Kong.
He flexes on everybody, bro. He kills it.
What did you do?
No, you just kill it. I'm complimenting you. Can I not compliment you?
You mean
Never
it's not like
mind.
a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing at all. Your videos are good. All right, move on to the next topic.
Awkward in here.
not
Yeah,
awkward at all,
Brian
bro.
Z wants a Yajirobe gag unit, but I mean they could do a legitimate Yajirobe, the one that cuts off Vegeta's tail. So
That'd be dope.
Choke or though,
Yeah,
right?
I agree with that.
Like the tail getting cut off or anything, that's never really gonna happen, right? Like, Gohan
Yeah, I
still
mean,
has
unless oh, you talking about like the violence or whatever?
Yeah, like they don't show any of it in this game, I don't think.
I mean, they could do it, but it would have to be at an angle where you can't really see it.
They don't even really show grade 8 form in this game. So they
Yeah,
gotta get
that was my issue with that. It's like I don't even like they would have to first introduce like giant characters, right?
If they do, I do see that coming to the game to make a very small segue, but I see it being like a feature of an LF animation.
or it's like an
Honestly,
attack or something. It's just like a.
I wouldn't even want to see a giant anymore. Like I deal with Majin Buu it taking up half my entire screen. Like if I see a fucking grade ape, I'm gonna lose it
An Android
because
13.
it's gonna mess me up. Yeah, an Android 13. Like literally,
they would
there's
just be
just
the attack.
giants that take up your. I don't even know. I can't see what's going on anymore. Like when you try to look at the little exclamation points, it just vanish. I can't see it anymore. It's over.
Nah, it'll just
Now,
be
I
the blue
feel
card or
you,
the
right?
alt, one of the two. I think.
It'd be more for a PvE mechanic. You could
Well,
have
that's what I'm saying. It would be like a feature of an animation. Like you
Yeah.
use a Saiyan Saga Vegeta's ultimate arts and it kills, and then for the animation, he just transforms into the ape and just like stomps the shit out of you or something.
this
Yeah,
new
but y'all
revive
want to play
mechanic.
like Great Baby or like Hirudegarn or any of them?
I think they could all be
would want-
features of animations. Like Baby could have an LF where he goes Golden Ape and squashes the shit out of you. Hirudegarn, that could be a Tapion card where Ultimate Arts, the LFs with Hirudegarn. I think just for it to be feasible, like, because you can't, like Bebop is saying, there's no way to control that size character. Wouldn't you have like a foot on your screen and that's it? So, like, I just
I'm sure
see it
they
being.
scale them down to size though. Honestly.
Well,
Oh, that would look weird, dude. Think about Wailord and Pokemon, bro.
there was like, didn't Budokai Tenkaichi 2 or 3 do that? Where like you'd fight like it was like more like a werewolf than an Ozaru when they transform, and they were like
Yeah.
sized to fit on the screen. I don't know. That could work, but
No, I would like a green card. Like you see Tapion hold his sword up and Hirudegarn pops up behind him or something. That'd be dope.
yeah, or a feature of like a blue card animation or a green card.
Yeah,
or an
that'd be.
ultimate art.
I'd like that. That'd be sick. I can't imagine the actual character.
Not in real PvP.
All right, next one.
It could just be like a feature of a move, but not be like a permanent, maintained transformation.
All right. Anyway, Abu with a Tono says LF Goku Super Saiyan 3. When will he get a Zenkai? I don't know. Would he be the next one? Because he sucks,
Next
right?
year.
Does he?
Name it
I love Super Saiyan 3. I didn't
Yeah,
hear.
yeah.
He definitely needs one. He definitely needs one more than Goten does, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Really?
He'll probably get one soon. I don't see it. Well, no, not so soon. I don't know, but
The only reason Goku
Legends is
doesn't need one.
unpredictable. But I can see it. I can see him getting Zenkai.
Well, I mean, when was Beerus? Because we had a while between Beerus and Gohan.
Beerus was December, right, or November?
Yeah, like 8 months.
Yeah.
So we got till like mid 2021.
The only reason why I don't want a unit like Super Vegeta or Goten getting it is because their team has so much right now, but the units themselves have fallen off. Like, the only thing I like about Super Vegeta anymore is his buff wipe.
I don't like Super Vegeta at all. I think he's not viable at all.
Barely
I mean, he
holding
still
on.
fills a good anti-green role, but he's definitely not one of your first frontline choices for the team.
Yeah, if you don't have Zamasu, you run Super
Like,
Vegeta.
if you know for a fact they're bringing Zenkai 7 Buu or something like that, and you're like, all right, well, I might as well bring Vegeta to try and deal with this. But
Like, if somebody brings Super Vegeta into a fight against me, I'm actually happy.
Yeah.
I'm saying, I would expect to see Super Vegeta before I'd see the Goku, just because he's a pure Saiyan unit. The idea of him getting his Zenkai.
And he was also before
huge.
Goku, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
I would imagine we're going on timeline here somewhat. Normal Zenkais don't. We know that. But I imagine LFs won't just be like, hey, here's Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vegito getting getting a Zenkai. Like, I don't
I
think
mean,
it's gonna...
people probably wrote that in the survey.
Oh God, so many. They had to have been like, just omit those.
They probably just ignored all the ones that said that.
Yeah, they probably just threw that in the trash where it belongs. Because don't have a joke like that.
I mean, they joked about it. You're
Hey,
encouraging
we
me to
joke
post it.
about it, but people actually probably submitted it.
Oh, no,
yeah,
yeah,
did
no,
they?
they definitely did.
Yeah,
But-
the example they gave was Vegito Blue, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
Vegito Blue. Yeah, they
hyping
were
it.
like,
Like, oh, okay,
I
that's
eat
That was
Vegito Blue.
hilarious.
I love
People were
that.
tweeting it at
I
me
thought it
too.
was funny as fuck. I really did.
People were talking about, yeah, man, look, I really did for Vegito Blue. I'm just like, no, no, he doesn't need his Zenkai.
Hey, he's down there. He's not that good.
All right, last
See,
one.
man, like what? Go ahead.
Mystic Z with a donut says, "Do we think any of the Gogetas should get a Zenkai?" Well, yeah, I
Red.
mean, y'all both said the red and blue one could.
Yeah,
been.
red needs one.
Yes.
I know.
Is the green one even viable anymore?
The green one was like
No.
never viable.
He was kind of
He's mid. If you don't have Kefla, he's okay.
Yeah, he's just green.
It was fun before Kefla became a thing. Because at one point, Fusions was a blast-oriented team. But now...
Was it really ever?
Yeah, because you had blue Gogeta was blast, green Gogeta blast. Like, you could run a blast version of the team.
Yeah, but then the only other one is what, Gotenks?
The EX Gogeta is definitely the best out of all of them.
Yes, I
easy.
agree.
Easy.
Yeah, no, I would be really happy to see the red Gogeta. I mean, it'd make my Gotenks stronger. You'd see the
Yeah, that's true. Gotenks. I mean,
Red
Gotenks
Gogeta
does
needs
fill
the
that
first
spot.
one. I want to see the blue Gogeta because he gets the plus 100% damage inflicted to units charging through his blast armor.
Yeah, but that
You
also
give
buff
it to-
Vegeta.
get Vegeta blue. Yeah, I'm about to say, if you give it to the blue one, you just gave it to the other
just
blue boy.
disconnect. Okay.
No, give it to the red one and then you buff the base Vegito and you buff Extreme Gogeta. I think that would be kind of balanced still.
So make him buff blue units in movies instead of fusions. Of the Zenkai.
Or
Yeah.
specifically, he only buffs the fusion dance, but they make it to where his Zenkai buff is like the LR buffs, where it only gets 15 to 20%, but it buffs all of them.
Oh,
I
no.
mean, they could have more fun with it. It doesn't have to be this intense 40% buff. They could have like maybe the purple Vegeta, right? The Rage Vegeta right now, who buffs purple and red but strike attack. They could have him buff purple and red for his Zenkai as well. And just give it to be where to be like, 20-25% instead of 35.
Would that be viable though? Because you could just run like a solid, like.
Well, we're
blue
gonna get to a
purple
point where
cat.
you're gonna already see that.
That's true.
They're
You're
big.
gonna have full benches full of Zenkais or full teams full of
It's
Zenkais.
gonna
even.
hit that. Give it
Hell
like
yeah.
3 months of this,
Every other
bi-weekly
week.
Zenkai drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're gonna see that anyway. So at that point, they can start having a lot of fun with the abilities and give it a little wider scope of the teams you would want to run. And I think if they do that, you would end up opening the door to be, if you had like a Super Saiyan 2 unit like the yellow Goku, you could buff all Super Saiyan 2s, and suddenly you're wanting to run him some more oddball teams. I'm just spitballing here, obviously.
No,
but
that's Zenkai team comp though. That's the benefit to it.
I think the Zenkai could open up some doors if they give it some unique buffs.
I agree.
All right.
What else we got?
All right. Last one. Super Mojito Bro with Adono says co-op revamps for giant bosses where you split up to attack different parts of the body.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
That'd be Xenoverse, pretty
It
much.
reminds me of like
Yeah,
Final
with that
Fantasy
finger.
15, where you're fighting like the giant turtle, and you have to like just attack its feet for a while. For like
The only
45 minutes, you just have to hit its foot before it's like
Oh, the
actually.
Adamantoise, yeah.
Yeah,
The
at
thing
the
I'm
very
worried about
end.
with that is just like device limitations and like technological limitations. Like, is it going to be viable to run that on your phone for like all devices?
And it's
That would
going
my
to be
only worry.
exciting to be punching a giant foot on your screen.
And doing that on, I don't know, I don't even see them developing something like that kind of advanced. Well, I
No.
mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but for a mobile game, nah.
I
Yeah,
could
but-
honestly see it. If
I-
it,
I
not if you
don't-
were picking body parts to attack, but if there was one stagnant, because that's pretty much what's happening in co-op anyways. But if the co-op raid boss was just stagnant sitting there, and maybe he just hucked a giant attack at one person, and that person had to vanish. I mean, the boss itself doesn't have to be knocked back or anything. We're already mindlessly, hitting it over and over again with the overshield. I could totally see it happening. I just wouldn't see it as I'm attacking the feet. Now I'm attacking the arm. But a
Like-
giant ape, I could see.
Like again, they definitely can make it happen. I mean, just from the sheer principle alone of modern phones being stronger than PS3s, and to that regard, we had Xenoverse 1 on PS3 that already executed that, So if they really wanted to implement it, they could.
Yeah, but
But-
you have to remember that not everybody has like a quote unquote like
Yeah.
modern like super high tech phone.
Yeah.
What's
good,
the
stable
lowest
phone.
device that Legends can run on?
They're pretty happy denying you if your phone is old enough from just not being able to play.
Yeah, because I wonder what the lowest one is. Because I know my S7 runs it like garbage.
Yeah, I can't play
And-
Pokemon Masters.
I think it's
Well,
like
that- yeah.
Well, that's Masters. That's Pokemon, bro.
I think
That's
Masters has a
Nintendo.
different philosophy where they just don't care if you can't run the game. It's like
Yeah,
whatever.
they're literally like, oh no, we're still Pokemon.
God.
Like,
I think it's like an S8 and like an iPhone 7, if I'm not mistaken, are the lowest
that's
one.
really not that far back. That's like 4 years. Like,
Yeah, that is
maximum.
kind of. That's already 3 generations or 4, 5. I
That
don't know.
feels probably far to us, if you upgrade your phone. But if you're somebody who's like in a bad financial situation for a couple years, you might be rock. I had a flip phone in 2015. It was like you go through those times, and that holds a lot of people off. So you start getting these really complex events, and you're like cutting off 50% of your player base. I don't know.
You had a Nokia, right?
But then you also have to remember that those people that are in that situation are not their target demographic for people that are going to be likely to spend money on Chrono Crystal.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, they don't give a crap like if your phone can run it, but they have to think economically. What if I could squeeze a buck out of this dude over every single month or every single week or whatever else? Not like this is going to be our next truth. That's probably how they look. They don't look at it that way. No, like the guy with the flip phone is not going to be that.
I
like,
think to a degree, they know how many people own certain phones on the market right now.
oh,
And
they
they're
definitely look at the
finally
numbers. There's
getting
no way
to,
they don't. If you're a mobile game developer, there's no way you're not looking at those numbers. No, every single.
I think that the giant ape monster is more of can my phone render the giant ape monster and how detailed do they want him to be? If they
Yeah.
let you turn that down, then it's the fight is already in the game. It would just be co-op dressed up differently.
Yeah, I can see that.
They would just need to change the mechanics of it to not be like I hate in co-op when my buddy has 2 green cards, a main ability and a blue card, and I'm just sitting there staring at my phone as he decides to announce everything he's doing for an hour. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about, obviously,
Yeah.
by those chuckles.
That was actually something I was thinking about too. I was like, what if they just didn't like have you freeze while your
That'd be
while your ally was
amazing.
doing those
But
things?
I think
That would
that's
be
core to
amazing.
the game and like literally how it works. Like
No, yeah,
timer
I know.
counts. Watch your timer counts when you pause. That makes no sense, right? So I think they've kind of dug a hole. Like they took this mishmash of how the PvP is supposed to work and then picked a new target. But obviously there'd be some polish. I think if they could have some fun of maybe restricting us to certain characters, or say like no time stops. Well, what if you don't have a green ability that time stops in the first place? You can only attack the boss, and it would be super fluid. The boss could do those big attacks, and all you're waiting for is the big attack on the boss. And maybe it is kind of silly to just endlessly attack because you need to keep your key. Like right now for co-op, the tactic is queue all of your cards, look at Twitter for a second, then queue all your cards again.
Yep.
Like, I think they could have a lot of fun with it. But I think the first thing they need to throw out is like. I don't think the overshield's fun. I don't know about y'all, but
No,
the
it sucks
overshield mechanic
ass.
just is.
It was cool with
it
Metal
just- it's
Cooler. I
annoying.
like that one. That one was dope. That was fast.
Yeah.
I would
That's-
argue that the entire mode just sucks.
Oh, it
Yeah, I
does. No,
agree.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But at least it felt like it was getting better. And they were like, yeah, here's Gohan. And it's like, all right, nice. Thanks. Like, I was hype. I was actually like, yo, this is fine. I can clear this in like 10 minutes. I don't mind grinding a couple extras. And they were like, that was too easy.
Well,
Let's give you something that can one shot you real quick.
if there was like, if you could blow up and beat Gohan on the first shield, but that was stupid hard, and I was gonna team up with my buddy and get the link combo perfectly, and then we're gonna get the double blue card or whatever to wipe him out. That would make co-op exciting because there's an end goal, there's reason to understand the mechanics of the fight, and then we're gonna be encouraging each other to have a proper execution of the fight.
Yeah, no, I agree
Right
with that.
now, I have no encouragement to care. And I think maybe you increase the co-op reward. If your link ability breaks 100% or whatever the heck it gets up to, then the drop rate goes up. So now when I queue up with my buddy, we know how to get our link rate up, and we can just blow through these co-ops really quick, and we're gonna get more rewards. But we are engaged in the fight to pull it off.
Yeah, I can feel that.
Right now it's just a chore. It should be something I want to do, and I get to post my screenshots of, hey, look at this crazy rising rush I got, and look at the medals I got as a result.
I've never felt that. I mean, I feel that. I've never, like, it's never been like a fun thing. Even when GT Goku was the thing, and I love GT Goku, was like, this kind of sucks.
Even when guilds were still kind of grinding co-op was not a thing. Not for me, at least.
No, it's always been boring.
I've grinded far too much co-op. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't even do it anymore.
I just do it for the dual coins so I can get multi-Z power.
I want to do it for the dual coins, but my team is getting so close to finished. I'm just like, since it's a matter of time anymore, it's just the one thing that gets me going back to it is the new Gohan's about to drop, and I really want to have my material ready. But that's it. I've been doing the basic co-op right now. It's dropping the red and yellow. But
Yeah, I know just the dailies. It's good enough.
Cool. What else we got? Because I know some of you guys are trying to dip.
That's it. All right. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Later.
I think that was it, though, right?
yeah,
that's pretty much it,
that was
yeah.
the last question.
Okay. Do we want to wrap up?
Let's do it.
I think that was it,
Oh, I
right?
thought he already did wrap it up.
Oh, I mean, I can just hit the
No.
button.
Oh, I was taking it serious. I was like,
I mean, I took it serious.
All right. Bye. Goodbye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.